We
Hello,
are
everyone.
now. So you
Oh,
switched gyms.
yeah. Well, I mean, I've sent two long letters to this gym that I didn't like. Well, the one thing was their anti-racism campaign. I thought was really virtue signaling. It had no substance to it. It just basically was sort of creating this virtue signal that they shame people who don't share their same non-racialist mentality and worldview. And I didn't like it because to me, it was clear that it wasn't from a non-racialist perspective. They weren't trying to promote the values of non-racialism or the worldview of non-racialism. They were really trying to get onto the bandwagon. And I even said, if you want to make posters like this, you should make posters that try to teach people about non-racialism. But obviously they wouldn't do that because then they would fall foul of the current, sort of narrative around it and on Twitter or whatever. And, obviously they try to craft their message to be as ambiguous as possible to maybe be both or something like that. So basically being useless. So
Right.
just being like a hollow virtue signal. So anyway, that's not really. I finally left the gym because I mean, okay, you can almost, sadly, you can almost tolerate that as long as it isn't explicitly woke. Although I would argue that the framing of it was probably woke, like that was probably the intention behind it.
Right.
Um, but so they have this policy that there are saunas and there are steam rooms because there isn't enough internal ventilation. You can't use them because it's basically, I don't know, I guess they're classified as a public space or something like that. And my view is very simple. We have to learn to live with the virus. You should inform people of the dangers or the risks, and you should
Mm.
let people, do their own thing, essentially.
Yes.
And that is easy because no one is forcing anybody else to use the steam rooms or the saunas.
Right.
And yeah, so, and they said no, government is forcing us that we can't open them. So and I was just like, you surely you have lawyers, just go to court. It's not that hard. You just need to go to a high court, like that. That's all you need to go to. And yeah, and their just inability to do anything like that, to me, was very clear that this is just another woke corporation that's falling in line with the authoritarian dictates because they won't stick their head above the precipice. And I was just realizing that I'm not going to subsidize this kind of no backbone. Like this is how you sleepwalk your way into an authoritarian culture. And I
Right.
was like, I can't endorse this kind of corporation anymore. Like you're going to be like a woke authoritarian. You're just going to fall in line with whatever the narrative is. Yeah. So, and I felt really good about retracting or my financial support of such an institution. But yeah, or
So do you
so,
think they didn't want to fight it because they thought it would be expensive, like to
no,
take them to
I
court? Or
don't think such an application would. I mean, look, obviously lawyers are expensive, but I mean, I don't. They probably have in-house counsel. I don't think it's a very complicated case. I mean, like, and the judge. Constitutional law is not. It's you don't even have to prove facts. I mean, they're all going to be the common cause. You're not going to have to prove evidence. So it's all about just making an argument. And it's not even that hard to just pay a good advocate to deliver a legal argument and sign it. I mean, like you can do things based on a legal argument. I mean, you can get an advocate essentially to give you the endorsement to just change your policy to say that this is unconstitutional based on this legal opinion that's signed by an advocate. It's lawful to do this, and then they stop you from doing it, and then you can sue them. Okay, that's a bit risky because then they can close you down in the interim, or you go for the declarator, and you say we want you to. Sorry, man, this is embarrassing. I can't remember the word. In interdict that you interdict whatever regulation that the government is enforcing you that stops you from doing it. You just get the you get a declarator and an interdict that regulation is unconstitutional. And I mean, I just made the argument very clearly that like I'm not going to be treated like a child. Like I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. You can't infantilize me. This is, I have liberal rights. We live in a liberal, open, democratic society with a constitution. You can't treat me like this. This is degrading. This is fundamentally undermining my dignity. This is not what we signed. This is not what the 1994 revolution is about.
Right.
This is pathetic,
Right.
and especially with the vaccine available. I mean, there's no good. You really have to take it that the default situation is freedom and liberty, and you have to meet quite a high threshold. You have to make a positive, substantive argument as to why that default should not be the what is in force. And so if this is why I always say that all the virus stuff is in the worst possible situation, because you never hear them substantiate their argument. It's always just this loose fear mongering. It's just this very sort of somehow the consensus is supposedly behind it. But it's like they never actually bring the goods. They never actually have to make their case. They can just kind of is this weird kind of virtue signaling, and somehow fear becomes a virtue as well. But it's interesting how this lowest common denominator sort of fear skepticism, that somehow if there's any kind of skepticism, they get to profit from any potential doubt in the system, means that their default gets, instead of the default of liberty and freedom, gets endorsed. Somehow their sort of loose emotional consensus of this fear-mongering argument, that gets the lowest common denominator orthodoxy sort of seal of or stamp of owning the default, owning the moral high ground. Like, when did they get to inherit the moral high ground from the default of liberty and freedom? Like they haven't exceeded the bar, or they haven't met the standard of actually proving a case that shifts, and all of, because people forget that this all started at the beginning from a kind of precaution. And it's very interesting because this is a complete parallel to identity politics. This is exactly how the morality of identity politics works, is that, well, to be on the safe side, we're going to make sure that we're not going to be racist in the systemic sense, even that you've collectivized and systematized, all the accountability in the system, and then now you're just looking for a scapegoat to represent, the fault or the blame that the system needs to sort of collectively, somehow regulate itself. So everyone has to actually know that they're not just acting out their own freedom of conscience and their own individual choices. They have to say, oh, no, my choices are leading to systemic consequences. Therefore, I have to forego my own freedom of conscience and freedom of association. And I have to plug myself into some compensatory, retributivistic, sort of reductive collective program in order to assuage the people who are leveraging that moral indictment against the system, and I have to be the scapegoat for the system.
Right.
And this, this is very dangerous stuff. This is what fascism is built on. This is what identity politics is built on. But it starts off from a kind of precautionary, snowball effect, and then you end up with this monster where somehow they just own the moral high ground. They own the defaults.
Right.
And you have to prove a negative when they've never made the substantive case as to how this even morally makes sense.
Right.
And so you have this very loose morality. I was watching this Intelligence Squared debate, which was taken in Britain, but I think her name is Lionel Shriver, the American author, and she's written a lot of books about this, and I think that she understands wokeism and identity politics quite well. But she had a guy on her team debating two other people who were like, the one was actually a British parliamentarian, I believe he was, and I don't know who the other one was, maybe also another British parliamentarian, maybe both Labour. And or she was a journalist probably, but or some kind of person. I think her name was Kathy. Anyway, oh man, I'm bad with names. But watching that debate, I got very demoralized because even the one guy on Lionel Shriver's side was, I think, anyway, he said a lot of things that I think are slightly inconsistent, but I mean, it was interesting anyway. He made useful contributions as well, but I mean, I think that I would take issue with some of his opinions. But anyway, I mean, these debates are good because you do see. But I just couldn't believe the identity, the people who the question of the debate was who is identity politics. Oh my word. Something like, is identity politics dangerous, or is it the most dangerous thing that's happening at the moment, or is this the biggest threat to our current politics, or something like that? And and just because I mean they were touting identity politics. The people who were arguing for against the motion, or I can't remember exactly how the question was phrased, who were arguing for identity politics really believe in this stuff. And just all the examples that they were giving and all the calculus that they used, just so much hyperbolic, emotional, sort of just seizing the narrative and seizing the orthodoxy and apportioning blame to people, and sort of, and it was like watching, these to me, I can't believe that people can't see the parallel between these kinds of arguments and Hitler and the Nazis,
Right.
And while they complain about other people being fascists and Nazis, that they can't see their own moral equivalency there.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I mean, this all leads to the.
Emmanuel's here.
Oh,
Hey guys. Yeah.
Emmanuel's excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think reading that judgment, and obviously only skimmed through the highlights. I haven't read through the whole. Apparently it's like 38 pages or something like that. It's very what's the word? Encouraging to see that the courts are still adhering to the way law is supposed to be practiced, instead of caving to social justice crazes or whatever wave is going on in at that particular time. And I don't know, have you given the background to the case, what's happening in
No, we haven't. We didn't even mention the case on the stream yet.
Oh yeah.
We were talking about gyms.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Basically, what's happened is there was a case in South Africa where a woman basically claimed that she was raped by a man. The man was convicted and I think sentenced to 7 years, if I remember correctly. And the man appealed the judgment, and the judgment was overturned. So he successfully appealed the judgment. And the whole point of the case is like, the issue around the case is the issue of consent. And basically what's got the feminist side going crazy is what the case said, in effect. What the judgment said, in effect, was that consent to like foreplay and going along with it, and then not giving an explicit no, and in order to stop the I guess the sexual intercourse, is tacit consent. And obviously feminists are going crazy because they're saying this could be used by actual rape perpetrators to duck the consequences that they should actually be facing for actual rape.
Yeah,
and on the
only
other hand,
situations where women forget how to speak or communicate.
Yeah, it's what I love about that judgment. Like, firstly, obviously, like I said, it's them looking to stick to the evidence and not be swayed by, I guess, social justice movements. And at the same time, it's the idea that women are adults, they're able to say no. And this thing of having this loophole of retroactive withdrawal of consent, it's to use their terminology, it's problematic, because I mean, how do you judge that as a guy, like going into that sort of
Well,
interaction?
I mean, in principle as well, it just breaks the rule of law. I mean, because if you
Exactly,
can
yeah.
retroactively remove something like consent, I mean, you don't have you can't know if you're acting within the law or without the law. Like, I mean, that is actually treating the woman like an infant, because I mean, that's exactly how contracts with minors are treated in our law.
Yeah, that's
The
exactly what I
minor
was going
gets
to
to
say.
retroactively work out if they essentially, they can retroactively essentially revoke the contract. But I just want to raise one more issue. Is that I mean, because breaking the rule of law in that way, I think, is on the same level as what they were also doing, what feminists were also already doing, which was that when they would go to police and effectively lie to the police, because they would use language which was not the definition of words not being the same as their legal definition. So that they would go to a police station and they would say, "This man assaulted me," but when they say assault, they mean that words of violence, and
Yeah.
that he said something patriarchal, and therefore, his violent words assaulted me, and
Exactly, yeah.
and that kind of, and it's exactly the same kind of gaslighting. It's exactly the same kind of narrative inception, and so it is nice that we actually have the institutional stability and integrity to push back against this. That we don't have to have our legislation counteracting this stuff. The judges themselves are already firmly grounded in reality to the extent to which that they can actually reality check this bullshit, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. If you read the case, there are a few other details that just go to highlight exactly how sound judgment this is. Because I think there was also an issue of virginity. I think the girl was actually the woman was actually a virgin, and apparently that they had discussed having sex before, and obviously I guess they didn't do it at those times, and then I guess eventually she consented, tacitly or otherwise, and then yeah, so there's the whole issue of just reading through the judgment. It seemed there was also the issue of consent being treated differently for virgins versus non-virgins, and the judgment says that whether persons basically says whether persons is having sex for the first time or the thousandth time, the level or the way in which we apply consent in law should be the same, And I think she was, I guess they were trying to use that as I know, a sort of boost to frame the woman as someone who is more of a victim, because I mean, the guy maybe should have taken even more care to get explicit consent from her. And I guess the laws is looking at it as, you did not say no, because I read through some bits of it, and apparently the chick would stop, like say stop, it's painful, and then the guy would stop, and then he'd carry on, and she wouldn't have a problem with it,
Oh.
So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that definitely sounds like retroactive,
yeah,
kind of removal of consent, or
of consent. Yeah, it's that. Yeah,
so I was just going to say that I don't know, now I've just lost my thread. Sorry.
yeah. We were just talking about retroactive. I'm trying to jog your memory. We were talking about retroactive withdrawal of consent and the issue of virginity as well.
Oh,
And
I was just going to say that this is not new in South African law. I mean, like, there have been judgments, older judgments, that have explicitly said that basically a woman has a duty to actually make her protest or make her lack of consent explicit, essentially, or at least so like she doesn't have to say no, but she does have to push away, or she does have to like actually she has to communicate essentially her lack of consent.
Yeah.
And obviously, I mean, if it's not expressed in words, then obviously, perhaps in some instances things can be ambiguous. But I think the judgment that I'm remembering that I read, when I was studying law a long time ago, even spoke about, like that, women do have strength. They do have, that they actually have to put up some kind of, if they're not going to say no, they have to put up some kind of fight. And
I mean, but if you don't want to, that should be reactionary. Like you would automatically put up some kind of fight.
Yeah, as well.
Right?
I mean, there is a weird psychological thing that is part of this feminist thing where, I mean, it is interesting because it is like a psychological extraction there, where it's like, I hold some definitional, unilateral, subjective reality check on this. It belongs to my narrative. It belongs to my, say so. And I'm going to like secret that away or lock that up in some kind of strange ideological obstacle course. And you have to like avoid all the booby traps. And if you don't, then I'm going to like, sort of, the system is going to like wreak revenge or some kind of retributivism against, for your group's inability to navigate the ideological maze, and that is really the kind of, that's what sexuality for women, for feminists, has transpired into. It has kind of converted there. And in some sense, because they've got half of those expectations. I mean, I don't want to look, maybe this very young virginal feminist or whatever has got both of these worldviews somewhat in her mind at the same time. And again, I mean, I'm speculating here. I'm really, but I mean, this is maybe a general sort of cultural case of this. So it's useful to abstract out. But that then, because they've got both of these what's the word, like requirements, or both of these sets of expectations, perhaps simultaneously, the old world and the new world, or whatever, then they don't have satisfactory gender relations, because it's inhibited by this other set of incoherent, sort of ideological obstacle course things. And so they end up both being unsatisfied. Both sets of expectations, get no joy. And then, they're left with nothing, and then they can only sort of seek revenge or something like that. And so, I mean, it's interesting, the lack of pleasure that they got then can be transferred into a kind of sadistic vengeance extraction, and that's, I think, is even part of the feminist sexuality now, which is basically a political animal, that their sexuality is completely the fuel of their sort of social politics. They always say the personal is political, and so they converted their sexual, they've changed. Sorry?
I was going to say, like, what, their sex life, their sexuality, what are you referring to?
So I mean, I was just trying to, in the same way that like women before might, sort of be part of the sexual marketplace, and they would, try to maximize how they're playing within the sexual marketplace. Instead of doing that, now it's a kind of, it's a political chessboard, and of a weird kind of cultural social politics. So they can measure how powerful and successful they are in terms of, sort of how much damage that they wreak on their ideological opponents, which is, sort of the patriarchy or something like that. Right. And so, the power game, so basically sort of the sexual power dynamic that women used to wield has now been converted into essentially like, how many skulls can they take in the identity politics arena?
Right. Yeah, but I mean, just this part. I mean, they did it, and then after the sex, they cuddled and spent the night in dude's bed. Like, how
Yeah.
how is
what I want to know is how in the original court that they basically, because then to get 7 years and then to get
right?
the whole thing removed. I mean that to me is I mean it must be terrible to have 7 years hanging over your head with.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean
Yeah.
I don't know the ages of these people, but I mean I imagine it's.
It looks like she was 23. Emmanuel, do you know the age of the?
I didn't catch the ages there. I'm not sure what. Let's see.
But still, I mean,
I
Yeah,
mean,
regardless, you know.
just the other day we were talking about 24 is the cutoff maybe for sanity of the last generation, but
right? Yeah.
Yeah, this entire case, and the reaction, because this I don't know how to say his surname. I think it's Dorby or something like that. But he he's been heralded as like part of the woke crowd, black excellence, etc., etc. And it's just kind of hilarious watching these feminists like turn on him, because he's actually doing his job properly, actually sticking to the letter of the law. Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of lawyers who are praising the judgment, saying, it's sound. And obviously you have what we call LLB Twitter, the side where, you know, people just become armchair lawyers. And they start saying, commenting, saying, this judgment is bad, this judgment is horrible, reaching for emotional appeals like, yeah, this is the rape capital of the world, and yet these are sorts of judges and judgments we get. We in danger. Doing that whole I'm a victim thing.
yeah.
And it's
Uh,
just it's annoying.
Sorry, I just want to link this to the theme that I was talking about earlier because I think it is the same. That you see that all of these things, how they get in, like because the feminist argument essentially is that there isn't enough safety built into the structure for women, and we need this
Yeah.
extra precaution that they must give absolute explicit consent, otherwise, and it's. I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean,
that
I
seems
don't mind.
backwards. Psych. That seems backwards because it's like women, like sex is a woman's domain. Like I don't think there's enough safety built in for men in regards to sex.
What's an unfortunate side effect of all this stuff is that they reducing what is supposed to be a romantic,
Right.
more, I guess more art, I don't want to say artsy, but um, let me say not so bounded, like not so formal, a more informal sort of interaction between a man and a woman. But not it's not like you having a contract, a negotiation for setting out terms for a contract, and they're essentially reducing it to that.
Right.
They're reducing what was previously like a romantic interaction into something that needs to be handled like a business deal,
Right.
and I wonder how that plays, to the average woman. Like I'm not talking feminists now, when they realize that other women are reducing sex to something that needs like, formal consent, perhaps like a recording, a proof of the fact that she was not intoxicated, etc., etc., etc. You
Right.
know, I was even watching a clip uh, the other day, and I saw the guy actually talking about the issue of consent with regards to um, alcohol, and saying that if women can be held accountable for drunk driving, why can't they be held accountable for having sex while drunk?
Right.
You know, so if you can, if by law it's seen as you can still be held liable or like criminally liable for driving drunk, surely that implies that you can give, some sort of consent while you're drunk, that you can be held to some sort of standard of accountability.
I mean, I'm loath to get in the weeds here, because in some sense I think that this issue is better talked about on the other side, which is like because there is a basic contradiction here where it's like they are forcing men. I mean, ideally, if they got their way, men would have to proposition women and get explicit consent, and therefore the proposition would have to sort of be some kind of technically sweet hypergamous transaction or something like that. That women and men would have to come to some kind of it would almost formalize some kind of exchange. It would make it more commercial in some sense, or
exactly.
And and forcing men to have to kind of introduce that dynamic into it, because the woman doesn't want to sort of set herself up as like as laying down her fee or setting up herself as essentially some kind of prostitute. But and so forcing men to sort of it's interesting how precaution is always the aegis or the umbrella under which is what is being disguised is the removal of agency. That agency gets radically reframed as falling squarely on one person, and the other person is just the passive victim, and it's in that dynamic that then you can force some kind of narrative to rise up and be the overarching thing that regulates what's going on. And so the idea is that the woman must be saved by the ideological narrative, which everyone must already know and men must already take heed of. That essentially that it's not a personal negotiation. It's not an individual freedom of association and freedom of conscience that is actually being communicated. It must be regulated from the top down.
Right.
And all of what lets in all of that is essentially this idea that you need this extra measure of precaution. That is what is removing the actual individual agency, but also the fidelity that you can only get from individuals that are engaged and participating, sort of authentically. But so the interesting thing here, which is really getting into the weeds, is all the minutiae of like how courtship actually happens, and how obviously they're trying to destabilize and remove that from the cultural table, that it's not available anymore. That instead, if you approach a woman, you have to come up with some kind of express transactional proposition, and in some sense, it's interesting.
Which would objectify them, right?
No. Well, in some sense, I think what it actually more so objectifies is it means that you have to appeal to the hypergamous female sort of perception. And the only people that can actually succeed in that kind of dating game are people who already have achieved high status, are people who are already Prince William or Prince, whichever the one I'm talking about, the one that lives in California. Sorry, I always get their names.
Harry.
Prince Harry. So you have to already be incredibly rich or successful or something like that, or you already have to have something in which that she feels like it's a move up to kind of to be associated with. And so the only people who win are the high class people. You can't be someone who has promise or who has some kind of innate. I mean, because to me, I almost gauge the health of sexual or the sexual marketplace by how often are people of the same age actually hooking up? Because I think that the higher that the hypergamous, the more acute the angle, or if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So
yes.
That I think is showing the weakness of the integrity of the social fabric, as it were.
Yes.
And
feminists destroyed that.
Yeah, and how you make that angle more horizontal is that you have a culture that is more, in my view, romantic, that has romantic values of individual negotiation and sussing people out, and the woman actually has to be able to judge the man on a bespoke individual basis, that she has to say, oh yes, according to my judgment, you have value. But if you are plugged into the societal matrix of social standing and tokens of wealth or then you've got well, well, if you have to make an explicit proposition, because it's not about the internal introspection, it's not about the actual intimacy of like what's going on inside.
Yeah.
I obviously this is slightly contextualized because we live in a culture in which brute force is no longer going to be a measure of how much sort of value you can extract from the land or something like that, because intellectual labor is obviously it's more remunerating in our stage of economic. But anyway, so like all
But
of
it
these
just makes
dynamics.
it transactional almost. It does. It takes all the soul
The
out of
romance.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the romance. But I think this has been a result of the social contract between the sexes being so fucked up, because feminists have waged war on men and want to compete with them.
Yeah.
And
There's
I just
also
want to say,
yeah.
a perfect example of this is if you watch the South Park episodes that have PC Principle, and like when he was introduced at the beginning, like he had, all the consent forms, it was they went into sort of a frat house sort of thing, and you can see that these people are completely ruled by their ideology. Like they just follow it like it is, and I mean, I guess that kind of works if everyone is at that same level. But and you can just like in the morning he's going through the frat house and he's like getting everyone's consent forms, so he's like recording and keeping track of all the consent forms. But you can just like it does make it does compact sex into being a very physical thing that is then dislocated from because I mean, like, in some sense, in terms of a relationship, consent maybe is retroactively removed, but that's not to do with rape. That's just to do with like knowing someone deeper and then realizing maybe that they pulled the wool over your eyes, or there's a part of them that you're not, that you don't find acceptable, or that you find morally reprehensible or something like that. Then maybe emotionally you do retroactively remove consent, but that's got nothing
but that's
to do
for future sex, not past sex.
yeah. I mean, it's got nothing to do with the issue of rape. That's just got to
Right.
do with your own judgment of the other person. And so
Right.
you're like,
Yeah.
and this is the kind of dimension which has been, as I say, like that's what these feminists suffer from. They have no boundaries between
Yeah.
like the public space and it's all just one political feel to them.
Well, it's like they brought the government into the bedroom. like
Yeah.
the whole external locus of control thing and responsibility. Like they're not taking their responsibility upon themselves to navigate all this. It's like they need a parent in this case, which is fucking weird.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I just want to say
but how they accomplish that is that basically it's because they're not just having sex with a unique individual man or whatever or adolescent. They're having sex with the patriarchies in the bedroom, and because they've ideologically imported the patriarchy into the bedroom part of the act, then that is what gives them the excuse to trigger all this bullshit and nonsense. Sorry, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Well, you can't divorce the patriarchy from men, though. And if you hate men and hate the patriarchy, why are you even having sex with men? That's
the contradiction. And
why?
That's the contradiction that causes them to behave in this, I guess, hypocritical way. It's
Right.
there's a certain term that a lot of the feminists are sort of going on about in South Africa, and I think it's also a thing in America, of enthusiastic consent. So not only is consent like the bar now, they have to be enthusiastic about their consent, or else it can be revoked, or it can be questioned. So if the woman says yes, but she didn't say yes in a like a happy, very like joyful way,
like a cheerleader,
then you can still be held. I guess you could be seen as a rapist.
See,
For me, that's ridiculous, because it's like what you're doing is that you go from trying to take the romance out of
Right.
the interaction to formalize it.
Right.
And because you have no sense of boundaries, no sense of like a consistency, you know, logic, you don't even see when you start to go beyond the pure contract to a point where now you're reincorporating like fuzzy stuff, you know, like the like enthusiasm. Like, how are we supposed to measure that, you know?
And you can't. It's an impossible problem with no fucking solution. It's just
Exactly.
a bunch of bullshit.
That's exactly what they want. They want to have these gray areas that, and they want it to be gray, but only so that it can be, you know, advantageous to them. So I can
Right.
allow them to go either way with regards to consent, with regards to any other, you know, standard of behavior. So let's say in the case of enthusiastic consent, they love the fact that enthusiasm is gray, which gives them the option to, you know, just pull out the gun and say, hey, I actually wasn't happy when you we had sex, and therefore this reminds me of the case of Aziz Ansari, the comedian, and how he had like, I think, like a bad date, and I think the case was actually very similar to
Yeah,
this sort of
I
case,
know.
where I think they had sex, and then retroactively she, you know, did the whole shtick, and he was cancelled if I remember correctly. He's basically been out of the limelight since, and I think these are the sorts of things that need to be addressed. And I think over time, with these radicals constantly pushing the envelope, constantly, you know, overplaying their hand, you'll see more and more resistance from, certainly from some of the courts, and at least one, like I guess what we've seen with Dave Chappelle recently is also from the culture. People are getting tired of the fact that there's no rational standard. Like, there's no set goalpost that we can work with. You keep shifting it, and people are getting exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the interesting thing is that, I mean, this is on some level the same thing that makes borderline personality disordered women, you know, sort of, you know, unreasonable and unstable, you know, to have around. But you know, the kind of the shit that they pull essentially.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
I was just going to say, like, that the problem is in them essentially, that they have this incoherence and they're basically projecting it onto other people, and that's
Yeah.
becomes a hazard. You know, it's a kind of, it's a moral hazard, that they're going to be indicting other people all the time. And you know, like, you need, if you don't start having standards somewhere, the whole system is going to sort of be corrupted by this person who is essentially kind of crying wolf. But they're not crying wolf
Yeah.
because uh, you know, they're crying wolf because there's a dishonesty within their own mentality. And
Right.
you know, and that's difficult because you can't exactly easily diagnose. I mean, for common people, it's not easy to diagnose that, you know, like, and so at some point, I think the practical solution is that you do need to kind of segregate. But I mean, I was just going to say as well that, like, when I was at university, I did have like a kind of almost, I mean, I wouldn't call these relationships exactly, but I had a prolonged course of there was a woman in my sociology tutorial, and she was a feminist, and she had, you know, very short shaven hair, and she was very intelligent and things like that, and I you know, at some point discussed with her, and I ended up sort of having a bit of a relationship with her, and it was very interesting because, like, in trying to have like a sexual thing in our relationship, it was very interesting, all of the ideological, because I mean, we did this consciously because we did this with part of the framework is that she was going to tell me about her ideology, and I was going to philosophize about it, and we're going to talk about it while we were doing these things essentially.
While
And
you were like having sex?
well, I mean, yes, and not just not just during the act, like around the act, you know, just talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
eventually, and for me, it was a brilliant way of categorizing all of the bullshit in their mentality, but also the specific blocks that they had on intimacy. Because, you know, like in some sense, the things that make them impossible, that make it impossible for them to have like an internal locus of control, essentially. And, you know, so I mean, I was already, this was in like 2008, 2007. So like I was already getting you know, right before the whole thing started, I got like a very clear primer on all of these things that we now witness. But
So wait, were you able to fuck the feminism out of her, or?
yes, essentially,
Yeah?
yes.
Yeah.
She even invited me to join one of her circles, and I didn't want to join one of her circles because I said it's like this is not this knowledge or whatever, this realization is not really scalable,
Right.
and all the identity politics stuff. I mean, like eventually, you know, and she did actually, because she was fully in it. She really was, and she completely unplugged from it. She was like, no, they're basically. She came to the conclusion that these people are basically mentally ill, and they're propagating a kind of mental illness.
Yeah.
You're a hell of a psychotherapist, Psych. So
I'm just trying to think if there was anything.
How long did that take to
deprogram?
I don't remember, but I mean, it may be sort of over the course of 2 months or something like that.
Oh, that's not bad.
Wow.
Maybe 2 or 3 months. But I mean, she did, at one point, she did completely recede from me, because like I had to have multiple arguments with her, and I had to have multiple sort of, and after we had the argument, I was able to, because in some sense, you know, it's like a turtle. They build up a defensive, reactive, you know, sort of mentality, and then you know, and so, you know, like having to break down all of those sorts of things, and then after doing that a couple times, then she got to sort of trust me that like there is more to the story, and you know, she actually, to be an actual truth seeker, you know, in some sense, you have to want to put your belief structure, you know, like under pressure, and actually see if it can hold the weight of the world, as it were. And I mean, it is interesting because they are very much, you know, any kind of identity, being plugged into your identity, I mean, I was watching a very interesting thing on Paul van der Klee's channel where he was looking at some other YouTuber who was talking about, you know, like how much general worldviews have changed. Whereas before, people who were trans were generally understood to be basically like transvestites, that they would be trying to perform the other sex. But now the new sort of blanket default is that trans people are women born in a men's body or vice versa. And that is a completely different like framework, essentially. And, you know, at the end of the day, because I mean, so my sort of phenomenology or my, you know, kind of worldview is that you end up having to have a kind of ironic attachment to modern, sorry, I was going to say to modernism, but I have to kind of unpack that. But essentially that, you know, okay, yeah, I don't know how to express this perfectly, so this is going to be a bit rough. But essentially, in anthropology, it's quite interesting. Technically, I'm a cross-dresser. Okay, it actually means something quite weird. So to be a cross-dresser is not that you dress to look like the opposite sex. The definition of a cross-dresser is that you fail to dress for your own. That if you look in the mirror and you're dressing yourself, and this is a bit of an analogy, whatever. If you're not saying to yourself, "I'm trying to look like a man," if you're not saying, "I'm trying to look like a man," and you are a biological male, then you're a cross-dresser. And so it's interesting because, like, when I dress, I actually tell myself I don't want to look like a woman, but that doesn't stave me from not being a cross-dresser. I'm still if I'm not targeting to dress like a man, then I am a cross-dresser if I'm a biological male. Like, that's how it works in anthropology. Or I'm taking that secondhand. Maybe I've been misinformed, but it's an interesting. I mean, just to play on words slightly, but you know, to be a cross. So I'm a serious dresser. I seriously dress. but I'm not trying to perform my own gender. I'm not trying to perform. I'm trying to avoid performing other genders that I'm not, in some sense.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to perform my own gender. And so whatever I'm serious about is kind of unique, bespoke, individual. And in some sense, I think that I'm just trying to give this as a general idea of how ironically attached I am to my own embodiment in some sense. It's like I'm not trying to reject my embodiment at all. Like I'm ironically attached to it, like because I want to get married and I want to have children, and so obviously I'm not trying to give off strange signals or I'm so like because I have this general hope or this goal that I want to have children someday, at some point I have to hook up with a biological female, and so there's in culture you have to realize that conventions, which is what I think culture is generally made up of, you have to have a kind of materialist nominal realization or of some basic material reality. Is that if I tried to dress like a woman, it wouldn't work because my proportions, my physicality doesn't fit in the same sort of stereotype or the same average as a female, and so it would be uncomfortable. It wouldn't work. But also, so I'm ironically attached to these things because it's practical, it's convenient. It's necessary in some sense in order to maximize my convenience. And that that's a kind of pragmatism which I think it has nothing to do. It's not like I'm embracing my identity, but I'm not rejecting it either. I'm ironically attached to it. And so like that ironic attachment, I think is actually then you have the fluidity in some sense to be nimble, to have the acuity also, but because that's what they're fighting over. They're saying, no, you're attached to your identity, and I can't have that identity because I was born different, and therefore you are winning over me because you're imposing your privilege of being born in that identity. Or so, I mean, that's basically the argument, is that it's unfair that they were gifted something that I wasn't gifted. And so
why do they want to be men though?
Well, I mean, anything. I mean, it could be anything. I mean, but
I'm just thinking about feminists because they seem to want to be men.
Well, okay. I mean, look. I mean, there are two things here because they would argue that this is not their argument, but I think morally, fundamentally, this is the underlying personal argument that is actually driving their thing. Whereas but I mean, sociologically, they'll say collectively white males have this much power and we would like that distributed our way or something like that. Never mind that there are lots of white males who are homeless, sort of hobos on the street or whatever, or they've been discarded, like somehow that just, kind of, but somehow then the identity is very close when you're attached to it, is very close to a kind of idolatry. I mean, all things are, I was trying to get a good definition of idolatry. I did write it down on my phone. I might not be able to remember it, which is that essentially that I think that when you believe that you're going to get, you hypothesize that there's a kind of permission that automatically leads to having certain experiences. And so when you believe that there's some token that confers like access to experience, or provides a kind of automatic permission to render or to, and so if you believe that fundamentally, which is what that's what identity does for them. That is the ticket to ride at the carnival or whatever. That's what gains you entry. So if you believe in that basic reduction, then you've basically said that this idolatry is real. And if you let people have idols, if you let people use idols, you're going to have a very corrupt time. And that's essentially what it is that they've set up identity as a kind of idolatry, which they've created this general broad orthodoxy and consensus and collateral support that they've regimented. And if you can pull sympathy for people having the wrong identity, then you're challenging, you're dealing with life from the top down, from this, not from the individual choice, of freedom of conscience and
Right.
freedom of association.
Right.
I mean, you can see this argument all over the place. I mean, you can see it in environmentalism. You can see it, in poverty. I just recently made a huge long post on Facebook. Someone had this thing about poverty, and they were like, the rich, basically something like we have poverty because the rich are too greedy. No, I can't remember. It had like a turn of phrase, but
if they're putting all this okay, this identity gives you a pass to, like, are they saying that these things that this identity affords you are just given to you because of your identity? Like, you don't have to fucking work for them?
Well, I mean, I guess the thing that they are just saying is that it's things happen because of the identity. And
right,
so it's all about
things, right?
it's all about, sorry,
you're gifted things.
yeah. Or it's caused and because that causal nexus is a fundamentally unfair thing that is distributed at birth, then yeah, I mean, you see, this is the moral confusion here, is that they can't sort of delineate out or differentiate between a kind of descriptive, systematic, sort of collective. Because you can say historically this caused that, and it's always an argument. You can't prove it or disprove it. It's almost just like an opinion, and so it's a paradigm, it's a framework. But what makes a framework morally actionable or morally, kind of hold any water or not? And sorry, I mean, you can find this sort of everywhere, but essentially the idea is that, oh, well, this is an expedient way to control and engineer better outcomes. Like this would be a good shortcut for fixing things. And, sort of blaming rich people for poverty in the world is another kind of shortcut where it's like, I made this whole long post, which it's exactly the same kind of issue where, instead you could blame everyone who drinks alcohol, you could blame on world poverty, because if no one drank alcohol and instead everyone put that money into a collective fund, that fund could probably afford to do anything, because it would have so much money. But you can't collectivize blame like that. It's a false reduction. It's morally, because you can't say one individual person going out and, yes, that money could be better spent. Like you could leverage that against anything. Anything could always be better. And the idea that you're going to say, well, because you have done this one thing, and then you don't have to actually make the proper work of diagnosing proximate causes and things like that, and actually knowing the details of the world. So you're just relying on an oversimplified reduction.
Would you not say that is a bastardization of the principle of universality? So basically, if a principle can be applied universally, then that tends to be something that you can take seriously. And what they do is that they look for pockets, nodes of convenient I guess trends or majority or whatever that suit their narrative, and then because they happen to frame it as, in this particular instance, say for example the wage gap, right? If you're looking at it from a particular angle of just how much money do women earn versus how much money men earn, then in that framework, or like to speak statistically, in that subspace, it is fair to say that there is a wage gap or an earnings gap, right? But then they use that particular context and then extrapolate to other contexts in which perhaps a lot more nuance is required. And just because universality or whatever is achieved in that particular context, they think, okay, that's enough to stamp the whatever proposition they've made. It now applies everywhere, regardless of context, regardless of nuance, regardless of particular intricacies that you need to take into consideration if you're actually going to have a comprehensive understanding of the world.
Yeah, I think you've just uncovered exactly what the problem is. I'm just going to because in some sense I think the only thing that you're missing is the negative before that. Essentially, that generalizations cannot be universalized. Because universalization means that it applies in every case, that it's somehow relevant to every case. And you can see how they fudge their own language. This happened in the Intelligence Squared debate that I was watching, where she said, well, if a policy is affecting almost exclusively, this marginalized community or almost exclusively women, they even have to say almost exclusively, where it's like, what is the percentage of almost exclusively? Like you're using language which is fundamentally, it just means nothing. It's just, it's there to cover over the fact that they're universalizing generalizations, which are obviously a morally dubious thing to do. You can't do that.
Exactly.
If you do that, you're going to do something reprehensible at some point, because there can be no principles that you're going to. Or, in some sense, the only principle that's going to be is something like that. Principles just get in the way of doing something expediently or something like that. But then, what you're actually affecting, you have, you can no longer see through the goggle of principles, because you've just obscured all principles in order to facilitate that kind of process or that kind of moral formulation.
Yeah.
And so, sorry. So I think that might be a good phrase, actually. That's worth having discovered. Is that might be a better way of phrasing it, but the generalizations are non-universal. Or fundamentally they cannot be used as universals.
Yeah. What's funny about that is that that's something that you taught in like first year level statistics, especially when you're learning set theory. Which is like the basis of logic, you quickly get to grips with the idea that a trend is great at predicting the average, but not great at predicting individuals. So, say for example, if you use a particular trend, you'll be able to leverage it so that you can be right more often than not, right? But it's very poor at being able to help you predict an individual case. And once you have that in your head, you have a clear concept of or conceptualization of the areas in which generalizations are applicable and the context in which it's applicable. Say, for example, what we normally say is in the context where you lack perfect information, then you rely on these generalizations to be right more often than not, right? But that's exactly where these guys they sort of don't adhere to the rules of statistics, of logic, of all these things. Is that they essentially take that generalization and make it a universal principle. It becomes a truth. It becomes a fact, sort of like gravity, in their in their mind. And I think, if you've ever confronted a feminist and tried to, talk about topics like the patriarchy, the wage gap, or whatever, the conviction with which they hold these certain, viewpoints, it's indicative of the fact that they take generalizations as universal principles,
See, but I think they're not looking at it statistically. And actually, this is something that I saw earlier, that this woman here, she said exactly why. And they were talking about like the wage gap, and she was talking about Jordan Peterson's work.
Mm-hmm.
And she said exactly why she didn't believe him or wanted anything to do with what he was saying. And it boiled down to she was listening to the opinion of people she trusted. So she completely disregarded all of his information and didn't even listen to it at first. Because she was basing her analysis on whatever little clip she saw of him by the people in her life that she trusted's opinion of him.
Yeah. But I guess that's also like what you just said is also like them using a generalization and using it as a universality. You know, it's in the context of what you were viewing from Jordan Peterson, and in the context of what your friends or whatever were saying about Jordan Peterson. In that world, Jordan Peterson is perfectly framed as a villain, is perfectly framed as someone who is unreliable. But that only applies if you stick to that world. Once you
Right.
choose to open yourself up to the rest of the world, as in the rest of the options that are available, that's when you actually have a clear. Like I had this. I remember in high school. I used to speak talk about this thing. I called it the cube theory, right? And I talk about how yes, truth is relative because obviously a lot of people have their own perception of it, right? I guess it was as a teenager sort of stumbling towards the principle of like getting to a universal truth. Like I was saying that if you look at a cube, right, from any perspective, it looks at from one perspective it may look more like a pyramid. From one perspective, it may look like a square, you know, but it's still a cube. That's its fundamental nature.
Yeah.
And in order to have a comprehensive view of what that thing is, you have to be willing to step outside of your particular perspective. And I think that's what a lot of people stumble at. A lot of these ideologues, that they're unable to, I don't know, release themselves or free themselves rather from their own perspective.
So
Yeah.
I just want to look. I mean, I don't know everything about Africa Brook, but what my comments now will not really. So like I'm going to speculate that she was what I would call she wasn't a true believer. She was being carried by the tide of the zeitgeist, or she was being cocooned within the bubble reality and the groupthink. And so she already had not given up the search for truth in some sense. She thought that she was just in the right crowd with surrounded by the right people that she could trust. And
Right.
so I think that there's a distinction to be made there, because what I'm about to say is quite then pessimistic, is because I think a lot of in this movement, they are not, in some sense, so maybe you can say Africa Brook is kind of, on some level, she was nescient, and then she was aware of her own nescience because she actually was confronted with some material from Jordan Peterson, and she worked out that her worldview was essentially not in good order, was not in good standing with the truth, and then she kind of therefore changed the structure of her beliefs, and she allowed them to be challenged. But there are other people who when they plug into identity politics, like I was trying to describe, that it is basically an idolatry between, and so what they're actually trying to do is, this is what I think vulnerable narcissists, or narcissists in general, I mean, they both have the same element shared, is that what narcissists, I believe, do is they kind of, their friends are idols in some sense. When they are interacting socially with other people, they see it as a sociological terrain which they are managing and administering as a kind of, maybe as even as a they have a lasso. They're like they corral things. That they are managing their environment based on sort of trying to pull sympathy from as many idolatries as can be compacted together into a cultural hegemon, or into a kind of power block. And so what narcissists are often doing is they're wielding cultural power by fronting either high standing or credentials that carry some weight. So it's like, that they will often, gain scientific accolades, or something like anything that is usually has a kind of currency of authority. They will deal in the currency of some kind of authority. Sometimes that authority is brute force. It's just that I'm bigger than you, and this is a private household, and so I can be abusive under my own roof. It can also be that. But and there is a slight distinction Sam Buckman has made between cerebral, I think he calls them somatic narcissists and cerebral narcissists. But anyway, it's just a theoretical. But anyway, so now if you believe in identity politics, I believe that you're essentially set up to be a narcissist, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to pull sympathy from all the identities, and you're trying to gang up against another identity or sort of scapegoat, and to even say that your narcissism is necessary because of this one identity faction, which is imposing this unjust, sort of disequilibrium. And so you can even excuse yourself for being a narcissist, for acting in this paradigm, in this worldview, because you can just say it's being imposed unilaterally by one of the identity factions or something like that, or by a kind of. Anyway, so my point is that people that have already gotten into the intellectual economy of excusing those kinds of sympathy pulls, because that's what it is that essentially that's why you can't argue these people out of their position, is because they're saying, what about all these different identity factions? Who's going to be their savior? Who is going to be the Führer to champion their cause? And so they are this rainbow-colored Führer essentially, and they are being a kind of proto. Sorry, I can't remember the phrase that I used to use for this, but anyway, there's some kind of proto. Sorry, there was a particular thing in Nazi ideology which was the Führer principle. It's a proto-Führer principle. Okay, because that had to evolve within their culture, within their politics, because the Nazis knew that they were breaking the relativism, kind of problem, that they were being objective and subjective, but the Führer stands above the whole world, is kind of objective, but also a subjective partisan for one identity faction. And so they know that they were breaking the objective-subjective relativism sort of inconsistency. Sorry, I don't know what it's usually referred to as, like the relativism paradoxical. But so as soon as I think that you're in the business of trying to create excuses to have a Führer principle in some sense, you already, I think, committed to a kind of dishonesty, because then it doesn't matter, in some sense, because the simplified process of actually doing things in the world based on this ideology is it's too powerful. Like it's too amenable to being able to imagine, affecting supplication to your will. So all you have to do is parrot the right things, and other people must automatically bend the knee. Otherwise, the mob will come and take them out. And that structure that becomes a kind of sociological structure is, I think, a kind of. It is very enticing. Like people get addicted to it, and because
it's power.
Yeah. I mean, because you can think of just how efficient it is at being able to compel a kind of dominion and almost to enforce a kind of ideological respect. And so the idea is that then you can actually have consensus in the world, because this is the thing which I believe that the Christian ideology or the Christian doctrine properly understands. You can't have worldly consensus. The world is basically always going to be unredeemable. That's a slightly touchy doctrinal issue, but I don't want to get into the weeds here. But essentially, that the Son of God, this is getting very religious, but the Son of God is the condition of your mind, which is burdening this. And although it has come to save the world cannot receive it. But you still offer it. But in that offering, in some sense, you're just calling to the part of the world that is ready to not be the world anymore. In some sense, to come out of it. But anyway, there are kind of complexities there that I'm ironing over. But in some sense, I mean, this is, I think, how you get epistemic agency. That things are only true because you have endorsed them to be true, but that you also believe that there is a common source of truth, so that you're not just a kind of solipsistic individual that only believes in their own relativism. That you believe that there is a kind of universal point of agreement, which we can come to jointly understand and share in. And so, like, it is interesting because in some sense, I think in a substitute for a proper understanding of God, these people need to have a sociological orthodoxy which regiments everything, and which, everyone must essentially have the same faith, and so instead of winning people on the individual scale, they're going to win people on a kind of sociological program that they all are going to be sharing. The problem is that loses all semantic cohesion, or any, because essentially it just becomes a performance.
Right.
And you can see this thematically, which is why, well, now you have to perform enthusiastic consent. But now, what happens if that becomes such a learned thing that people are not going to know that, well, you have to give enthusiastic consent. So then it's going to be like, well, was it acted enthusiastic, or was it authentic enthusiastic?
Right.
So, it keeps on.
Yeah,
Right.
Because the solipsism needs to connect, because they're basically solipsists. They're epistemologically speaking, they have only their relativistic view of truth. And
Right.
the only way that they can connect with other people is at the end by sadistically finding someone to punish for whatever systemic corruption that there is in their own kind of weird narrative. And so that is what ends up binding them together, is that they all blame the same group. They all scapegoat the same way. And I mean, it does get very vicious, but I mean, this is basically the inexorable permutation or manifestation of the Führer principle, is that, you can't jump the shark of the of the relativism, objectivism, kind of line. You can't claim both. And that's what the concept of God exists, is to have the objective realm and to say you're not God, but what is it to be His son? Is basically the Christian solution to this. But I mean, I think that this can be secularly translated into epistemic agency, or Basti Rood's wonderful work on living with nihilism, which says how to be a complete nihilist and to overcome the absurdism in life by actually radically embracing, that you have to take on this kind of this burden of actually overcoming the existential absurdism. Sorry, I'm phrasing it like that. It's a bit of a summary, because I mean it's a whole essay, but it really is a wonderful read. But I mean, like that is, I think, is what these people are. That's what would solve their problem. Obviously, those are not easy things to perhaps just imbibe and realize how this is the solution to these things. But I mean, essentially, these people, their hands are filthy because they love these idols, and they're not going to give them up because they're too powerful, and they allow for a simplistic way of reducing things into a program that becomes a sociological representation of supposedly their what Paul van der Klee would say, the sacred secret self, which is always going to be this agitated, kind of solipsistic, lonely mess. Essentially, it's going to be lonely fundamentally, and until they find a way to bridge that loneliness, with their sociological program, which won't ever satiate it properly. The proper thing would be some kind of epistemic worldview in which you have to have something like God.
Yeah.
When you describe that, it sounds like you're talking about me in my campaign.
Or with your well, that's why I disagree with your campaign. I tell you that all the time.
I know.
I say that I like the corruption because it's people are are punishing themselves. I mean, it's
Right.
like watching people on Twitter. It's like you do it. It's self-harm. You know, it's self-damage. I mean, it's.
But it doesn't allowing them to continue to do it doesn't get you any closer to being able to actually find a woman to marry and have children with.
Yeah, but I mean,
I mean that's what I look at in this whole thing. It's like there's so many people that have tried for in so many different ways to actually, live what they want to do, have a family and do all those things. And it's like this thing is in the fucking way of everyone's fucking happiness.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that. I said this to Father Fish, and I think that this is a point that's worth repeating. Although now this is I'm making a narrative here, so this might not. Okay.
Excuse me one sec. It's Cam.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that the psychology behind a lot of this feminism, all this stuff is really complex, Yeah, I think the way you describe these things and sort of depth with which you describe them, and just actually understanding the concepts behind a lot of what you're saying, one can't help but conclude that these people are kind of crazy,
Yeah.
Like either they are crazy, or they've gone into a religion of some sort that renders them crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't specify, but I mean, the reason why God is necessary is because you have to have a common father of the essence of life or something like that, so that you can break the loneliness. Like if you don't have a common father of whatever the essence is, then there is no bridge to connecting with anybody else. You can't have communication. It's all just some kind of power game or some kind of materialist drama or something like that.
Yeah.
And so, because they don't have that belief, they instead have identities and that they have to make equal in order to make a bridge. So somehow, there's this collective group mentality in these groups. It's weird because, I mean, the group is not even the individual, so like, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance probably because, even if you can get each of these identities to be equal to one another somehow, that's not really going to assuage the individual soul that's going to be lost in the, now that the identities are equal, well, what does that mean for me inside this identity bubble or with faction? Like the faction itself internally was not even that great. It was just, it's interesting how that's kind of just overlooked because the proximate impetus is that we need to sort of wreck some kind of equilibrium or some kind of sociological project, and then we can just imagine that bond being what it should be, but that it's not realized because of the collective sin of the system, And so it is almost like a recreate. I mean, I guess I am somewhat thematically repeating these points. These are points that Tom Gollard makes. I hope I'm saying is I get this from watching Paul van der Kley, which is he's a Dutch Reform pastor, and he has a YouTube channel where he talks a lot about these. I disagree with some of Tom. I don't like how he talks about Nietzsche because I mean, on some level of analysis in terms of the historical influence, it kind of works, but I don't like looking at ideology through history. I like looking at it through making actual claims about, because I do think that Nietzsche was closer to reaching a proper synthesis about these things. But there's good mother. Okay, so I'm going to finish the point now. So now this is no problem. So this is a bit of a narrative, which means that it's not going to be true. But I think that it's just to give maybe a broadened perspective of this. Is that I do think that it is true that feminism itself or identity politics is particularly bullshit and nonsense and evil and problematic because it's insulates unaccountable government policy and leadership. You end up doing so much corruption everywhere because it's just so incoherent. But
I tend to focus on the trust in the relationship between the sexes. There's no trust.
Yeah, but so my point here, though, is that we had sexual relations or the relations between the sexes largely governed by conventions that we inherited, or traditions and traditional views. And I think that this did need to be updated. And I could argue that a lot of the shit that we've gone through was unnecessary. We didn't have to. We didn't have to go through identity politics because this was already being worked out in the 90s. It was already, we were already kind of doing this. And then it kind of metastasized in a very bad way because of feminists in academia essentially pushed for this very vitriolic, highly
man-hating agenda.
Yeah, I mean, very strange kind of. It's almost like a sociological psyop,
Yeah.
But in some sense, you could argue these are the death throes of the real corruption. I mean, that we are actually confronting the most clearly, this is a pretty good exemplification of the general corruption that we suffer over long periods of time, thematically condensed into a very vicious kind of monstrosity. And so it's perhaps valuable that we get this, this concentrated dose, so that we are forced to structure. I mean, I see this as a huge opportunity because, I mean, I say it like, I don't like the justice in America. I don't like the justice system. I think that it's weak essentially, and it doesn't properly have the rule of law. And I think that leads to a kind of iniquity. It leads to a kind of corruption. And now we're seeing it as a mega crisis, as a condensed, and so I think that it's useful in that way. So I do see it as practical in that sense. But not only that, but essentially, the general theme is that we've inherited traditions that were wise traditions. They had wisdom baked into them, but people didn't understand that. And so what does it mean to do something that is good for you that you don't understand? Is to have a kind of blind faith. And so I do think that because of, feudalism in Europe, we had a kind of European, this goes back to my reading of Nietzsche. So when Nietzsche says that God is dead, he calls it the Christian God, but I don't believe that it's the real Christian God. I believe that it's the God of the world, which is actually the title that the scriptures give to Satan, or the spirit of man, or the devil. And so I think that what the Europeans did was that they turned the natural dominion of powers in the world, they gave it the face of the true Christian God. So they tried to blend these things together to make a sociological order that had the structure, or had the superficial container of the true God. And so it was always an imitation. It was always a mimicry. It wasn't the proper doctrine, but it was a kind of a worldly dominion of some good ideas. So we had a kind of sociological imbibing of some good ideas. And that is what led to Protestantism. It's what led to liberal politics. It came out of that culture. And so it's not, but it also killed itself. It also then turned on itself, and it said, this is not the true God, or it says that this is a God that is dead. It's hollow. So, and I think that it was hollow. It was basically false. But it was a useful maybe step in a historical process. But anyway, that's a narrative that I don't much care about. I just care about what is the true understanding. And so, so why did I talk about that? So when Nietzsche says that God is dead, he doesn't say which God. He doesn't say that it's the true God. And I would argue that he actually means, even if he calls it the Christian God, it's the God of the world. And killing that God of the world, I think, is what we are still living in. And and as we are trying to understand eclipsing that behemoth that was that's on the way out, that we're now on the last we've been feasting on its corpse, as it were, trying to process it into an understanding. And sort of we have now, I think, we're trying to convert the wisdom of tradition into a proper experiential understanding, and that can be passed down properly from, because just we need to understand it in one generation so that we actually have a living culture for once, so that we don't just have a dead tradition being passed on, promulgating more blind faith. We need to have it secularly translated and imbibed, as it were. And so we are living through a liberal age in which people are actually having to synthesize something that's authentic for the first time. And I think that's why being confronted by identity politics in this culture is a wonderful opportunity to get that work done. I mean, I think, maybe we could have done the same thing, without the necessity, because it is almost an existential threat, like feminism and identity politics has the ability to completely snuff out, proper liberty, where you just have hollow, like in South Africa, we have largely a hollow constitution, at least in regards to non-racialism, because it's been so institutionally corrupted because of this, mass democratic subversion and democratic illiteracy by identity politics and by the narrative grifting. And so, I do think that South Africa is ground zero. This is where it's happening at its most stark ideological clash, because we're the only one that actually had a justice system that even had integrity to begin with, that properly had the rule of law. The only country in the world to actually have the rule of law, because the rule of law is not law and order. It's more than that. It's coherence. It's independence. It's equal protection and benefit of the law, not just equal protection of the law. It's equal protection and benefit. And because you have to have equal benefit of the law, you have to have enough substantive values that you can actually check these things, that you can actually have an independent judiciary that isn't just led by a collar by the neck of the rule of man, of the legislative houses, that you actually have a coherent system of principles that can actually conserve itself into the next generation. And that's my whole polemic, essentially.
Are you essentially saying sort of like a living law, a living like entity outside of the influence of whatever politician is or
well, you're asking a slightly broader question, but I would say that generally you need to have a hard power in a society and you need to have a soft power. And obviously the soft power should be controlled by the culture, by the people, by freedom of association or whatever. And they have to understand, and maybe, there has to be enough general respect of the hard structure, and the hard structure has to have integrity. It has to be virtuous. It has to have coherence.
And that's where we're fucking up right now, because the soft power does not respect the hard power of our culture.
No, but also the hard power is not worthy of respect in many places. I mean, it's been corrupted in my society. The hard power has been institutionally corrupted by the legislation, which has subverted the Constitution, for instance. And I would argue that the American structure also has a fundamental sort of gap. Well, I mean, it never had the rule of law to begin with, sadly. I mean, it had a weird kind of experimentation into discovering the content of the rule of law. It's interesting. I mean, America was set up like an experiment. It was set up like in some sense, the whole American system is actually meant for someone to come up with a proper synthesized answer.
Dude, you're like roboting bad.
Sorry, what?
He's saying he's
frozen.
He can't hear you. But he's come out clearly for me.
Maybe it might be me.
Yeah, it might be you. But let's.
Is Emmanuel also breaking up for you?
Am I roboting for you guys at all?
No, perfectly clear.
I don't know. His window, got the wheel of death on it there for a minute. So it might have been. I don't know what it is.
How about
How you
now?
doing, gentlemen?
Good, thanks.
Been
How
a
you doing,
while.
Willis? Yeah, it's been a while.
Hanging in there. Hanging
Yeah.
in there. I've been listening in to the conversation about God and everything, and I'd like to interject if I could, uh, because I had my own journey, my own religious journey. Finding myself. Finding my place in the world. Questioning, if there's a God or not. And there's times in my life, that I was, considered myself an atheist and didn't believe in the invisible man in the sky. But I've come to terms with it. And I do believe in a God. There's a supernatural force that we cannot, that's beyond our vision, beyond our perception, that can do some pretty awesome things. And if you look back like through history, I mean, it's only been like 100 years since we even knew the microscopic world even existed. Imagine what we're going to find, as science progresses, and we we discover, more wondrous things, like the way astronomy, for like, we've only knew that there were other galaxies beyond our own for the past 50 or 60 years. Before that, all we had was our assumptions, and these books that tell us, about the stars and the firmament and everything. But when it comes to a creator, and this is the way that it was presented to me, like, how can you not believe in God and yet claim that you have God-given rights endowed by your creator? Because the way that it was presented to me is like, you have a choice. You, like, here in the United States, our founding documents are unlike no other in the world, because they're, I mean, even our forefathers looked at them like they were written by the finger of God himself, no different than the 10 Commandments. There's no other there's no other country's documents, save for maybe the Vatican, that has anything similar or resembling to what we have here in the United States, where our rights, our God-given rights, are endowed to us by our creator. In China, they don't believe that shit. They believe that government gives you your rights, which basically means you have no rights. They can take them away from you.
Well, I
You're,
mean,
you're,
I
the-
I don't consider this to be such a great thing, because in some sense, your rights are infringed all the time, and in some sense, because of almost rhetorically how they're framed, is that like they can't be infringed. So, in some sense, when they are de facto infringed, you have no way to mitigate or to intervene. You have no standard about what to say. What is a justified infringement? What is an unjustified infringement? Now, I know that technically what I said is wrong, because actually in your jurisprudence, they know that your rights are infringed, and they all do it based on reason, basically. Yes. So
it's true.
But in some sense, I do think that the point of the American Constitution was essentially to be propaganda, to set up, to prime the democracy, to inspire the democracy to hold on to liberty. Essentially, it's there as a kind of, to say, keep your government. I mean, Benjamin Franklin famously said, you have a republic if you can keep it. Essentially, and that Constitution is there to inspire you to keep having some kind of, liberal, classically.
Actually, that Constitution, the Constitution delegates to the government what its powers, what it can and what it can't do. Okay, the Declaration of Independence, okay, is the actual founding document of this country. When we told King Richard to go fuck himself, the Constitution rests upon that. That document right there keeps us from having a full-blown civil war or revolution. That's what that document is for. The Declaration of Independence is a license to kill tyrants and commies. The only thing saving the government right now is the Constitution, because if the federal government says, "Hey, we're going to dissolve the Constitution and we're not going to represent you anymore," but we're going to still tax the shit out of you. That's an act of war. Declaration of Independence goes back into full effect. Now, the news media, the MSM, the educational, the Commie Core CRT driven education system here in the United States does not want people to know that. Okay, that's why we have kids who can't figure out what bathroom to use or what gender they are. You know,
Well,
they've been that dumbed down.
Yeah, but it's a mass psychosis we are all living under.
It's a communist takeover, is what it is. That's if you step outside of the box and you look at everything, you're seeing psych warfare and bioweapon tactics being used against the United States. Not just the United States, but the entire world. If America would wake the fuck up and go after China, you know, for releasing that bioterror weapon on its own country, the entire planet would be on board with us.
Yeah, but bullets. I feel like our problem here in America, it has more to do with domestic terrorists that are tearing our country into pieces. I mean,
they've infiltrated they own the news media. These globalist Chinese communist sympathizers.
Right.
They own the media. They've put their own people in government, and they basically have their own agents, their own Manchurian candidates. You know, they got their own potato in office. You know, that's doing everything in their power to limit our ability, you know, to function as a free country.
Yeah, but it's the women in
we
our
are on the
country
path
that
to
are
war.
doing it.
Yeah, we are. You know, that's why the Democrats are freaking out. We are trying to do this as peaceably as possible. That's why after the Arizona audits came out, you know, Texas is doing an audit, Oklahoma's doing the audit, and all the Democrats are freaking out because when we do our audits and we match those numbers up and processes up with Arizona's, that's going to be an entire shit show. You're going to have several states step forward and say, "Hey, we need to do a nationwide audit." Okay, something is amiss. People are getting ready to go to prison. Okay, people are going to get locked up. You're going to hear them scream, call us domestic terrorists, call us everything in the book. You know, possibly even try to do some nefarious shit. Maybe try to drone strike. You know, Mar-a-Lago. I wouldn't put it fucking past him. I hope Trump's got a bomb shelter that he can get in. That's how serious this shit's getting. These people are psychotic to the point. I mean, tyrants do not let go of power. They do not share power. I'm sure you've all seen Lord of the Rings. Lord Soros does not share power. Okay? These globalists are hell-bent, like Klaus Schwab. They are hell-bent on pushing through this new world order via medical tyranny. And they'll help using the Chinese Communist Party to help them fucking do it.
I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but just to frame my point here, I mean, on some level, I think that the problem is that the American democracy is
a joke.
You don't have enough checks and balances against your own democracy. I think, like, because in some sense, you know, all the bad things that are happening, you can say, well, you know, maybe it's questionable, you know, the elections, but essentially, you know, that you have a lot of people voting for this bullshit, you know, like, which is, you know, I think that's basically undeniable. So somehow,
that's where you're wrong. You know, we just, you know, they just did this audit in Arizona, and these voting machines, these Dominion machines, were hooked up to the internet, and and there's record that somebody on the outside of those routers was hacking into that voting system. That's illegal. You can't do that. Those machines cannot be hooked up to the internet. That's why they still haven't given up the routers. When they had the Senate hearing at the Arizona legislature, you know, they admitted, they came out and said that the court ordered the subpoena to have those routers released to the investigators, to the cyber ninjas, and they refuse to do it. Okay, that's fraud right there, right off the bat. You can't all the evidence has to be put on the table. Routers, machines, ballots. There's too much wonkiness going on. If they just prove that one ballot is fraudulent, the election is null and void. Just one. It's all it takes. They found thousands.
Well, but again, that is a domestic problem with our society and our government. That
You don't get it.
we don't have.
All these people in Congress and in the Senate and in local government use these fucking machines to steal power away from the people.
Yeah.
Don't you get it?
Yeah.
You have traitors
Yeah.
that usurped your vote, stole your will, your freedom, your liberty away from you, to seize power away from you, to take your voice out of government,
Yes.
to tax you without representation.
Yes. Because these fucking idiot feminists
They're
claimed
just a tool.
Trump was a fucking
These
Nazi.
dumb cunts, they're just a tool. They don't know anything. They don't even believe in God. They don't believe in anything. All they
See,
believe-
you're not putting the responsibility on the women, Bullets.
No, I'm putting the responsibility on everybody. We've been asleep for way too long. It's time for everybody to wake up.
Yeah. Well,
America, wake up. You need to wake up.
I still think it's a fundamental flaw in the structure if you need your democracy to stand up for you. I would like an individual to be able to stand up for their own rights. I would like an individual to not have to deal with whatever the majority might do, which might essentially impose on them. And that, I think, is the fundamental problem in the American structure, is that through the democratic process, on some level,
Bro, we don't have a democracy. Our democracy here in America is a joke. It's a joke. It's a farce. It's a lie. It's political theater. Okay? What part of the people elected? Donald Trump won the election by landslide.
yeah.
These corrupt Chi-Com commies put their Manchurian potato in office. The people don't seem to really understand what's going on. They're so blinded by the Mockingbird media. All they got is a TV set stuck between their ears. They don't know. They haven't turned off the TVs. They haven't woken up yet. We don't have a democracy anymore. Stealing an election is not democracy. If you got to cheat to win, that's not a democracy. If you got to usurp the will of your voters, of the people of the United States, that's not a democracy anymore. We're a banana republic. We're living in a fucking tyranny. People haven't realized it yet.
Yes.
Okay? We're on our way. We're on our way to looking like Venezuela. Okay. The only difference between us and Venezuela is we're not stupid enough to give up our guns like Australia, the UK, or Venezuela did. That's the first thing the government did. They got to take the guns. They got to take the guns. This motherfucking potato that's in the White House right now is threatening to bring in the United Nations, these blue helmet wearing soldiers, to come and take my fucking guns. Oh, fucking bring it, please. Please. There's 80 million of us. There's 80 million of us ready to rock. Ready to rock. Let's go.
What, Emmanuel?
I was gonna say, but it always says about UN soldiers. Yeah, once you see them come in the country, hostile.
It's an invading army.
Yeah.
My dad once told me, he's a Vietnam veteran. He once told me this. He said, if you ever see soldiers wearing blue helmets driving vehicles with UN painted on them, that's when you will know when to open fire.
See, I don't.
We all know it.
I don't want to substantively disagree with you, but I just feel like there is like what I'm about to say is slightly self-defeating. So I know that my point is actually not as practical as your point, but my point is that this could all be sorted out if you had a proper justice system and the rule of law, and you had a more meaty constitution. if you had a more substantive constitution, then you could, at least you could go and have this fight as an individual against a judge. You wouldn't have to do it as a kind of, as maybe like, you know, an insurgency, or maybe a kind of, you know, like a kind of independence movement. You wouldn't have to do that. You could actually use the system, the integrity of the system itself, you could use to vindicate your liberty and your rights. But you can't do that, because I think that the system itself needs, like, depending on a democracy,
the legal system is just as corrupt as the political system.
No, but I'm saying that
you see it every day.
No, but I'm saying that that's the weakness of the constitutional framework. Fundamentally, there's too much power in the democracy, and there's not enough power. In some sense, if you want individual liberty, you have to empower judges. Judges at some point have to have more power than the democracy. Otherwise, you can't have freedom for the individual. It will always be the freedom of the majority. And maybe you can say that the election was stolen, so everything is illegitimate. But you can't. I think it's hard to deny that in some places the Democrats have won. And in those places, you know, if you are a Republican or you are someone who believes in individual liberty, you're just fucked. You know, you're just sitting there and you're like waiting for them to come and, you know, put in the next plan of whatever.
Yeah.
Or I mean,
yeah. Well,
you know,
things are going to change here come next election. I mean, the Democrats are scared shitless because everybody's getting rid of their Dominion machines. The only people that are hanging on to them, I believe, is California, maybe Georgia, but that's just not gonna fly for very long. You know, people, if people have got to use these fucking machines, you know, they're going to lose faith in the political system really, really quick. And when that happens, you've got a major problem, because you cannot tax people, and you're infringing on their right to vote. And if they lose faith in the voting process, you know, the system collapses.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
quick question for Bullets, and I guess also Good Mother. I'm seeing in the chat that Raphael is saying that Americans are not. He said we don't have a democracy. We have a representative republic.
Correct. We're an actual republic. We're an actual republic. Okay, but we use a democratic form of government. Okay, which is where where both parties come together to vote on certain things. That's a representative democracy. Okay, but we are still a republic.
What's your question?
Could you explain that point to me? Because what I see, at least this is my understanding of America, is that within the states you essentially have democracies, and then once you get to the federal level, that's when it turns into a representative republic. So the United States is a representative.
No, we have representatives on the local level as well. It's like if you look up like what's really going on interesting right now is the Loudoun County School Board just got handed, you know, $200 million lawsuit because they covered up a transgender boy went into a girl's bathroom and raped a little girl, and the school covered it up. The little boy got arrested. The father was smart enough to do a rape kit, and the parents keep going down there, you know, and they handed the school board a $200 million lawsuit. These people were supposed to represent us, and they're using CRT, which is a form of Marxism, to corrupt our kids and to corrupt our school system, you know, to undermine our nuclear family here in the United States. It's a weapon. Just like feminism is a weapon. Women need to wake the fuck up. We need to wake up. You're being used, you useful idiots. You're useful idiots. That's what you are. They know this. I mean, what's that guy's name? Yuri Bezmenov, ex-KGB communist, you know, who defected to the United States, talks about useful idiots and how feminists and liberals are used as useful idiots. We're at war. We're being attacked. This is psychological warfare, psych warfare, bioterror, okay, from a communist foreign nation, Okay, we just got hit with a nuclear bomb. Look at our economy. Shelves are going bare. We can't get freaking shit imported into this country. Something huge is going on behind the scenes, and people need to wake the fuck up. You better start prepping. You better get down to the grocery store, get you at least 6 months supply worth of food, get you some guns and ammo if you can, if they haven't stolen your fucking Second Amendment right yet through some fucking Duluth model bullshit like they tried to do me. You want to know why I'm not married and I have no kids? Because it ain't worth giving up my Second Amendment right. Because I knew someday down the road I'm going to need that.
So I think the focus of Emmanuel's question is that do you have an operative republic on the state level? Because essentially I think Emmanuel was saying that the republic only seems to function on the federal level, but not on the state, on the level of state politics.
Yeah.
Well, a republic is basically all power is reserved by the people. That's basically what the Constitution says. We the people, that's basically announcing we are a republic. We are a united republic, united people, and we elect our representatives, to represent us. And the democracy that the Democrats talk about are basically bringing is when the two parties meet, and they come figure out, what's the best path for us. That's their version of democracy. In other words, democracy is more politically driven. It's kind of like the way the Chinese Communist Uniparty looks down as the peasants serve the government, not the government that serves the people. That's the difference between a communist government and a republic.
This is the confusion for me, because definitionally speaking, I purely see a democracy as people who elect as a process of electing leaders through like a majority vote. Everyone has
no. We don't elect leaders. We elect representatives. Our representatives, our president, the potato that's in office right now, who nobody elected. Nobody voted for that fucking potato. He is a public servant, no different than a police officer is a public servant. You take an oath to the Constitution and to serve the people and to serve your community. When you go in our military, you take an oath to the Constitution. You swear to serve the people. It's like that one, I think it was that one little pink-haired woke tard in the military who threatened that if she was ordered to, she would turn her weapon against the people. Well, if that happened, I would rip that uniform off her dead body. I would string her up from the highest telephone pole I can find with a sign hung around her neck that says "traitor." So,
Emmanuel, what's going on in our country is, it's supposed to be the people who these representatives serve, but because we have such a silent fucking majority of normal people and the mentally ill group identity politics type people are the fucking loudest, that's what our government listens to when they're making their policies.
I think the source of confusion here is how democracy seems to mean something different for you guys versus what I've got in my head, which is purely the process of electing representatives, leaders, whatever you want to call them, in a process that takes everyone's vote as equal, and then whoever's the majority, whoever wins by majority, that's the person who becomes the representative.
The representatives hold no power. The people hold the power over their representatives. We have the power to recall our representative. That's what Gavin Newsom just went through, and somehow he cheated his way, from getting recalled.
Right.
Even then,
which just goes to show how.
Right? Even when you have the recall, it's still decided democratically. Like, as in, you need to have like an election. So
no, okay. That's not the way that it works, my friend. It's like, okay, you have two candidates. You have a Democrat and a Republican, right? And you join a party, either Republican, or you don't need to join a party. You can vote as independent.
Yeah.
or silent majority. Was what they're called. Or you can vote Democrat. For a while, for the longest time, I was uh, when I was younger, I was a Democrat. I was actually a registered Democrat. When I was blue pill and didn't know any better, I was a Democrat. It wasn't until later on, when I started to wake up, that I started voting Republican. I was a registered card carrying Republican. But you cast your vote for Democrat or Republican, and whoever wins that election, from that majority vote, represents is the representative of those constituents, both Republican and Democrat, in his area. Okay,
That's
and tend
democratic.
to
Like what you described just now, that's exactly my understanding of democracy.
hold on. Hold on. Well, okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm reading a republic is a form of government in which power is held by the people and their elected representatives. In republics, the country is considered a public matter, not the private concern of property of the rulers. The primary
right.
position of power within a republic are attained through democracy or a mix of democracy, which is what we have, with oligarchy or auto, autocracy
Yeah,
rather than being autocracy, excuse me, rather
yeah,
than being unalterably occupied by any given family, lineage, or group.
yeah,
With modern
yeah. That's my
republican,
exact understanding of it.
yeah,
Essentially,
it
what you're
has
saying is
become an
that a
opposing
republic
form of government to
is
a
not a
monarchy.
monarchy, and it's not like some sort of, I don't know, oligarchy or whatever.
Right,
So
right.
it's where the people ultimately have the power, and then the leaders are meant to serve the people. I mean, by that definition, South Africa is a republic,
But
and
here in America, because of feminism, the women fucking have the power. So the women in power, fucking in the leadership positions, are the ones fucking pulling the strings. So
I don't think that that's the true definition of republic. Republic is like a compound word from Latin that just means the public thing. And in some sense, I mean, there are many countries in the world who have no shred of democracy, and they are republics.
yeah,
Like calling something a republic, it just means. I mean, the
You can
Chinese.
take that up with Wikipedia, my friend.
Well, Wikipedia is not such a great source of
right.
definition, but I
Oh,
mean,
there you go.
China is a republic. China is a
yeah,
republic. So I mean,
yeah,
so you can easily just say that it's for the people, and then you can call yourself a republic. But I mean, generally, what it means is that you have a framework that, I mean, because there are some systems that are or almost pure democracies where the democracy defines the like Britain is probably like Britain argue. I mean, well, the republic. I don't know if Britain counts as a republic because I mean it's a monarchy, but the unwritten constitution. I guess Britain isn't a republic, but in some senses it's defined by its House of Commons, by its democracy. Kind of they even have the power to define themselves because the House of Commons has sovereignty. So like that is almost they have a kind of de facto republic through some kind of democratic sort of process, although it also has a lot of unwritten constitutional elements to it. Because every time the House of Commons gets elected, and then they have a candidate prime minister, the prime minister has to go to the monarch and get bestowed a question. The prime minister is asked to form a government in the name of the monarch, and so I
right,
mean, so
right.
technically it's not a republic, but in some sense, so I mean, as long as it's like
Okay, well,
for the people, you can just do whatever you want. I mean, there are many autocrats who say, "I'm doing it." Gaddafi probably called himself a republic. I'm not sure, but Libya was probably a republic under Gaddafi. I'm assuming, probably correct.
okay, it says here democracy, literally ruled by the people. The term is derived from the Greek demokratia, which was coined from demos, people, and kratos, rule, in the middle of the 5th century BCE to denote the political system then existing in some Greek city-states, notably Athens. Now, republic, form of government in which a state is ruled by representatives of the citizen body. Modern republics are founded on the idea that sovereignty rests with the people, though who is that's what we're talking about when we talk about sovereignty. So that's what a republic is that the people are sovereign, In other words, we're the kings and queens. The people are the kings
Yeah.
and queens.
Yeah.
Though who is included and excluded from the category other people has varied across history because citizens do not govern the state themselves, but through representatives. Republics may be distinguished from direct democracy. Though modern
Okay.
representative democracies are by and large republics, the term republic may also be applied to any form of government in which the head of state is not a hereditary monarch. Those two definitions come from Britannica.
I
That's
mean,
a little
well,
better than Wikipedia.
No. But I still think that that's problematic because it says modern republic. So already there you've got to qualify. You've got an adjective which makes the whole thing. I mean, this is just
I
like
didn't
a
write it, dude. I just wrote it.
What?
I didn't write it. I just you know.
I know. But I'm
I just
saying,
read it. So
I mean, it's making a distinction between modern republics, and so then you have to ask the question: well, what is just base? What is a republic? And I mean, generally, a republic would generally be that you have some kind of framework which then contains something else. So, in some sense, I mean, like the Roman Republic, I guess it wasn't a republic. I guess that did have, because I guess the republic was. What's the word? Overridden when they had empire, when they transitioned to tyrants, but all the Roman law would stay the same. And in some sense, that law still actually had provision for a republic. Like when people switched back from an empire to the Roman Republic, they didn't change their legal system. Their legal system had those provisions in it. In fact, even while they were a republic, it's illegal to kill a tyrant. If you kill a tyrant, you get banished. So it's like even the Roman Republic even had law on the books that would protect tyrants. It's crazy, but and so that was part of their. But also, I mean, the Greek. Okay, that's Roman, but the Greek democracies were also very different. I mean, they weren't majoritarian. Like you were often chosen by lottery. The representatives were chosen by lottery. So everyone would cast would have their little name, and then you would pull out things, and then.
Okay. Well, does China have a voting system? Do they have a republic? Do they elect their officials?
You see, it's arguable because they have a one-party system, so they have voting inside that single party, and then they also have basically have a legislature. I mean, when the current leader changed the laws that he could continue to be the leader because they actually have like a term limit. When he was overturning the term limit, there were actually two people that voted against that. Two people.
You see, that's the difference between this and America's republic, and China's republic, because tyrant, we're tyrant free. We're very anti-tyrant, very anti-dictator, very anti-monarch. We don't believe in taking the knee.
I would argue that you're failing because you have the tyranny of you potentially have the tyranny of the majority because the democracy gets to choose to impose whatever rule that they want, and you're pretty fucked.
Exactly.
No, we don't have. You don't seem to understand what's going on here. I don't know. Where are you? Are you in the United States? Where are you from?
I'm from South Africa.
Okay, you're in both. Okay, so both of you are in South Africa.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. The man that is in our White House right now stole the election. Him and the the Chinese communists that infiltrated the United States, stole the election and gave him the nuclear football. They gave that potato who can't even remember. He doesn't even know where he's at. I'm surprised he can remember his name. Man's got the nuclear football.
Pelosi and the Democratic Party and all the mainstream media and all the fucking idiots who hated Trump that persuaded a lot of people to fucking vote. Yeah, I do agree with you that Trump probably fucking won that shit in a landslide, but there's been so much fraud on large scale to help them steal the election because Nancy Pelosi didn't fucking want Trump in office.
I have a very good simplification
that's called tyranny.
Right?
Yes, Nancy Pelosi and the feminists are the tyrants that we are fucking dealing with in our country.
Yes.
You're still
the baby killers.
But you're still
relying on democracy.
Right.
Here's
and they're
a way
able to
explain
sway
it, right?
the public perception of democracy.
Exactly. Here are a few things that indicate that democracy still rules in America. Is that one, you had the media swaying public opinion. Two, if you believe in election fraud, what it took to get, to power was faking a majority, faking a democratic
Dude,
outcome.
dude, let me,
So
how
that
can
comes
I
from the
put
fact
it?
that your framework depends on democracy, and there's
How can I
no
put it in a way
true
that South
check.
Africa can understand? Look,
Well,
have
I
you?
don't want to
Okay,
get caught up in arguing over who the bad guys are and what words mean.
no, this is important. This is important. I mean, if you look at San Francisco, which falls in Nancy Pelosi's district,
yes.
there's drug needles everywhere. There's
Yeah.
shit on the streets.
Yeah.
Who's voting for this woman? I'll tell you who's voting for
People
this
that
woman.
love free
It's
shit.
not the people. It's the Dominion machines that put her in power. She's been in power for like 40 or 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Biden has been in power for 40 or 50 years. All these long-term swamp creature politicians have cheated and usurped their way into power and undermined the United States election system. Okay. Those people, those are whatever's they may look like our representatives, but they cheated their way in there. Okay. They're thieves, they're criminals, they're fucking communists, they're tyrants.
You see, like
all of them.
I was not trying to talk about political power. I was trying to talk about justice and what can be done to individual
How
citizens.
can you get justice when the people you voted for, don't get in office because of those cheating cocksuckers?
Hello? That's my point is that justice should not be dependent on the democracy voting the right way.
Exactly. That's my point as well. Yeah. That's my point as well. That's why I'm saying you still rely on a democratic outcome, because that's why these people are. If democracy wasn't the means to get to power, people wouldn't be trying to rig elections. People wouldn't be trying to sway the public.
We need to go back to paper ballots. What we need to do. Yeah.
You see, I think there's a I don't know, your perception of what a democracy is and my technical view of what a democracy is. I'm not looking at it from what the representatives.
You can't have a democracy when your voting system is rigged.
No, you don't have a true outcome.
The people haven't figured it out yet.
Right.
It's still a democracy. Bullets, you need to understand that it's still a democracy. It's just being corrupted by people, right? Like people have managed to corrupt the means of determining what the actual outcome is.
How does a democracy work? How does a democracy work when your vote, even though you voted, okay, the other person's going to bring in a million fake ballots?
Yes,
and
that's
crush
my
your
point.
vote.
I mean, they've subverted the true intention of democracy.
Yeah.
So it's still a democracy. It's just that they've corrupted it. So to say that America is not democracy, I guess that's what I'm trying to get across.
What we have is the facade of a democracy. What you see on C-SPAN is a facade. It's there for your entertainment. It's there to keep the normies, tame and at ease while they fuck you out of your constitutional rights and liberties and freedoms.
No, but you see, but that's the thing, is that you shouldn't have to expect the democracy to stand up for those for your constitutional rights and your liberties. In my view, that should be protected from the republic, and the judge should be able to say, no, the republic says that the democracy actually can't do these things. The republic and the democracy in America, I believe, is basically it is confused. It is like hand in glove, and that means that your constitutional supremacy is fundamentally almost worthless, because it hands all the power to the democracy anyway, and so it becomes a democratic fight. It never becomes a fight about the principles that you can actually do. You can litigate as an individual in your justice system. That the justice gets defined by the democracy, and that means that you don't essentially have the rule of law. You have the rule of man. But anyway, it's a bit of an esoteric point. But in some sense, I feel like Americans don't have experience to any alternative. So they think that this is the only way to safeguard liberty is through the democracy. But in my view, it's a fundamentally corrupted structure.
Mm-hmm.
From my perspective as an American, growing up, I had faith. I had faith in a fair election system. I had faith in my representatives and local officials and those that handle the elections. That my vote will be counted. It will count. Okay. Now, I voted for Trump, and I voted for some other politicians. Some other politicians got the vote, but for some reason, the guy that I was behind, and I know he got a shitload more vote. Nobody voted for that fucking potato, but I know he got more votes than Biden did. My vote was stolen. Okay, it was stolen. My vote was stolen for whom it was intended to, and I want fucking justice for that.
Yeah,
I
I
demand
understand.
justice for that.
Yeah,
I'm the fucking king. I pay the taxes. I pay the salaries. I pay for the audits. I want my man. I want my boy who I voted for in that fucking White House, not that fucking Xi Jinping ball licking Manchurian potato.
And I do think that the position that you're in now
God.
is also it dovetails with my
tell-
point, because in some sense the judges and the judicial system doesn't really have the temerity, doesn't really have the scope to try to give you justice or to properly
Exactly.
even look at this thing. They will perhaps even dismiss the case because it becomes moot, because in some sense it's already been done. It's you can't like once the democratic process the ritual.
That's fine.
Because your system is so premised on the democracy. Once the ritual of the like it doesn't even matter if the election results turn out to be different. Once that thing has happened, that is actually the fulcrum that the whole structure is based on. Is based on the democracy first, not on justice, not because your constitution.
Dude, I know about justice. I know about justice. I know how justice works. But I'm a patient man. I mean, I'll wait, for cyber ninjas and the state to go through all the audits and everything they need to do. Right now in Arizona, the AG of Arizona is getting ready to arrest people. There's people on the Arizona Maricopa County Election Board that are resigning their positions right now, getting ready to fly to fucking China and get the hell out of the country because they know what's coming. I want those people arrested. I really don't care if that potato gets out of office. That's too big a fish. Let's get the little fish. Let's go after these little bastards over here in Maricopa County.
I think the results of this litigation that you're talking about, the only thing that can do is maybe change the structure of how these things are done in the future. I don't think it's not going to retroactively change what people have been sworn in. But just on this theme, or on this point, just out of interest, Trump never concede the rate? Did he never, or what's it called?
Trump never conceded. No,
he never conceded. So you see, sadly, I think that even though he never conceded it, I don't think you can. It's already, the results have been procedurally, sort of democratically within the structure, have already been. Like the Constitution doesn't have
democratically.
Well, right now, Trump is playing kingmaker. Trump can actually walk into any Democrat-run district and say, vote for this Republican, and everybody in that fucking town is going to vote for that Republican. Okay? He can do it in any state. All these rhinos, like Mitch McConnell, if Mitch McConnell's got a Republican opponent, Trump can walk and hold a rally for that Republican opponent, and Mitch McConnell won't get a fucking vote. The GOP is no more. MAGA is king. We all follow the lion.
The problem that I'm seeing is that basically, much like Syke was saying, it's sort of like there's this performance that America does that is quote unquote democracy, and once it's been signed off, it's like there's no remedy to address any sort of corruption, let's say in the form of like misrepresentation, fraud, or whatever. There's
not on the federal level.
Higher principle above the democracy that can remedy some of the issues of the democracy, which proves my point that the ultimate ruling principle seems to be democracy. It's like once that routine has been done, there's no remedy, and That's why I don't really understand the insistence on saying that America is not a democracy, because for intents and purposes, that's precisely
Because
what
our election system is corrupted.
Yes, because the people that
The
run the
Dominion
shit are corrupted.
guys,
yes,
what part
Yeah,
of the Dominion
yeah,
machines?
Yeah.
Why are American
It
voting
wasn't-
machines hooked up to servers in Germany and Iran?
yeah. So,
Okay,
this is
that's
Yeah,
was someone
well,
arguing at cross purposes, because like we're not saying that like I mean, yeah. So it is true that like you're basically you're saying you're, and what I'm saying as well is that you're not a republic, you're only a democracy. But even that democratic edifice is corrupt. So you can
yes,
argue that you're not even a democracy. So yes, you're correct. You're correct in arguing that the democracy isn't even a democracy. But the point really is that we're making is that you're not really a legitimate republic. That the structure of the republic is merely just a republic. Is just the window dressing of a democracy. That's all you are fundamentally, is democracy.
a lot of those people that are in power right now use these Dominion machines to usurp power from the people. I don't think
right.
that's really sinking into you guys right now.
No, but
Okay.
what we
I mean, they cheated.
Yes, we know.
Did you want to get?
we understand that they
Did you want to
cheated.
get
We
out
agree
on a
that they
different
cheated.
subject?
We understand that
Because this will go on for hours.
No,
we understand.
yeah.
We agree with everything you're saying, and we
Yeah.
understand that it subverts democracy. But we're
Yeah.
saying the reason that they do it is because they know that all it takes to get to power is to simulate a
Right.
democracy, which
Right.
means that your ultimate ruling, like the ultimate rule in America, is democracy. That's the means to get to power.
Dude,
And there's
nobody
there's
voted
clear
for
remedy.
Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
Give me a second. Give me a second, right? Like that's my whole point, Bullets, is that they don't even need to have legitimate votes. They just need to make it seem like an election, like
That's not a democracy, guys.
No,
It's not a republic. That's a tyranny.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Exactly.
It's a corrupted
Exactly.
democracy. But the only reason that it can be used that way is because your ultimate decision mechanism is the rule of the majority. You see, there's no like what
They don't get it.
take for example the Supreme Court.
They don't
right?
understand
when you had
what's
the,
going
when you
on.
had the
Well,
case
you're not getting it either. Like you
When
guys
you
are
have the
saying the
case
same
of-
fucking thing.
when you had the case of the states coming together to address some of the issues of the election, which to me sounded like, if you were a republic, that should have been heard. That's a case that should have been front and center, top of the agenda of this is something that affects the union, and that should have been heard by the court, and instead it was dismissed.
Well, here
And
it's different because you got federal, state, and county. Okay, right now everything's happening down on the county levels, and it's slow. This is how the wheels of justice in the United States turn really slowly for a reason, because they are, trust me on this, they are massive and they are crushing. Okay, so everything turns really slowly. We here in the United States, we go everything with a fine-tooth comb. You know, we're very, very anal retentive when it comes to getting our shit down. Okay, so you got these audits going on in these counties. They're being presented to the states, and then the states will roll them up to the federal government. All it's going to take is the AG to file charges on one Maricopa County election official for fraud. The state legislature can then recall its 2 electors back from Washington, D.C., along with the electoral votes. That's a big whoops, because that's basically telling all the other states that something wonky is going on. Every state, they're already calling for a 50-state audit here.
No, but I think the college is over. So recalling the electors is irrelevant, because the electors have they've already finished their function. I think.
What's the word? There's a term for this.
The problem with that is because it signifies fraud to the White House. In other words, he's got to deal with his press pool saying, what do you think about, Ducey's going to ask him. I don't know if you know Jim Ducey or not. I think that's his name, but he's going to put Jen Psaki on the hot seat about the 2 Arizona electors that were called back to Arizona because there was fraud, because Fox News, and CNN called Arizona for Biden even before the vote, even weeks before the votes were ever finally tallied. It took them almost 2 weeks to finish counting all the votes because they still had mail-in ballots, fake ballots coming in.
So Buffalo, sorry, Bullets. So the thing is that we are making a point where the thing that you keep on raising is essentially irrelevant because essentially we don't disagree with the point that you're making. Our critique is just slightly more abstract or broader. That like if you go from the thought experiment that let's just say there was no corruption in your democracy, but the Democrats were somehow still popular and winning, like in that hypothetical, in that alternate reality where the Democrats were just more popular. And then, and let's say that the people who believed in freedom and liberty and were Republicans were a minority, then that minority would be fucked because they lose in a democracy because they get outvoted. So in that hypothetical, that's where my argument pertains very clearly, and so that's the broader argument that I'm making, is that you don't want justice to be essentially beholden to whatever the majority, votes into office. That you need protection against the majority. You need protection against the democracy from having powers to infringe on individual rights and liberty. That should not be. It should not matter who is it. It shouldn't matter either way who wins the election. They shouldn't have the powers that they have. The democracy is too strong. The republic essentially is just a shell. Is a window dressing for it's just pretty words. It's pretty promises that never come home, that never find resolution, that they are never vindicated.
Here's the practical example of that. Like I said earlier, right? If you had in that alternate world where the Democrats are the popular guys, right? What should be possible is that if you have states that represent different like voter group, right? Say a few Republican states here or there, they should have some sway on the federal level. And the dismissal of the case that was brought to the Supreme Court at the beginning of the year, for me, that proved that was like drawing the line in the sand that no, yeah, we are a democracy. That's what is top. It's not about the representation of these individual states or individual voting groups, you see, and yeah, that essentially rendered your republic status null and void for me.
Well, see, the issue with that is like you guys don't have an electoral college, do you?
We don't, and that's the thing. I thought that was the feature that made America for me.
Here's the difference between South Africa. Here's the difference between South Africa and America, America's electoral college. Okay, the powers are reserved. Those 2 electors reserve the powers for their each individual state. Now, if you were to get rid of the electoral college like the Democrats used to do, it would allow whoever's running for political office or president, to basically take resources from, say, like Illinois and like their water supply and then pipe it straight to California. Because California has more people there and Illinois or Ohio doesn't have the population to match California, those 2 states have to surrender its resources to for California's benefit.
No. Surely, no. I mean, both the electoral college.
That's the way I had it explained to me.
No, no. I think this is just your federalist framework. Look, your federalist framework has, that each state is its own independent jurisdiction, and it has also the electoral college. But it's not the electoral college that depends on the independence of the states. I mean, the independence of the state is in the Constitution. It says that, these are the powers of the federal government, and all other powers are vested in the states. So the Constitution is what gives each state its independence. The electoral college is only for the election of the president. Is only
but a president that has no reason to go out and to each individual state to ask for those electoral votes. You know, if you take away that incentive, what incentive does the president have to to care about your state? What if he only wants to care about his state or his buddy's state, his crony's state? You know, he could give a shit, you know, about Illinois or South Dakota or North Dakota or whatever.
No, but this is somewhat irrelevant because even if some electoral college members don't vote for the president can still win as long as they get a majority of electoral votes. They don't have to have them all vote for them. So, I mean, already
yeah, but how does that benefit states with smaller populations like Nebraska?
I'm the one arguing that there's no connection between the population of the states and. I mean, like, obviously,
well, if without representatives, if you take away those electors, you know, what compels the president of the United States to even want to even visit that state or even be concerned about anything that it needs or its resources? Or what if he decides, you know what, I'm just going to take all the weed out of Nebraska and send it to California so they can have their breakfast cereal? Who's going to stop him?
No. Okay, well, what stops him is only the federalist structure, and there's some Congress has some legislation that probably governs like the ambit of what the federal, what enforcement and regulations can be imposed from the executive on different states. You know, I mean, the only reason why, for example, you have such a big border crisis is because the border crisis is the province of the federal government, and so that's why Biden can fuck over, you know, like the border with Mexico and Texas, because that's a federal issue essentially, which is very unfortunate because, you know, in some sense it's also a state issue, but somehow the federal kind of takes precedence.
No, it's a state issue, dude. That's my border. I live in Texas. I'm about like 750 miles away from the border.
But just to finish the point, like the thing that you're complaining about is already an issue. I mean, already people don't campaign in every state because it's not worth their time, because they've already done the calculus and they've already worked out what states and what states they leave out of their campaigning, and so then they go and they
fuck
make
those states. Who needs them? I'll just steal their votes. I got plenty of votes from other states. I don't need to go visit them or give a shit about their fucking problems. I don't need their I don't need an electoral college.
That already happens with the electoral college system. So, I mean, your point, I don't get.
Couldn't we get back on the topic that we were on before we got super derailed?
Yeah, my bad. That came from me because I was just kind of confused with the distinction between, you know.
I will tell you this: there's if you want to know more about it, there's actually a documentary from a channel called After School that tells you all about the electoral college and how it works here in the United States and why it's necessary. It can explain it better than I can.
I think the way you've described it is perfectly fine, and it actually lines up with what my understanding of it. It's just the where we differ is on the effect. I think what Syke and I are saying is that it's the way things are being run. You know, it's as though the electoral college is not.
Oh, dude, it's fucking clown world here in the United States right now.
Yeah.
You know, in Soviet, in Russia, they got to graduate school. I mean, they got like 9-year-old kids, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, some as young as 5 years old that can tear down an AK-47 and rebuild it in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Here in the United States, you know, we got we got kids, you know, that can't figure out what gender they are.
Yes.
They can't figure out what bathroom to use.
Their mothers.
You know?
Yeah.
If we were to get invaded by Russia, we'd be fucked. You think any of these soy boy little cucks and shit, you know, these little transgender freaks, you know, these purple-haired, blue-haired feminists are going to come to America's rescue? Shit. You know, they're too busy advocating for the destruction of modern nuclear family and more abortions.
Yeah.
Right. I think if we had the structure that you have with the electoral college, certainly we wouldn't have as much of a discussion over independence in South Africa, like because
Well, you
I
know what,
mean
guys? There's
maybe
plenty of YouTube videos out there that talk about the necessity of electoral college that can explain it to you better than I can.
Will you
Yeah.
let Emmanuel finish?
I think it's
I just trying to get back on the subject that you were on before we
Yeah.
started in all this.
Okay, so
We
what
were
should
on
our
the
subject-
subject
I don't know
of.
how we got here.
So what should
It
our
started
subject
with you bringing up China. When
I
I'm
don't know.
trying to
It's
talk
just all
about the fucked up feminists here and mending the relationship between the sexes.
Yeah, I think though these topics are deeply intertwined because a lot of what we're seeing in at least from the feminist point of view is leveraging democracy just along the dimension of gender. They all the stuff they talk about, it sounds political, like representation, um, uh, uh, fairness. We need to have a say in what happens. Like you think of like the whole discussion over uh, 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 abortion and all of that. It's as much as we may look at it as purely sociological or psychological or whatever. It's still deeply political. Um, yeah, so I do think all this stuff is kind of intertwined,
Well,
and I think you
feminism
do
is a
need to have.
political movement.
Yeah, I think
Very
you need to have a good, in much the same way that we're talking about needing to have a higher principle than democracy in the context of politics, like elections and all that. You need to have some higher what you call it, value than just pure representation. I mean, pure democracy when it comes to all the stuff that we're talking about with regards to gender. I
Well,
mean, you
men as
think
a
of
gender don't have representatives as women do. Terrence Popp, and I said this before, was very. Uh, uh, he said that there are over 150 plus laws on the books that circumvent the Constitution of the United States, which means these laws benefit one gender over another,
yeah.
and there are zero for men.
To put it differently, right? What you're seeing on Twitter
Mother
with,
here
with like,
has there's a hundred.
Bullets.
There's
Will you
over
let
100.
Emmanuel
What?
finish, please?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
yeah, I was just saying, to put it differently, what you're seeing on Twitter and I guess on university campuses are with the loud feminists who give the impression that they represent the majority is no different from the same sort of corruption that you're seeing with ballot stuffing, in elections. It's distorting the actual representation of reality to make it seem as though that which is actually the minority, that which should
yeah, it's
actually lose the election, that which should actually be ignored on university campuses is the majority.
Yeah, that comes right out of the book Rules for Radicals. It's the same book that the feminists have been using to persecute the modern nuclear family and men for the past 50 years.
Yes.
They're Marxists, all of them. All the university is run by Marxists. The feminists, are run by Marxists. Antifa, they're run by Marxists. Okay, what you're seeing is communist action against a free nation, and doing everything they can to seize political power, legal power, judicial power, all the way to your kid's school board to implement, these Marxist ideology. What these stupid feminists and Antifa cucks don't understand is Yuri Bezmenov was very, very direct when he talked about useful idiots. The useful idiots, the rabble rousers, all these people you see protesting, when the real communists come in, they're going to take Antifa and all these blue-haired feminists and put them up against the wall and shoot them. That's how communists work. That's how communism works. Because do you honestly believe that the Chinese Communist Party is going to fucking tolerate, Antifa or a bunch of rabble rouser feminists?
No way.
No,
I
fuck
mean, they
no,
already
dude. They're
have
going
like
to take them out to the killing fields where they belong.
yeah, I
So
think they yeah.
I mean, I've thought about this before, and I haven't. It's so weird. I mean, it doesn't come to a very clear conclusion, but like I've often wondered, how easy it is for these people to like, you can imagine the vote counters, like the liberal democratic people or the identitarians or whatever. You can very easily imagine them, committing large scale voter fraud, even collectively, in a concerted effort. And I've always tried to think like, what is allowing this to happen? Because I mean, just calling them Marxists or communists, like what is psychologically allowing them to do it? And the only thing that I can come up with is that they are just so diverted or distracted by the imperative to bring equilibrium, in the narrative between the identities. That they are, like that paradigm, that idolatry of wrecking that equality of outcome is just such an important imperative that the truth, and the actual integrity of the process, the fidelity of the process, all goes by the wayside because the means are justified by the ends, and they are just so diverted and distracted that they can just do anything. And I mean, that's very scary because you can very see how that is, like that's how you get Auschwitz, that's how you get the Holocaust, like that is the slippery slope right there. And I mean, I am saying this purely from my speculation, but when I see these ideologues and I see, like I saw some of the Veritas videos, where people were trying to check the vote counting, and they were being rebuffed by these, by these little mobs of, these obviously sort of woke type, identitarian type liberal Democrats, or progressive Democrats, with their rabid, you could tell it was like, these are the same people that you see marching, in the SJW, kind of parades and whatever. And so, like, when you see that kind of ideological possession, like in the people that are counting the votes, you just think, the asylum is being run by the insane inmates, and they are so, their blinders are on, they are tunnel focused on their objective, and the means are justified by the ends, and that already gives
democracy.
Right, but it's
are-
fear-based. It's fear-based. They had to have been brainwashed to think
Right.
that they are holding the moral high ground, for one, and
Mhm.
nobody else knows what's going on, right? So they have to commit fraud, for everybody's fucking safety. Yeah, the majority of these people were fucking women who were doing these things.
Yeah, well, parents send their kids to college to get an education, and they're coming back
Yeah.
radicalized with
Yeah.
this left-wing anti-family bullshit,
Yeah.
screaming in their father's face patriarchy, and
Right.
trying to get their parents divorced, instead of going out, and becoming a functional, beneficial, cog in the wheel of society, It's rules for radicals, man. That's exactly what this is all about. It's
workers are usually
political takeover. If you the globalists that own the fucking world, and George Carlin spoke about owners of this country, they're the ones who finance all. Who do you think finances the universities and gives them the money and sponsors their sports teams and shit?
Whoever the women go to for money.
Yeah, well, Amanda, if you look at it, whoever the university is giving these stupid, the crazy bitches money to do what they're doing, and who's giving the university money? Corrupt government officials pushing CRT. You got globalists pushing CRT, like Soros Foundation. That's where they get all this money from, the globalists and shit, to push this. That they've been planning this for decades. They've written books and papers about it. They honestly believe that people are so stupid that they won't, that when they read this shit, they won't believe it, or they can
Oh.
easily dismiss it as conspiracy theory.
In
But now
fact,
you're seeing it in
everybody,
action.
they have all the men focused on an external enemy instead of the women within our country who are doing it. The men default to blame other fucking men.
I know you're concerned about the crazy bitches and shit like that,
Yeah.
and you want to straighten them out. You know what? I ain't got time for that shit. I ain't got time to no crazy bitch. I got my own preps and shit to work on.
Okay.
I got to work on my guns, my preps, my shit, and get ready for that.
And that's why none of this all of this gets worse, because the men don't focus on the source of the chaos and the madness. Because they don't. And actually, I was going to ask you about this. Is there something biological that or psychological that you think maybe that stands in the way of men actually holding women accountable for shit, or blaming women for shit?
Well, MGTOW's been around for ever since the MRA movement.
Right, I know. I want to hear from Psych though about, because this is the kind of continuing on the conversation we were having yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything biological. I mean, I think it's all social. It's all social, sort of structures and cultural conditioning, perhaps, and social stricture or general conventions. I mean, yeah.
I was just going to say quickly, would you say men from, say, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, were more capable of holding women accountable?
Well, in some sense, they didn't need to, because the culture just automatically dismissed women. I mean, if you look at the Greeks are famous. Women were lesser than slaves. And they were regarded as being intellectually inferior, essentially, and also prone to gossip and prone to in some sense. That's how they kind of controlled hysteria in some sense.
They didn't allow them to get into their politics. What?
Yeah, they totally excluded them from the means of power,
Yes.
That's a great idea.
It's not true across the board, because women did still have prominent cultural sway, but they would do so through the station of their husbands, and they would do so through influencing men. Famously, Augustus was was a mommy's boy, essentially, and was deeply imprinted on. Women have always been involved, even in these Greek and Roman cultures. Women have always been vital things, but essentially men would always be foils for them. So it's like that. Even in Islamic world, this is a common referring theme. There are some very famous matriarchs, essentially, but their power isn't institutionalized. You never have a female emperor, but you de facto perhaps have a female emperor.
Wow, if that's the case, right? What hope do we have? What hope do we have? Because you're saying, technically, all of these systems are still vulnerable because women still have that influence. They can still, they're the neck.
Oh yeah, they got the Vagina Express card.
Well,
they never leave home without it.
Like I was saying, this used to be regulated by tradition, by just inherited, let's say, conformity with some kind of approved set of behaviors and tropes and stereotypes. Now I think it is up to us to try to understand these things so that we can not throw the baby out with the bathwater and have general negative stereotypes, but actually to target the behavior and to diagnose the behavior as being unreasonable or sort of wrong. And that will actually help gender relations because then we won't live through, every generation won't have to imbibe this trash. When I was a small boy, like, you literally were indoctrinated into believing that little girls were on a pedestal, were on a moral pedestal, and
Yeah.
that they couldn't be held that somehow, because I mean, it's true that boys are stronger than girls, but I mean, it is also true that it can be hard for very young children to learn, sort of not to hit, like, especially, I mean, there are some very young little boys, of between sort of 2 to 4 years old, who can really be quite violent, because they can't, they haven't been properly socialized, and that can be a problem. But I mean, when you're talking about grade school, when you're not talking about kindergarten, but you're actually talking about grade school, by that time, I think that you can have standardized moral criteria. You could be indoctrinated, could be, don't hit someone that's weak, like don't assault someone that's obviously, sort of more vulnerable than you are because of the power differential or something like that. Like, that can be just confected into a general moral edifice, that you can educate, or something like that. Don't
I
bully
worry
people.
about that one. I worry about that one because I actually am for bullying. I think we need that. I think we need that as a general, sort of check in society. And
Yeah,
I think part of the reason we got here is because of is actually the fact that people try to stop bullying, try to do the whole don't go at someone who's weaker than you. And what that did is that it unintentionally made the person who's weaker have power through victimhood. And then they started
or
bullying.
they could
Yeah,
leverage that being covered by that rule. Then they could be extra cheeky or extra immature, or then they
exactly.
could skate. Yeah. They could goad, they could provoke, and agitate. Yeah, no, I mean, what I'm just saying is just like let's say the framework. I mean, there's one thing to educate about a framework. It's another thing about enforcing morality. I mean, I think that it's more important, obviously, for people to work out how to resolve their own conflicts, like, and not, I mean, this is the whole, Jordan Peterson talks about people skateboarding, like, you have to, and in the same way, you should not be micromanaging conflict resolution of small children, because you're really depriving them of developmental, sort of awareness and things like that. And yeah, I mean, this is always a bit touchy because, in some sense, you really do need probably quite a sophisticated educator to know, sort of when things are, because, like, I mean, you do get all the corruption that happens in society, you get happening on a micro scale in a classroom, perhaps, within the social circles and the cliques and whatever. So, like, it takes a deft touch, of how to manage that and administer that with a hands-off approach, but also with an eye on perhaps strange things. But I mean, allowing people to have their own personal voyage and journey and developmental life, like, is very important, because if you penetrate that boundary, you stop it from coalescing, you stop it from forming around people, and then they never learn how to police their own boundaries. And yeah, I mean, I think that this is what needs to happen, especially in grade school. I mean, like, in junior school, this should be going on. Anyway.
Yeah, I think what we struggle with, Gamada, in terms of holding women accountable is, I'll speak for myself. I think I'm trying to look for something a bit higher, like on a bit what's the word? Like a meta concept, like a higher dimension than women, because you quickly run into the question of who taught the women to be like that? Who allows women to be like that? Why is there no check for that? And then why
Well,
are the people who don't check that the way they are? Why are the men,
yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit,
I just want to make the point that there might be there might be a real problem underneath this, which is actually hard to solve this problem, which is that if you don't give little girls, this pedestal, if you don't, and Stephen Crowder, I heard him a month ago, or whatever, talk about this, where he says, there's a reason why dads call their little girls princess or whatever, because they're trying to sort of, entrench a kind of self-esteem and inherent value so that they can leverage that they don't sort of within the sexual marketplace perhaps sort of give themselves away for nothing, or sort of become used by sort of the male appetite or something like that. That there is actually that you're setting up the girl to have the proper self-esteem, that she is actually going to negotiate towards a stable and a healthy kind of relationship, but essentially that you could say is also being performed when you are elevating girls and giving them this kind of identity of this moral pristine kind of sanctity, that you're giving girls this extra kind of layer of mystique. And in some sense that mystique is also what they are using as the breeding grounds, or excuse the sort of the pun there almost, but the space within which to orchestrate a sexual atmosphere or a sexuality that gives them the wide berth through in which that they can kind of use innuendo or suggestion, or be able, and this is a problem, because when people are allowed to use their passivity as a kind of as a way of communicating, but in an indirect fashion, in which they don't have accountability because they haven't made an explicit position on something. So like women often get to exploit, in some sense, to maximize their hypergamous opportunity cost. Just like if you're a pretty girl, or if you're a girl and your attention has a kind of cultural value attached to it, just choosing where to place yourself in whose vicinity, like who you gravitate around, is going to sort of, in the paradigm in which the woman is essentially the person who is passing the offers that are being made to them. So. Sorry, this is getting really technical, but in some sense, you're trying to give women from an early age, you're trying to give them the space by giving them this pedestal, is that they get this cultural power that they get to wield against the boys. And then how they use that power is how they can be judged in terms of like if they have a stable character or not. And that already is a kind of meta game that has a layer of sort of strange, you're creating a delineation there. A delineation, right. Ironically, the feminists completely indulge in, because they are completely drunk on the fact that women have automatic, pristine moral.
But they also say you can't judge.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
So they
elevate their own fundamental default position, like their identity is to have this secret power of morality.
Psych, let me ask you this. So what you're saying is that, like, my calling my niece princess somehow psychologically brainwashed her to believe she's an actual princess, or gives her an automatic higher self-esteem or more value in the dating market, you would say?
Perceived. It's what they believe themselves to be. Yeah. So yeah, I
it's better than calling her a slut.
You see, I want to make a distinction between calling a girl princess, or by some sort of authority male figure or someone who's senior to them, is different from literally indoctrinating children that little girls are morally superior, or morally sort of more clean, or
no,
something like that.
I'd have to disagree with you there, because I remember boys and girls on the playground, would, a lot of them would play the same games. Some of them had their own little groups they would hang in. Most, when I was growing up in elementary school, I was into sports. I played soccer all the time. I was very physically active. I don't remember any little girls keeping up with me, or trying to be superior or higher value to me whatsoever. That was the last thing on my mind.
Yeah, so
but they have their own social group.
Right, but
When I was growing up, people indoctrinated. Sorry for talking over you.
it's fine.
People indoctrinated us with this, little girls, like are sort of are morally sort of, like if there was an accusation to be thrown around, the person who was wrong was the boy, it wasn't the girl. Like if there was
By
some kind of
default.
blame to be apportioned,
Yeah.
the blame would predominantly go to the male side, not to the female side, and that was conspicuously rejected, I believe, by most people, because like people have a kind of probably an egalitarian, idea about justice or something like that. So I think that there was a natural resilience to this, but I think that element was part of the princess element. That was just a kind of, that was an adjacent thing to the princess element. I think that the princess element can work. I think that can be fine. I think that though the indoctrination which failed on myself, but I would say largely probably with my generation, maybe not entirely, but that saying that girls are morally more pure than boys or something like that, I think that generally failed because of the equality of the 90s. But I think that if you look at today, it's not going to be the case. I think today that's going to be, that indoctrination, although that was traditionally always perhaps there, is now taking root and is metastasizing into a much more dangerous kind of dehumanizing, sort of caste distinction, a kind of categorical delineation between the genders, which is really poisonous.
Well, because the boys aren't princes anymore; they're pieces of shit.
Yes, they're trash.
Yeah, I'm a piece of shit.
Everything in
trash.
Terrible in history of forever.
In fact,
total
the
garbage.
princess status is premised on the piece of shit opposition in some sense. It's premised on the denigration. Being a princess means that you have to extract and denigrate, because that is what has encroached on the princess status. Like it's framed as a victim badge, or as a thing that's been beleaguered historically. That our princess status has been controlled by this evil patriarchy, or this evil group.
Evil. Yeah.
But I think something that needs to be addressed as well is the lack of emphasis on, okay, fine, we have the emphasis on male strength and the need to be able to control it and use it appropriately and all of that. And then obviously with feminists nowadays, they're even trying to crush any freedom like that men have, to use their discretion using their strength. And yet there's no equivalent for women's strength, which is the manipulation, the assumption of being pure, all of these things. Like no one ever talks about how that is the female equivalent of physical strength, and how they need to be responsible with how they wield their
power.
Yeah.
The soft power does not respect the hard power anymore. He said it before, like how it works in law, but that's just, I boil that down to just the sexes. Like I would say the men are the hard power, the women are the soft power. Because men are physical and overtly powerful, and women are emotionally and socially and mentally powerful. So
I think it's thematically quite ironic that in the age of words of violence and all of these things, the one, like the gender that has been historically, like even in literature and all these things, known to wield sharp tongues. Manipulation, all these things. That's the one that's getting like, a free pass on using words as violence. And it's like there's almost like an overemphasis on the physical, while whenever it's convenient, words of violence.
Right. Well, and that's why I wondered with psych, when we were talking about the law and sex, and how, all the women are pushing for all these fucking more and more and more laws regarding protection, like sexual protection. I feel like that's backwards, because it's women who actually wield that power, and men really, I mean, in our day and age, like men aren't fucking physically raping women like the feminists claim. It's women who are manipulating men in fucking sexual situations and abusing men. So
I just wanted to comment that it's interesting that this was even perhaps reflected in the South African, the age of consent. Used to, well, I don't know if it's universal now, but I think it probably still is this. The age of consent in South Africa was basically 16 for girls or women and 18 for boys.
Hmm.
So it's quite interesting.
Yeah, in some Islamist countries, it's 9 years old for girls. They marry them off to 60-year-old perverts.
Well, but the law, I feel like should have more stuff in it to protect men, because I mean, men and women are different sexually. It takes different things to turn us on, per se. Men are more visual, right? And women are more emotional, connection wise. So
Well, I mean, I guess, well, generally speaking, I mean, society or culture has never valued the chastity or I mean, in some sense, I mean, like our law does, well, until very modernly and recently, never even recognize, like men can't, in terms of the common law in South Africa, men cannot be raped. They can be sexually assaulted, but they can't be raped. Rape is reserved for an act done by a male to a female. When the male sex
bullshit
penetrates the female sex organ, that's the definition of rape.
bullshit. Men get raped probably more than women do.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would just be called sexual assault.
Well, you know, I mean, it happens all the time in prisons and penitentiaries and shit. You know, men do get raped. They just don't talk about it because it would destroy their reputation and masculinity among their peers. No man. Now, if a man gets raped, you know, say like and it happens a lot to kids too, to both girls and boys, but it happens a lot, just as much to boys as it does to girls, and you know, nobody talks about it. Now, boys not going to talk about it because it's, you know, he's going to have that stigmatism over him. You know, it's really hard. You know, men have to keep this. They have this thing inside that's like they can't show if they're hurting. They can't show their emotions, you know, and so if they get hurt, they're told to shut that down, you know, because they know if they bring it up to their friends or family, there's a damn good chance that they're going to get shamed for it, you know, emasculated for it, you know. So I don't believe that rape is just an epidemic that plagues women. It plagues society as a whole.
Well, I just want to say, I mean, I think that a lot of the repression that you're talking about there is essentially a reflection of the stoicism that men have to provide to tolerate the kind of the general kind of the feminine unaccountability that has to be burdened by someone. Somebody else has to pick up that slack, and so men have to be stoic. Otherwise, they are essentially they're not filling the I guess the model of this. You know, like men are the scapegoats, and women get to sort of go and catch butterflies. But I mean, I mean, in some sense, I mean, you can almost understand
women have more resources available to them if they're raped than men do.
Yes, that is true.
But
nobody gives a fuck if a man gets raped.
But I mean, I just want to say, but you can see why that this is a natural progression from even the kind of the evolutionary or anthropological sort of evolutionary sort of narrative, which is that, you know, women have to feel secure, because if they're going to be pregnant for 9 months, they have to know that they are going to be supported by somebody helping them.
That's their natural gender role. You're talking about gender roles. It's a woman's natural gender role to feel protected. That's why they look for providers. That's why they're interested more in your bank account than your looks. You know, they're more interested in what you can give them and provide for them. because they want that safety and security. That's the top thing on a woman's mind. She don't give a shit what you look like.
Yeah, and then you can also understand the parallel between shit testing, because essentially shit testing is testing if you're going to stick around because when the infant comes, the infant is going to be annoying. And so if you're going to be annoyed by her shit testing, so you can kind of make these strange, sort of parallels. But then you can also see how that becomes the impetus towards like manipulation and control. Because if you can
shit testing from a MGTOW perspective, that's her testing to see what she can get out of you and get away with.
Yeah, but you can also see why there is a kind of why that's part of the courtship dance, or at least in pickup artistry, but also why in general we already had that category. We already had sort of, there was already space for this within the culture of negotiating a relationship, because in some sense you can see that it lines up with at least some kind of biological imperative. But obviously, like if a man can tolerate stuff, then obviously if that isn't, it's put down into some reasonable restriction, that can turn into its own sort of manipulative system. But I just obviously this becomes very, very maniacal and perverse and malevolent once that kind of tolerance for manipulation starts becoming, I get to say the accusation and you get to believe the accusation, because then that becomes that the woman becomes the central pillar of reality. And and you can see this in all their ideological accusations, how they are fundamentally projections. Like they will say, you are genociding trans people, when at the same time they're trying to genocide, like in some sense the loosely said, the general structure of the traditional way of life, which is in some sense has, it might not be properly understood, but it has basic wisdom built into it, and you can't just throw that away because you don't know what you're throwing away, and you can't just genocide it. And so, as they are constantly touting these hysterical accusations, like while they are literally using that to do the thing that they're complaining about in principle, like it's a complete inversion, and so like they are the mouthpiece of these new principles, of filtering reality and perceiving reality. And that is such a dangerous thing, because if you put that instrument in the hands of something that is already liable to kind of play a hypergamous game of shit testing to see what they can extract and to see what's going to be tolerated and what's not going to be tolerated, which again, like that game has some merits, because that is the game of knowing if someone is stable enough to have a child with, if they have the chops.
Well, yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Because how a man problem solves shit testing tells you about the depth of their character. It tells them about their coherence, about how reasonable they are, how competent they are at administering and managing things. So you can see that it should be part
they're
of the.
To see, again, they're testing to see what they can get away with, and you need to nip that shit in the bud. You need to be the man. Be the protector and provider and leader of the relationship, since you wear the pants.
Just to make
nip that shit in the butt.
A naturalist analogy is that birds, when they're making a nest, will actually pressure test the nest. They will try to break it to see that it will actually hold together and that it's stable. But anyway,
it's a stress test. Yeah. You touched on something about how they sort of engage in the very same thing they claim to be against.
Right.
Like
yes,
I see the ad. No more games in their dating apps. Yeah.
It's like they want to protect transgender people, but they do so by being heterophobic. I guess this is analogous to in the South African context, people who claim they want to protect black people and empower black people, but only ever talk about doing so through crushing.
They don't give a shit about black people.
These
liberals, these liberal progressives here in the United States, they don't give a shit about black people. Not at all.
Yeah, I think that can be
I
said
know
for a
them. I
lot of
work
things.
with them. They don't give a fuck about black people. They don't care about your skin color.
And not in
It's
a good
actually
way.
it's worse if they do care about black people, because if they care about black people, they care about it as a group
Then you're in
pride
trouble.
identitarian movement. They care
Yeah.
about, so you can't be an individual then. You're always
Yeah.
a caste. You're part of this faction. Like you are a nominal member, and your moral consideration comes from your nominal membership only. So like
Yeah.
you are only valued because of that attribute. Essentially, you're not an individual. You're just the holder, the possessor of an attribute. And that attribute becomes a moral token and a source of moral consideration. It's utterly dehumanizing. So like even if they do care about the group, it's I mean that's like that's Hitlerian. Like that's like any other rabid racist.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the worst kind of.
It's
Well,
such
yeah,
lazy
Black Lives
thinking.
Matter is a Marxist movement. It's a Marxist political movement. It was founded by George Soros and a couple lesbian cop killers.
I must say, I do slightly appreciate George Soros, because it's his money that has given me my perfect example to champion the justice systems of the world and how they are fundamentally substandard and suboptimal, and they need to be fixed. Like the South African system is better, but we've obviously been institutionally corrupted because the ideology has corrupted the judiciary. We've had political appointed judges. And they have betrayed the fundamental constitutional values of non-racialism explicitly, but and they have failed to constitutionally test all the affirmative action stuff, which is very clearly unconstitutional and inconsistent with the Constitution. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling, but on paper, the South African system fixes all these problems. So anyway, I just want to keep saying that for history.
Yeah, we have a major implementation problem, but like, all this stuff comes from lazy thinking. And the question is, why is the West, which came up with a very solid framework for discovering truth in the scientific method, all these other building blocks of the Western society, and yet somehow we've allowed lazy thinking to proliferate, and at the same time get to the point where they actually wield power.
Which goes back to my question, because it's the women who are doing all this lazy bullshit SJW, pushing fucking destruction of the families and in the creating of the group identities and supporting all them.
These women that you speak of, do they have like a modern nuclear family set up, or does their kid have like two mommies or two daddies?
But that's the thing, like, that's my question.
Because how do women define themselves nowadays? What makes a woman?
How can men hold women accountable if they've already gotten to this point?
Okay, so I have a point on this. So I believe that the reason why also men don't hold women accountable is because the American political structure was, I do have admiration for it, but because it's structurally unsound and corrupt and incoherent, that has let in justice itself has been denigrated in people's minds, because the political corruption, the dependence on the democracy, so you don't have the proper rule of law. Because if you don't have justice that properly has the rule of law, you don't have a model in your mind to impose accountability, because you don't have a coherent system that is complete, that is fundamentally, that lines up with itself, and that is properly that preserves itself. If it depends constantly on the democracy to stand up for these loose values that somehow get a democratic experimentation on them, they never conform to a proper justice system. And if you don't have justice, then you've got a model for playing havoc and playing manipulation games and things like that. So I blame the American political structure as a whole, the framework.
Okay.
I got a question.
But hold on. But if you're actually right in saying that your justice system and your framework and your constitution is way better, why is it still not holding up against all this fucking bullshit ideology?
Well, okay, I have made the argument that we need a judicial revolution in my country, which is that I should go to the High Court, I should get the judges together, and I should say, sign this document that says we're going to make our own constitutional court and we're going to be independent from the National Constitutional Court because they have already betrayed the Constitution. They have not upheld the values of the Constitution, and we need to do this to save the Constitution. And I think that there would be grounds to do that. You could have a judicial coup in my country, and I think it would. And that's partly what I think the independence movement, the segregation. Sorry, what's it called?
Cape Independence.
Yeah, but I'm just succession.
Secession, yeah.
So, but essentially, we do need to segregate ourselves from those people who are perhaps voting against the Constitution, because it could be argued that the national democracy has also essentially betrayed the Constitution because they keep on voting for parties that in their manifesto have even promised to remove rights from the Constitution.
Yeah.
And I believe that that's unlawful. You cannot campaign to remove rights in the Bill of Rights because we have a supreme constitution. It is the supreme law. If you campaign against the supreme law, then you are doing something unlawful. And so
the Constitution is
but it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter if the people that are in those positions are easily manipulated or corrupted.
Well, but again, so our corruption in my country is not the corruption of the system; it's the corruption of the democracy. So I'm not a hypocrite here. I'm saying that you need to have a system where the democracy is not the thing that's holding up the justice. But it's not as if that even if you have a system where the justice is completely independent of the democracy, which is our system is independent, but if you have such a system, that doesn't mean that the democracy can't overstep its bounds. But when it oversteps its bounds, the judges have to push back. And they have done so. But in the face of so much democratic endorsement of the betrayal of the Constitution, it's somewhat hard. But we sit in South Africa with the historical misfortune that essentially when the government came into power, they never properly educated people about the Constitution. We never taught civics in our schools. We never taught people about, we still have people living under traditional hegemony, like traditional leadership structures and things like that. It's a bit, and they never did their job properly. They never performed their duty to the Constitution. They performed their duty, or especially from after Thabo Mbeki, it was just atrocious. I mean, Thabo Mbeki, I think, although he let in a lot of racialist legislation, he was still progressing the country, but ideologically he let the devil in, I would say. And then Zuma ran with that and just decimated everything, because that kind of racialist mentality and narrative is the perfect cover for corruption, even though it's unconstitutional. And because the Constitutional Court judges are basically appointed by this democracy, they have been politically planted by the cadre deployment committee has chosen our judges, not the proper processes. But I mean, we have a failure in democracy. The democracy has repudiated the Constitution on some level. That might still be up to rectifying. Maybe a secessionist movement will help, because it will say, look, we're rejecting the rest of the country because you have betrayed the Constitution. You keep on voting against the Constitution. And if you don't want to vote and endorse these values, then you can have your corruption, you can have your failed state, and until you look in the mirror, and then you can reunify with us. I'm happy to have a secessionist movement that is open to reunification when we get back to the Constitution. But we can't talk about one country when we have a Constitution which should be supreme, which we should all owe allegiance to, and we do have a legal duty towards, when that duty has been explicitly repudiated and it's been betrayed.
Yeah. What has happened in South Africa, in basically, to put simply, it's people have reduced the Constitution to a very flexible document that can be amended as, whatever the, wave or the majority sees fit, And I mean, what's a constitution if it's just a piece of paper essentially? You've destroyed it. And I
Well,
think that does call for secession. It's the same sort of situation that you have in America, with the corrupt democracy. If you are one of the states that was running the election correctly, what's the incentive to have the next election if you have reason to believe that they'll just do it again?
right. But I think that points to a more fundamental problem we have within our society, because all of these, like marriage, for instance, that piece of paper that binds the two people together, people aren't fucking
respecting it anymore. Yeah.
None of it. None of the structures. None of the things that.
That is so true.
So
that is so true.
What's the point in having the perfect fucking structure and the perfect piece of paper if all the people responsible and in charge of that structure are corrupted and they don't fucking respect it?
Well, I just want to say that you can link up some themes here, because like no-fault divorce was an invention by the legislature, or fault divorce was also started off as general policy. Maybe it started off in the common law in the states that had a common law in America. But essentially, like again, like when you lose the accountability, when you lose a set of clear standards that lay things out and that you judge things against, and you just keep on changing it as you go along according to some relativism, then you end up with. I do think that we're generally suffering from the fact that people, I think, are crying out for a doctrine. I mean, they're crying out for some kind of coherence. They're crying out for some framework that makes sense. I mean, obviously, identity politics, I think, people want some kind of order. They want some kind of orthodoxy that provides an order to their life. And if they're going to and they'll take it as a sociological program if they haven't been given an education in normative ethics, and normative principles and thinking critically, so so close, like we just need to really live up to the document that we have in South Africa and the framework that we have in South Africa. But, obviously it's under fire.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it. I think the problem is this moral decay in society, and we will bicker among ourselves on whether it is China, whether it is women, whether it is men, or the law, the constitution that's failed. But I think ultimately this is all these symptoms that we're pointing at are, downstream from the moral decay that we've allowed to, fester in our society. And
because
yeah.
In a proper relationship between the sexes, all the other shit wouldn't even fucking matter. If both people were behaving the way that they agreed upon when they got married, like none of the other shit would even be relevant.
Yes, I mean, this is slightly tangential, but I just wanted to say that like the family law was able to become so ideologically impregnated and corrupted because you don't have a proper integrated system and structure and framework of law where the judge can actually say, well, actually, if I impose this rule against the father, that I'm actually imposing on his right to equality. But because you don't have the right number of substantive values and principles and the sophistication of the measurement, you can't sort of actually challenge legislative frameworks, because in America, you just have the governmental prerogative, the legislative prerogative. They get to decide what the law is. The judge is just a secretary of the legislature, essentially, making sure that everything is consistent. Whereas there's no fight back to make sure that it's all coherent and it's all integrated. There is that spirit in South Africa. Obviously, that spirit has been largely dampened because of the egregious gerrymandering that has already gone on. of the jurisprudence. You know, that we have imported your governmental prerogative, so that we don't constitutionally check these things out. And so we've really got a whole poisonous slew of racialist ideology that has been baked into this toxic cesspit. I mean, it's just
It's disappointing. It's deeply disappointing, and I think, like I was saying earlier with the moral decay, I think what you say, Commander, with if men and women got along, that would be, you know, a lot of these things would, you know, go away. But I think when I compare that to South Africa, where sure we have problems between men and women, but that's not the main issue, and I don't see how solving, you know, the interaction between men and women would do anything to solve like the race issues that we have this side. You know, I think we need a higher calling, like a higher moral standard. You know, an adherence to a sense of, I like for libertarians, it's you know, don't tread on me. You can't apply like that's their foundational law of you know, using force on someone who hasn't used force on you. Like that's prohibited. And then from there, everything develops from there, right? And I think
we have to remove the moral conflation and confusions, because it's all these they're finicky things, because the error that they're making is such like a categorical, principled, ethical, you know, error in how they are fumbling and destroying any kind of ethical framework. You know, like you know, and it's such a broad thing that you can't. It's hard even to point to people. You know, like it's hard to point out, because they have to completely put on a different alternative, you know, sort of normative principle framework, which they have already relegated. They've already somehow, you know, they've jettisoned that, or they've discarded it as being white, as being liberal,
colonial.
Yeah.
All these terms that they use to dismiss any sort of objective standard, you know, not just of, you know, I don't know, economics, equality, or whatever, but just morality, you know.
So I just wanted to replace the word objective with self-consistent and coherent, because I do think that like objective, you're going to fall into some of their booby traps. But anyway, so that's a tangent. But
right, that's what I mean. I guess for me, something that's objective and has been, you know, tested properly would be, you know, you know, what's the word? It would be, you know, consistent, internally consistent. But I understand why you needed to make that distinction. Point being that we can talk about all these issues, but until we address the moral decay, I mean, the adherence to a contract, for example, you know, a deal, a promise, an oath.
Yeah.
That's, you know, gone out the window. All of a sudden now, you know, it's about emotions. It's about how I feel on the day. If I made an oath on my wedding day, but, you know, that can all go up in smoke whenever I feel like it, you know.
Yeah.
A constitution. You've sworn to adhere to the constitution as the supreme law that goes above elections. That means that goes above democracy. So who gives a damn what the majority says if it contravenes the constitution? You know, but that's also gone out the window.
Yeah.
And we've just adopted this, you know, everything is just relative, everything is temporary, everything is, you know, depends on like someone's whim, you know, like today, like what we're seeing in the gender issue with, you know, people being, you know, all sorts of genders is a symptom of the what's the word, relativism that we've adopted as a society. Even like at our foundational you know, pillars of society, our institutions of education, of law, you know, and now I'm going to put in morality. So like things like religion, things like philosophy, you know, all of that stuff is just now relative. It depends on my truth and all this nonsense, you know.
Yeah, but who supports and fucking claps for that kind of shit? It's the mommies of our culture.
You say that, but as a South African, I find it difficult to just pin it on women or mothers, you know. I because I see it with black people.
Yeah.
Like that sort of thing is, I see it as a thing that plagues South African blacks. You know, and I think
Who forms the committees, though?
in South Africa,
Yeah.
it's men. It's mostly men. You know, you look at our politics. It's mostly men. Like the most prominent, even historically, it's been mostly men. And yes, obviously, you could say maybe they're influenced like in the home by women and things like that. But still, you have to abandon, the logical nature of masculinity, pragmatic nature of masculinity, for you to then be willing to implement what a woman says, which then goes back to the whole thing of, is it the man or the woman who's to blame? And I want to move beyond that and go to the level of morality, of ethics. I think it's beyond placing blame on women or men or black people or socialists versus capitalists. It's morality. That's the main issue. That's, the West had some sort of consensus, and I hate to use that because that's part of the problem, is that we trying to do our things by consensus, but we had some sort of agreement that we pursue truth, we pursue freedom, we pursue freedom of association, all these things, and we've abandoned it.
For what,
We need
though?
to I don't know what we taking up, because it depends on who's got the megaphone at the point in time. If it's feminists, they'll tell you one thing. If it's black ethno nationalists, they'll tell you another thing. Like if it's socialists, they'll tell you a different thing. If it's environmentalists, they'll tell you a different thing. So it depends on who's speaking at the point in time. They have their own agendas that they want to push, and now it's like a whole battle of whose agenda needs to be addressed first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's basically where I see the West at this point in time, and my hind brain wants to default to some monarchy, to some higher power, to just create order, but I know that urge to do so is exactly what fuels a lot of this mess as well. It's choosing to neglect or to not properly do your independent thinking. So it's kind of a mess. Like I can't even make sense of this whole thing when I actually think about it on that level, on the level of morality. It's a complete mess. Yeah.
So I just want to make an extended argument against the American structure. I'm sorry to be so but
wait, psych. Bullets fell asleep, so he's not gonna.
well, this is for the live stream. This is
Okay.
for everyone.
Okay, for everyone.
So, I mean, it is true that America could generate solutions to this problem that I'm about to describe. But in my view, the American justice system as it stands certainly does not have enough protections against the looming future of soft power encroachment being used. This is a different kind of soft power maybe to what we were just talking about. But for example, there's nothing stopping a corporation in America from firing one of their own employees for wrong thoughts or because of at-will employment. It's within their rights sometimes, that they can say, well, the views that you've expressed on Twitter, we find abhorrent or something like that. Now, what happens if China actually plugs into this already established groupthink system, where essentially, I mean, this already happens in the NBA. Like those, your sports people can't talk out against Taiwan or China. They have to toe the line. Otherwise, they'll get fired based on their contract. And so I think that you actually do need to have a stronger justice system, because merely saying that the government shall make no law that infringes, freedom of speech is not going to be enough for the corporations to infringe your freedom of speech using their soft power. And so I think that you do need a more coherent, broader system that protects people in their liberty. And the only way to do that is that the politicians actually should not be in charge of protecting these things. That you don't want diplomats You don't want China picking up the phone and talking to a diplomat and saying, we really don't like hearing these things from these portions of your population. Please crack down on them. You don't want the executive.
They already do that.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't want the
Bullets
executive.
knew you were about to talk about China, and he woke up.
Yeah.
I mean, I am using
I just
China as
feel
a
the economy's miles off.
this can be generalized to anything. This can be generalized to just to Silicon Valley wanting to mind control the narrative. This can be, it doesn't have to be China.
Yeah.
This could be anything like that. Okay, any kind of soft oligarchy, soft cultural oligarchy being perpetrated.
Like
on
Nancy Pelosi in the media?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what you want is you want a judge that is your protection, not your democracy. You want your judge to be your protection against this kind of infringement, and then because otherwise China will have a diplomatic lever that they can try to pull. They can punish governments for not towing the line, even if ostensibly your government is against China. They might toe the line, because that's how soft power works. Is that, if they exert soft power, they can eventually always win. The only thing that can really stand up against soft power is a self-consistent and coherent hard structure. And I'm trying to say that only the judiciary can provide this. So if you have this, then you can actually have a proper liberal open society that can actually sustain and conserve its own values and perpetuate itself. Once you've got that, great. Now the democracies can actually band together and say, well, China or oligarchy, if you're going to, because I mean, let's just say that maybe what China gets crafty and they say, well, if any judge makes a decision that we don't like in your country, we're going to put them on a list. And then when they try to order something from Amazon, they can't get it, or they're going to be blacklisted.
They already do.
Yeah. There is already a version of this in effect, is my point. So then what you do is then the democracies can maybe band together and make a general front again. But you see, this is based on ensuring their judiciary already does this. So first of all, the judiciary has to already perform this function. Then the democracies can say, what you do to one of us, you do to all of us. What you do to Taiwan, you do to all of us. We're going to act as a bloc so that you can't bully us with your soft power. And that is a future problem, which I'm trying to gear us towards solving, because this is not just an individual, this is not just a municipal problem for municipal liberal democracies. It's going to be a global problem that if we don't have a way to band together, and it requires, anyway, so I'm just trying to...
I get that point. Just to illustrate, going back to the entire point of this stream, the women that I was seeing on Twitter, responding to this judgment, a lot, well, not all of them obviously, but a lot of the feminist-leaning women were essentially implying that this guy should be cancelled, and they were speaking in those sorts of terms. I mean,
the voice
where
of
we
mob
at
justice.
now, where you have cancel culture for judges now, where you're trying to smear them in the Twitter sphere by saying they don't toe the line of this particular ideology, so they are now persona non grata.
It's a harbinger of the soft control of oligarchs, because that
Yeah.
model of mob rule is exactly how the narratives, and virtue signaling can essentially destroy every structure of integrity. You won't have any coherent fidelity left in a system. It'll all be bent towards serving, whatever moral conflation it is, and you've lost.
Which is exactly why I was sorry. I was just going to say, which is exactly why I was so excited about this reading. It's an assertion of, Western. I'd call it what's the word? What's the word for the before postmodernism? I don't want to say modernism, because that's now we're talking art now. Enlightenment. That's the word I'm looking for. It's enlightenment values. That's you're asserting, you're going back to that, and obviously the Enlightenment had its own problems for it to be taken over by postmodernism, but at least we know that we can see what's good about it, and it's been able to achieve a lot. And I think the courts at least showing signs of trying to uphold these values it's a positive sign in the context of South Africa, with the radical feminists that we have this side, the radical, ethno-nationalism we're seeing. Yeah.
It's a small victory, but I still think that we can be proud of this because I don't think you see this kind of resilience in other structures. It's alien to them. They don't.
Yes.
For them, justice doesn't have that kind of independent, substantive structure. It all comes from the democracy. It doesn't have coherent standards that stand alone, that stand
Exactly.
independently as much.
This is why, generally, I really agree with you with the whole point of the South African, legal system, because we don't see, say, for example, in the case of, race relations, the whatever that council is it the South African, I forget what they call it,
The Human Rights Commission.
Human Rights Commission, yeah, that's the one. Whenever I hear about a case that has to do with race, I almost expect the human rights, the whatever that council is, to rule in a way that is aligned with wokeism. And the only institution that I sort of have this faith in terms of resisting wokeism is our judiciary. That's it. Everything else is corrupted. Police, all of these things, they're all corrupted.
It's probably the last institution that we have on paper, at least, and that gives. You see, this is, I think, because you see, South Africa could potentially have, like I keep on saying, judicial revolution, but we could actually have an interesting we have an interesting opportunity to have a solution to the problem because of the Constitution. I'm not set up to be a commando or to be a revolutionary, probably. But I do actually think that the proper road would be to set up a judicial revolution. If you get a quorum of judges to sign together and we say, no, we have to be divorced from the democratic process. We have to set up an independent judicial services commission to clean out the judiciary from the rot, from the political appointments that are obviously not based on merit, and that where people obviously have infused anti-constitutional values into the jurisprudence. We need to set up a new constitutional court to rescue and recover the supremacy of the Constitution and the constitutional order, which has been betrayed. And that, I think, could be the framework of at least having further resilience. But just that conceptually that is viable. In my opinion, it's completely viable.
I have a question, Syke. Have you approached anybody with these ideas? Has anybody signed on to this yet?
Well, there is an independence movement, and I've floated and made soundings to them. And they are very interested in it, and they like the sound of it, I guess. But a secessionist movement, it's not. They're quite a big movement. It'll be interesting to see. I think that we could see an independence play for the Western Cape, or even for more than the Western Cape, or slightly more than the Western Cape. They look at electoral maps and they see the general support for the different political parties, and they work out that if we had a border, that you could have a nation that essentially was because the general argument of the independence movement is not so much about the Constitution. It's about the fact that we don't vote for the national government. We have what I mean by that is not that we don't vote in the national government elections, but we have never gotten what we voted for.
Representation.
So
yeah.
Gee, I wonder why that is.
It's essentially because we're tyranny of the majority.
Do you guys have electronic voting there?
No.
They are winning the elections. The national
government use paper ballots.
The elections, but...
Yeah. Our elections are more secure than the American ones. At least from what the impression that we have.
Yeah, we only have paper ballots, so our elections are probably a lot kind of better. But I still
keep it that way.
Sorry.
Keep it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
have voter ID as well. Yeah, we also have that. You know, we
Really?
have like, yeah,
That's
we actually have,
racist.
and no one's campaigning to remove voter ID. Like, if you were to do that in South Africa, people would look at you like, oh, you actually trying to get, make it easier for people to rig the elections.
Oh yeah,
You know.
yeah. Because you guys aren't as
Yeah,
fucking retarded as we are, obviously.
I'd say we are just retarded on different topics. Yeah, I think South Africa's got quite a lot of retardation, like from all of the race stuff. Like it's corrupted the our collective psyche. Yeah.
Hey, Syke, did they call you a white supremacist over there, or come down on you for the patriarchy? Are you oppressing the women's?
Dude, he's a 0.03% of his population, or what is it now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in my province,
You're the minority.
it's about 8%. I think we're, but I mean,
Yeah, that's about national. Yeah.
All the
8%
smart white people packed their shit and left.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think
Oh man.
what actually happened is it's not so much that they left, it's that black people just really expanded over the last 50 to 60 years. Maybe
How's their
more.
farming programs coming along?
no, but I mean, a lot of people, their children are basically overseas. Like a lot of so generally, like yeah. I mean, a lot of people have left the country. I mean, from all races, because they can see the writing is on the wall essentially, and it's very sad.
It is
Yeah,
incredibly
this
sad.
Yeah, I
is
mean, it
like
used to
really
be a
gonna
really,
die on.
it used to be a strong country, and it's fallen back into a third world country right now.
Well, it's very difficult to take that as a black person because obviously, like our best was under the apartheid regime. I mean, economically speaking, that's when we performed at our highest.
I don't see it as a black and white issue. I mean, if black people should be able to do anything white people can do.
Well, yeah,
What's the problem?
it's just I'm just saying in our context, like the way in which that fact is twisted is that obviously you have people on the ethno-nationalist level who'll say things like, yeah, black people could never run a country and all sorts of things like that. But then it's not a matter of black people, it's about these people who happen to be black are destroying the nation, and
For me, the most demoralizing thing is just that a lot of people have already. I mean, Gabriel Kraus makes this point all the time, but essentially, the ANC already does not get the majority of the voting population to vote for them. It's just that half of the voting population doesn't vote anymore. So, people stopped voting because they got discouraged, essentially. They got disillusioned. But then instead of voting against the ANC, they just don't vote. And so, and that to me is that to me is a bit of a. I mean, in some sense, I would say that you could still count that as a vote for the Constitution. I would say that voter apathy could be legitimately counted as a vote for the Constitution, which somewhat empowers my general drive towards some kind of judicial revolution or a kind of you could call it a kind of a judicial coup or something like that. Because I mean, I would really like to discharge the current constitutional court as being traitors and put them through a Truth and Reconciliation Commission is what I would like to put them through.
Yeah.
But
Me too.
yeah, I think your
Only
point about
specific people.
your point, Syke, about how it's a vote for the Constitution is that's correct, because if you are a person who's not participating in elections, you are essentially saying, I don't believe in our democracy. So it's a vote against the democracy. But then you're still living in South Africa, which means, you still live under our constitution. You're still allowing it to rule over you, which means you're still in the South African project. You just don't believe in the democracy of South Africa. And so it's actually both a vote against the democracy and for the constitution. Yeah,
I mean,
this calls for a revolution of some sort.
I mean, one time I had this idea. This is a stupid idea. This is like a thought experiment. Where imagine if in a democracy, I mean, in Australia they force everyone to vote, but I don't believe in forcing everyone to vote. But I know that you can do the converse. Instead of forcing the people to live up to the democratic standard, you could force the body to live up to the democratic standard, where you say that everyone that doesn't vote there should be an empty seat in parliament.
Wait, let me
So,
just take a second.
so if proportionally
Instantly a
you don't-
smaller government.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then you would probably have to make up rules to have a minority government or something like that, because they would have to be. But I think
That's
that
a
would
way to shrink it down
put
pretty
the
quick.
correct onus.
Wow.
So it would put the right incentive on the right people to do the right things. You know?
Right.
Right.
No, I like it. I like
Okay,
it.
that's a good idea. How would you handle issues of, say, like, let's talk about expropriation without compensation? How would you do that in terms of like voting for certain, constitutional
Well, first of
amendments?
all, I mean, it wouldn't be possible because there wouldn't be enough votes in parliaments to even try to make a bill, to pass a bill. That would reach the threshold for the constitution. But by the way, I mean, this is my reading of the law, which I think is actually inarguable. Anything that infringes the Constitution has to go through the limitations clause. So if you try to amend the Constitution, you have to run it against the criteria in the limitations clause. If you do that, I argue that you can't ever remove anything from the Constitution. You can amend it by adding things to it, but you cannot remove things from it. You can elaborate something, you can increase something, but you can't reduce it. Because, so that's why you can amend the Constitution, is because maybe there's stuff that should be added there. But there's certainly nothing that should be removed. And if you run it through the criteria, there's no justification that you can ever get for that. Because in some sense, if you do that, you have to blur the line between the government and the principle of the law itself, and you have to make the principle a means to an end. So you have to get into some really murky horse trading, you end up creating a paradox in which you are fundamentally saying that the Constitution is not supreme, the democracy is supreme, and therefore you don't have the supreme Constitution. It's self-refuting. At what point would you campaign to remove things from the Constitution? At which point you did that, you have already you've created constitutional damages, so that's a form that's what I believe is hate speech. I mean, if you campaign to create constitutional damages, you have committed hate speech yourself.
Yes, like the feminists have been doing in my country for decades.
So my hate speech bill has this conceptually kind of all embedded in it that then, I mean, I believe that my hate speech bill doesn't even add anything to the Constitution. It just synthesizes what's already there. It doesn't structurally add anything. But anyway.
Did you sort out the consequences for committing such heinous crimes?
No, I still didn't write anything under sentencing. But if I did that, then that would be a complete addition to what's in because the Constitution doesn't.
I would suggest you let them have that and let them contribute to that.
No way. Just put
let them take the law, the idea of the law, and then delegate, the punishment. They're going to anyway.
No, I think all these people that fuck up the structures of our society should be shot.
Well, I mean, I do fundamentally believe in truth and reconciliation. And I think that if someone is not willing to go through a proper process to a close to having a truth and reconciliation about that kind of constitutional damage or hate speech, then they can get criminal sanctions. But I do think that these things are better resolved by some kind of sort of truth and reconciliation, because in some sense, I think the Constitution itself, its standing and its moral virtue and its substance, it as long as that is on the ascendant, I'm happy. It's the people who I mean, because there are a lot of people who I think would lie through their teeth, perhaps, and maybe pretend to go through a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I think that's And
then liars will also be shot.
yeah, I mean, I'm not against sort of heavy sanctions, but I do think that should be essentially
Heavy
the
sanctions. I like
yeah,
that.
but that should be if truth and reconciliation was not feasible or had failed essentially. But I mean, the 1994 revolution, the democratic revolution, the Constitution is a very important document. As I've tried to sketch in this whole live stream, that it is actually the proper synthesis of the rule. It is for the first time the rule of law, and if we lose that, I think it's a crime against humanity. And I think that the people who are committing constitutional damages against it are essentially war criminals in the making. I mean, they are creating propaganda for genocide. They're creating, essentially, they are inciting people, I think, in the slow, they're boiling the frog. They're boiling the constitutional frog, the liberal, open, democratic frog. That they are decimating us. And I do think that needs to have we have to bring these people to account at some point. We do need to have probably another Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and we do need a civics education module in our schools. But maybe is what will happen on our side of the border if we have a successionist movement, and then we show what the real South Africa would have looked like if we didn't have so many people who got suckered in and fell into, essentially, I think that there's a huge moral equivalence to be made between apartheid and these racial ideologues and these narrative race mongers. Like they're selling people.
Different.
They're just doing the same thing under a different
It's the exact
name.
same thing.
Yes.
It's the exact same thing.
And it has the same exact fucking outcome on the people involved.
Yeah, it's Animal Farm. It's the people who were quote oppressed come into power, and then they do the exact same thing that they were complaining against when they overthrew, the previous rulers. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. South Africa is living. We have in many ways a new age about it, and yeah, it's what's difficult with this one is that it's people are not willing to have the discussion of the fact this is discrimination against non-blacks.
Well, we have the same thing here, and it's a mass demoralization of the whole fucking population.
I just want to clarify that. Sorry. I just want to clarify that in principle, it's morally the same. They haven't obviously imposed the same restrictions. So on that, on the level of enforcement, it's not the same level of repression and denigration. But in principle, the kind of law that is already on the books, the kind of racialist, categorization and things like that. I mean, they should have never removed the last digit of the South African ID document. Your last digit designated your race. We removed that in the 1994 revolution. Everyone's last digit got randomized. Now they basically still want to know your race because policy is treating you according to that. It's utterly disgusting. There's no excuse.
Yeah, it's called racism.
Yeah, it's called racism. That's exactly what it is.
Here in the United States, I remember back in the 90s, I think Clinton was in office when affirmative action got pushed through. And that was supposed to level the playing field in the work and educational forces, for people of color, black people, whatever, what have you. Why are black people and people of color and shit still bitching? Are they saying that the Democrat policy of affirmative action didn't work? Because I recall, that I've got passed over for education opportunities, job opportunities, and promotions in favor for businesses and government favoring people that were of low income, even though I was of low income, and favoring these people of a different color and creed and economic background over me and giving them all these benefits. Why the fuck are they still complaining and rioting in the streets?
Well, it's women mostly that are complaining, right?
No, I'm just pointing out. I mean, it appears to me that if affirmative action didn't work, that's not a failure on my part. I had nothing to do with that. I mean,
No,
it's just like it looks like a grift.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's not that like if you were to apply like actual logic and be principled in your analysis, you'd come to the same conclusion that you've come to. But what they would see it as is it's proof of the fact that this, the people that um, we were complaining about are just digging their heels in, and it's further proof of a white privilege, the patriarchy, or whatever the oppression
But
group they
they
choose
had
to go.
affirmative action. How does my whiteness oppress them? They have. I mean, the government gave them all that shit.
This is how they see it,
I
right?
didn't
They
get
look
I
at the
didn't get
outcome.
anything from. Hey, I didn't get anything from affirmative action whatsoever. Not a dime, not any assistance, no laws or anything. Just based off my skin color alone. Okay,
But
didn't get any of those benefits that were allotted to those people. My tax dollars went to those people. Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah,
I didn't get anything back from my tax money, because these people are supposedly so downtrodden that they can't make it on their own without government intervention. Now, if that's not
yeah.
fucking racism, I don't know what is.
Well, I
It
mean,
is. It is racism. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was just going to say that the problem is that what they'll do is that they'll just look at the outcomes and say, uh, even though we went for it's basically an unfalsifiable position. So you have the fact that they say we had a problem, we tried to bring a solution with the affirmative action. The fact that the affirmative action isn't bringing the outcomes it was intended for is proof of the fact that the people who we said are oppressing us are just really good at oppressing us. They're still oppressing us. That's how they see it. You
That's
see,
what the
they won't
welfare
see it
state
as
is.
our policy.
Welfare
They won't see it
affirmative
as our
action is
policy.
part of the welfare state.
They don't see it that way. They just look at the outcome. So I'll put in the South African context because I'm not as well versed with the American one. If you have most businesses being owned by white people in 2021, if you have only 5% of white people being in poverty versus 6% of black people being in poverty in 2021, that's just proof of the fact that white people are still oppressing black people. That's how they see it. The disproportional outcomes are evidence of racism or evidence of oppression. It's not evidence of the fact that maybe your policies failed. Maybe there's some inherent differences in the cultures of these two groups. Maybe we need to be looking at other sorts of factors, education, upbringing, all sorts of things that play a role into, in the sorts of outcomes that we're seeing, you know. But that takes thinking. That takes
Right?
that takes a willingness to adhere to some sort of standard instead of trying to push a narrative. It takes it takes honesty in intellectual honesty. Yeah, but they're not going for that because that doesn't work for their power game. You see
I,
that's what happens ultimately. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
Go on.
the worst thing is
I just
that
wanted to
they
hear your opinion
find
on
the
that.
problem.
Degrees, psycho, what?
Well, I mean, maybe you could argue that some people did become surgeons just because they got a bigger intake in terms of the, like the first year of medical school, or because of the quotas or something like that. So maybe affirmative action did maybe lead to someone becoming a surgeon. But I mean, obviously, then the more that is going to impact on outcomes, the more you're going to have a degraded outcome because the outcome is going to be fudged. Basically, it's the integrity of the process is not going to. It's been lopsided. It's an
Oh yeah.
uneven playing field, and obviously people do have disadvantages. That's why you should always target the disadvantage. And so the real problem is just that it targets a superficial characteristic. It should not target race because race is not a proxy for anything. It should target something that can actually be ameliorated. You should target a
Right.
problem.
You're no longer
Well, if
black.
you look at affirmative action like you do, if you look at feminism
Cannot be
the way you look
ameliorated.
at affirmative action, feminism is supposed to be an affirmative action type thing for women. Why are they so unhappy? They've gotten everything they wanted.
Well, maybe not every wave of feminism. Yeah, but
What the fuck do they want?
The current feminism is like that. It's just looking at aggregated disparity essentially, and which is useless
What?
because because you're not targeting what
Yeah,
I said.
that's what they're doing.
You know, so
There's
they're saying
they got over 150 laws to help them through life. I don't have any laws to help me through life.
I don't think you understand these women because they have nothing more important to focus their energy on. They're nitpicking and still complaining and puppeting the same bullshit they were taught in college, and they've taken it all throughout. Like they're just puppets. What they're saying
It
is
sounds like, I mean, if women and black people are so fucking unhappy, maybe y'all been voting for the wrong bullshit.
So I think the thing that ties all this together is that when you have policy that is targeted in a way that it basically becomes a precautionary, I know I'm using that as a catch-all adjective, but I think that is how you identify these things, is that it's saying we are trying to get this outcome the fastest way possible, and essentially as a precaution to help ensure or guarantee that laudable objective, that vague objective, that we want this superficial attribute to be more representative in these outcomes. We want to equalize from the disparity. But in order to do that, therefore we're going to set in this policy that is basically a precaution that should help directly cause that intended aim. And essentially, that's where all morality gets lost down a rabbit hole. That's where you get this kind of insidious creep of.
Well, let me throw you a curveball, psych. What other country has done more for people of color and women than the United States? And they're still fucking unhappy.
Well,
You've
yeah.
even done for
you might say
black
Sweden.
foreigners as well.
My point is this: I got a revolution. This is an epiphany for everybody in earshot.
Let's go.
Stop trying to make other people happy. It's impossible.
Right?
You can't do it.
Right.
Trust me, I have tried. And every time
just destroyed
I have tried to
politics.
make somebody else happy, it's always ended in fucking failure. And that's something that the American people haven't come to terms with. That's why we're all about, individual liberty, the pursuit of your own happiness and liberty, not trying to put everybody in their own, each individual group and try to make each individual group happy. It's never going to happen. You need to let people take the regulations and the bullshit off of people's backs, quit taxing them into poverty. Like if you look at like communities like Detroit and Chicago and taking their fucking jobs away and taking all the opportunity away, that's how you create oppressed people. Okay, voting for welfare state, affirmative action bullshit, free stuff is not going to make you happy because it robs you of the will to create and contribute to society.
Yeah.
I think that this is also a secondary effect of the moral calculus or the murky moral calculus and the fundamentally egregious, like trying to say that you're going to manage inequality by a kind of precautionary measure that, like is an indirect way to manage inequality. So it's like, so instead of tackling the cause or the driver of inequality, you're going to just make it more equal. And that, I think, is also fundamentally, it's a form of iniquity. It's a form of evil, because when you say that your aim is equality, like that doesn't mean that you're going to raise other people up necessarily. That just means that people are going to be more equal, which means that you just have to make other people weaker. Then you've also promoted equality. And so, like equality in and of itself is morally, like a kind of, it doesn't have any basic.
It's like this, bro. It's like this, though. If you look at me and Amanda here, for instance, okay, Amanda will never be my equal any more than I will ever be her equal.
Facts.
Yeah,
Doesn't even matter if I have a sex
Yeah.
change or not, or
Yeah.
go training or whatever,
Yeah,
I will never measure up to Amanda. Okay.
Yeah,
And she will never measure up to me.
Right.
I-
Bullets is good at a lot of things that I'm not.
I just wanted to finish the moral lecture, which is that what equality means.
Go on.
Like equality is. It has nothing to do with outcome, especially as it's framed in principle.
Should
The
be
principle of equality is a normative value. It is essentially it's like equal before the law.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not. So
But me and Amanda are not equal here in the United States. We're not equal in the eyes of the law.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Right.
see,
I have 152 more laws that benefit me than bullets does.
You see, like I think the American system can get its way out of this because you, as I say, you don't properly have the rule of law. You have equal protection of the law, but you don't have equal protection and benefit of the law. And in my system, there's equal protection because you see how you argue if someone is not being equally benefited by the law is that you have to actually you have to have substantive measures. And in our equality clauses, which are very complicated in the Constitution, the first thing it kind of talks about is equal protection and benefit of the law, but it gets into, you can't actually read the equality clauses without including the limitations clause because, I mean, it's a very dynamic thing, because essentially people aren't actually equal. That's why we have to have a process. We have to have a normative structure that we filter reality through, that tests things, as it were, and that gives us an answer. And that has to be quite rigorous, and it can be quite sophisticated and complicated. But that's why we don't technically there's no clear right to equality. It's the practice of equality is framed in the South African Constitution. The closest thing to the right of equality is equal protection and benefit of the law. That's the closest thing that we get to a right.
Right.
Of equality.
I'm all for equality. Don't get me wrong, but it seems like this new term has started being coined recently called equity, and you can tell that equality and equity kind of sound alike, and it's really. And I've noticed the mainstream media transition from equality into talking about equity now.
Yeah.
Equity sounds like
equity for most importantly, they don't mean equity for the individual. Which is actually what proper fairness is. It's actually our constitution. The South African Constitution talks about social justice. What social justice means is it means justice for the individual, not justice based on you are going to be put as a group representative, and then you have to take one for the team, and you have to sort of take some kind of collective guilt. I mean, so. I mean, our guarantee of social justice has been reinterpreted ideologically. It has been interpreted to be a racialist, kind of paradigm now. So, they have literally injected racialism, breaking the non-racialism, because there are very clear Section 1 commitments to non-racialism as a fundamental value.
I think that's exactly it. I mean, how do you get around this? The whole issue of how they've bastardized the basic principle of equality under the law. Because if you're equal in terms of the law, because what the law does is it treats people in a particular way, right? So if you're equal under the law, definitionally that's equal treatment. I suppose it's only in that sort of paradigm where true equality can exist, is in treatment. Everything else, it's like at best passing stage. I mean, what are the chances of finding equality in nature or in any sort of natural phenomenon?
Finding equality where? Sorry.
In nature, I mean, what are the chances? At best, you find what's way more common is
survival of the fittest.
Some sort of balance, but it's not equality,
No, it's not.
And
no.
Look, I understand morally
You know,
it's
I've
a, it's a
never
one.
seen groups of chimps on any documentary, you know, talking about equality or the bullshit that, you know, we humans talk about.
Yeah,
Well, no, we're
excuse me. Yeah,
civilized bullets.
they'll tell you that,
I
but
mean,
humans are supposed
their
to
gender
aspire to
roles.
higher things,
When
right?
you have,
So,
you
so
know, what are they called? Those Bobo apes, you know, just really muscular, badass looking apes. You know, they seem to have their pecking order pretty well down. They don't have, you know, bullshit issues that we humans do.
yeah, but what you
Prey
hear
We're
from a
animals.
lot
supposed
of
to be
these
more
people,
intelligent.
say for example, if you hear from environmentalists or women or I mean feminists, you know, what they'll tell you is that we are humans. We are higher. We are intellectually we are higher. We're supposed to be aspiring for higher
Prove it.
values, right?
Right?
I, and I guess that's the fundamental flaw with using like an appeal to nature as a basis for an argument, you know.
Uh
But
huh.
what I'm trying to point to is the prevalence of is the scarcity of equality and the prevalence of at best equilibrium, and you know that equilibrium is constantly changing, you know, depending on what factors are at play, and what that actually resembles is the free market system, you know.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, we
um,
haven't had that in a while. I don't know if anybody's noticed. There's a
yeah,
lot of regulations out there. If you're trying to start your own business, you
Yeah.
better come with some cash because you got to pay you got to pay a lot of people off to get
yeah,
those permits and everything to be able
yeah,
to start your own business. And your
exactly.
odds of survival are going to be really really hard, you know. And you better be up, you know, on your taxes and shit, you know, and have a good accountant, you know, to keep track of all that shit because if the IRS gets a chance, they will shut you down.
Well,
I've
and
seen them do it.
in the science department too, natural selection, like we got in the way of that a long time ago. So
Hmm.
we started
Yeah,
preserving and taking care of the useless. Not sure why that happened, but yeah, nothing that is happening now is natural. It seems like.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to you know hold humans to a higher standard, right? But you need to be realistic at the same time. Like, how the hell are we supposed to achieve equality or maintain it? How costly is it to do so? And what's to say that's even like the sort of goal we should be going for?
Right. I don't think it is.
Well, I mean, the practice of equality in the Constitution is basically very clear, which is that basically the pinnacle of our rule of law is that everyone has equal protection and benefit of the law. So that is the you could call that the ideal. That is the apex principle, and then essentially, so now you could argue that that equal protection and benefits essentially because the supreme law is the constitution means that we all have the same rights and we all have the same protections and guarantees that are that are there in the constitution to rely on. Okay, and now within the equality provisions later on it talks about affirmative action and it talks about disadvantage and it talks about groups of disadvantaged people, but it doesn't say anything about suddenly that you can use racialist standards to designate groups. It doesn't say that. I mean, on some technical reading of it, maybe you can draw that interpretation. But if you take that, if you let people do that, and then you run it backwards and you say, well, now there's a white person who can't make benefits, who can't get the benefits of this affirmative action legislation because they're excluded from it, because it's defined according to some racial designation or something like that. How is that equal protection and benefit of the law according to that person? If that is the ideal standard, let's just run the infringement, the limitations clause, and see if that infringement on their equal protection and benefit of the law is justifiable. Well, is it justifiable
you're talking
that
about
someone based
judicial
on their
equality,
racial,
right?
Yeah.
That's what you said
what
earlier, right?
what?
Something justice equality or judicial equality. I'm trying to remember what you
Equality under
said
the law.
earlier.
I said the rule of law and
Equality
equality.
under the law. Okay. Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
Okay, so essentially so the apex thing is that you have equal protection benefit under the law. So if you are going to say to a white person that they can't make use of this affirmative action because the designated group is a racial categorization, so they're excluded based on that. Now you have to run the infringement. You have to run that infringement against their equal protection and benefit, and you have to say, well, is this infringement justifiable? And it can't be, because it breaks non-racialism at that point, which means that you can still have affirmative action, but you have to target disadvantage. You have to target objective grounds. You have to target real problems that are actually being fixed by the policy. But now, so this policy is fixing things based on a social injustice, based on counting you as a category and not counting you as an individual with problems that need to be transformed. So it's anti-transform, it's artificial development, it's artificial transformation, it's completely ideologically simulated, so that and this is the perfect disguise for corruption, which is why it exists in the form that it does, is because this is what provides the cover to give people who are already rich, who are already black connected billionaires and millionaires, government tenders to be more rich and to accrue more. That's why we don't have upliftment. That's why we don't have transformation, is because our affirmative action is unconstitutional. It should have easily been ruled unconstitutional. It breaks the fundamental practice of equality, because you just have to use it with the infringement, with the limitations clause to run it backwards. But instead of running it, they said, no, there's a governmental prerogative, because they are allowed, because the Constitution says that they're allowed to make a designated group beneficiary of affirmative action. We can't use the Constitution to actually measure if that infringement is correct or not, because the Constitution already says that there's they invented the term governmental prerogative, which basically comes from American jurisprudence. So we got your corruption, we got your fake republic corruption. So now we have a sham republic like you do, essentially, waiting for the democracy to rape us even and betray our Constitution even further.
Yeah. When America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. We're really good at exporting fucking chaos.
Let me ask you this: do you have a First Amendment?
Yeah, we have
freedom of speech.
It's called freedom of
expression.
Freedom of religion.
Yes.
Yeah. We have freedom of. I think that might fall under freedom of expression or freedom of association as well, perhaps. But we've got freedom of conscious belief.
Freedom of a conscious belief.
Yeah. So that includes
what about a Second Amendment to defend that freedom of conscious belief?
Hold on, boys.
We don't have
that. But that freedom of conscious belief, that's what
you don't have republic.
The mainstream media has been subverting with all the canceling of information, so people can freely make conscious decisions.
They're blackouting the walkouts for the truckers that aren't going to the cargo ships and unloading the cargo ships. There's trucker strikes. There's airline strikes. Southwest. I think Alaska's getting ready to strike. I posted an article earlier in the Discord about some air traffic controllers walking off the job. Because these stupid ass mandates. Texas just passed that no government or private business can fire somebody because they won't obey the mandates from Biden. They're doing the same thing in Florida.
Yeah,
things are changing. So
yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask, when it comes to equality under the law, how does that apply with gender roles in the modern nuclear family? How would these laws benefit the modern nuclear family? Are there any laws that benefit the modern nuclear family? The traditional modern nuclear family, where a man's house was his castle, just like it should be, but apparently with all these other anti-patriarchy laws and pro-feminist laws and abortion and divorce laws and stuff.
Well, I mean,
I don't see anything that benefits the modern nuclear traditional family.
Okay, well, this kind of answers your question. Just to give you an illustration, so this is how it should and would work in my legal system. So let's just say that the government made a policy that if you are a household that has children in it, that you get given some kind of extra assistance or some kind of subsidy or some kind of benefit. If you did that,
Yeah.
you wouldn't probably be able to specify that it was a man and a woman. If a gay couple had a son or a daughter or something like that, or a child, there would be no reasonable grounds to exclude the one and only include the other. So equality there would force that to equalize. But essentially, there's nothing. I mean, I don't see that. To me, if you are essentially, if you create laws that discriminate on non-mutable characteristics, that's problematic. But if you create discrimination on mutable characteristics, sorry, I have to kind of delineate this, but this is a kind of technical thing. But for example, the progressive tax regime, people who have a higher income pay a higher rate of tax. That is not equal, but that's a mutable characteristic, like that. So it's not like a protected. It's not it's not something that it's something that people can throughout their life become and not become. Like you could become rich, you could become poor. So, yeah. So it's like you don't inherit that attribute. Like being a high income earner is not an attribute. That is just inherited essentially. I need to come up with a better definition for this, but essentially, I think that
take some time and think about it, because I got something else to throw at you. What do you think about up in Hungary, the country Hungary?
Yeah, I know.
I think it's up there by Ukraine, Czechoslovakia. They just passed a law that if you have more than 4 children, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life. What do you think about that? Yeah, in Hungary, if you're married and you have more than 4 kids, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life.
Okay, well, I'll just say that as long as it doesn't take away somebody else's constitutional rights, democracy can do things like that. I think that it's within our constitutional democracy. I think that could be feasible. I mean, it's arguable either way. Like what I mean is
it is. I'm not. I'm going to throw that out there. I mean, being a far right extremist, as I've been accused, I'm actually a conservative capitalist, very much so. Yeah. I believe taxation is theft.
Same.
I believe I have a right to all the money off the sweat off my brow. I don't believe that people are just automatically entitled to my labor. But for some reason, there's some people in this country that believe they are entitled to my shit. It's no different than after I get off a hard day's work, and I come in to play my guitar, but I need to put strings on it, and somebody walks in and takes my last pack of strings away from me.
Well, I just want to say that the South African constitutional structure does kind of have this covered in the long term. Because I would essentially, although the Constitution has already had this removed from it, but originally the Constitution had a mandate for devolution of the democracy, which basically means more local, direct democratic power. And so basically what eventually would happen under that kind of dispensation is that at some point your tax would only go to your local community, and at some point you could try democratically to transition your local community to be more decentralized, or to essentially almost to dissolve the governmental structure, or in terms of the executive and the legislative. So, and then, because you see, I fundamentally believe that the only thing that you will always need is a judiciary. And so probably you'll need some tax to fund the judiciary, but I don't believe that you can privatize the judiciary. You might be able to do so in practice, but you always need to have a default. You always need to have something undergirding it. You might be able to say by contract, when I have a dispute with someone, we both go to the arbitrator and we both like this arbitrator and he solves our disputes for us. So we never use the court system, but you still need a default, I think. And I think that you need a hard power structure, because otherwise you lose coherence, you lose reason, everything falls apart, which is basically.
Yeah, but why as an American, as a free sovereign, American, why am I being forced to pay for programs that the government can get money from other sources?
Well,
they can get it from import-export tax. They can get it from immigration tax. There's all kinds of ways for this government to make money. Why is it enslaving its population and forcing them to pay taxes?
Well, you get representation that you deserve that because you're represented.
There's other ways that they can be paid, though.
Well, that's a democratic battle. I mean, that's that's you chose.
Well, we had a free market here back after the Civil War. We had these cool things called greenbacks and silver certificates. We had a free market, and things were booming and people were making money, buying land, building up big ranches and shit, going to universities and building cities and shit. We had a free market. Things were great. Then all of a sudden, we wound up with this thing called the Fed and the IRS, and everybody had to start paying into this shit.
I'm sorry for talking over you, Emmanuel. I just wanted just to remove my apparent inconsistency. I'm actually sorry. I'm slightly being satirical, or not satirical, but I'm actually saying, well, according to your Declaration of Independence, like you deserve that, because you got representation for that. So like that enslavement belongs to you, as it were, because it's your representative.
No, the war cry was that came from the Boston Tea Party. After the Boston Tea Party happened, because the king, yes,
we have to pay for all these women that are in our ever expanding government. We have to pay their salaries so they can continue.
Yeah, but there's other ways for them to make money. I'm just saying, why do they got to live off my back? Why am I paying taxes to a school and I have no kids? Why am I being forced to pay for that?
Well,
I mean,
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? Why am I paying for women to be hypergamous? To have OnlyFans accounts, to be sluts and whores, have several different daddies, and they're not my kids, not my problem. But I gotta pay for that.
I mean, that's essentially the cost of owning a democracy. And in some sense, some of that I think is inescapable. I mean, in some sense, that's what it means to share a political community in some sense, and that you will suffer for the sins of your neighbors in some sense. And I mean, I do think as a devolution can get you some measure of potential redress to that, because if you can localize the democracy enough, then you can try to appeal to your neighbors directly to change the how the funds are being dispersed or something like that. So if you bring it more home and it's more localized, then maybe you can talk reason to your neighbors. But in some sense, I mean it is.
I got an easier answer for that. I got an
Rebellion.
easier answer. That's theft. It's no different than them going to my bank account, taking my fucking money, and using it for whatever the fuck they feel like. It's no different than being robbed every week.
Well, I mean, this is the cost of having a sovereign republic. I mean, so your government claims to be a sovereign entity, and it uses that sovereignty. In fact, it takes it from you. It says that you've awarded that the sovereignty of the people has been vested with the government. So I mean, like it's come from.
Yeah, but why do we need that? There's other ways the government can make money. There's other things the government can do.
what you're saying about
other than
the
living
government
off my labor.
You're saying the government can make money from different, streams of income.
Well, I mean,
but
it already makes shitload of money off sales tax, lotteries,
that's
immigration, import export tax, billions of dollars.
that's still taxes.
I
Though.
make
You still pay for it.
I make under 50 grand a year. Why am I being taxed an extra
Okay, well,
9 or 10 grand?
I can slightly broaden this. I mean, I think that you're a bit of playing the devil's advocate and being a kind of a skeptic. I mean, in some sense, a community or society does offer you value. I mean, in some sense, this has already been in the American jurisprudence as to why essentially people, in some sense, it's tacitly taken that you've consented to some degree to have some of your rights and your liberties infringed, because you are a general beneficiary of the edifice, of the structure that exists to some degree. And
well,
I think
it's infringing on my pursuit of happiness.
Yeah. So my argument would be, though, is that if you really truly want to divest from this, you can't just make an argument that hypothetically they could do it some other way, or some preferable way, or some more efficient way. Yes, that's true. But I mean, that's, again, you could say that's part of the cost of democracy, is that they're not going to always do it perfectly, and you can't expect that either. But the way to opt out of it is within my legal system. I must say, I do believe that it would actually respect what I'm about to describe, is that if you actually created your own community that was self-sufficient and it had its own internal system of education, its own internal thing, I think that you would generally be able to divest from saying that, no, we've got our own poor people in our society that we support. We don't want to pay taxes to your social security or whatever. We've got our own social support system. And the only thing that we can't get away from is your judiciary. And so maybe we'll have to pay some of that. But, we actually want to get a land patent, which you could also do through the courts themselves, that you could essentially deregister your land and with a land patent as well. And somehow supersede the legislation, because there is legislation that says that any land that is deregistered gets vested into the state automatically. But essentially, you could legally disambiguate yourself from the system, but you can do so. I mean, I don't know if you've heard about they're called the Freeman movement and things like that, and they go into the structure of the law. The problem is that a lot of that legal structure that they are referring to is not actually in power. It's not in effect. You're under admiralty, but this gets into the weeds and things like that. But
you're talking about maritime law.
Yeah. America is actually a bankrupt entity. The Republic of America is under trusteeship, and the democracy is you've actually got there's a dishonest transition that your republic made. I mean, it's very interesting. It's very economic. It goes into the law of trusts and things like that. But it's like a shell corporation. The democracy is.
Yeah, America LLC. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. But it's that the problem with arguing for a more efficient, system as well is that, I mean, where does it end? You're getting taxed from everywhere, and what you seem to deem another stream of revenue, you ultimately pay for it. So say if you're talking about import taxes, right? You think, oh yeah, they're just taxing imports, but who buys the imports? Some point it eventually hits the customer. So the government is a wedge. They put themselves between the producer and the consumer, and they literally bite into that transaction. That's literally what they do. Whether it's imports, whether it's whatever, you may feel that some taxes are a bit far removed from you, but eventually it gets you. So yeah, I don't see how that's a decent argument to get, I guess, for an improvement in government. It's just reallocating the burden. What needs to happen is that you need to find a way of, I guess the best system would be one where, as much as possible, things are voluntary, and then you can track those who don't contribute and then make sure that they can't claim from the thing that they don't contribute from. But then if you have that system, then how do you have any sort of redress? Like you can't have any sort of system that's
Since December
able to flow without
2019.
taking from someone else.
Well,
Come again?
I mean, ideally, I think the best governments would design policy that was always opt-in, and essentially it would have to try to make something that was a net benefit for the participants or something like that. And so essentially government would just be a force towards coordination, towards encouraging people to coordinate with one another so that they can have a kind of collective intelligence that serves them all better, or you know. So
Yeah.
I mean, the same way that you wouldn't perhaps regulate things, but you would create accreditations and certification and things like that, and and then you could also pass that over to the private sector potentially, I guess, but unless you feel like that those things would be captured by the big players in the industry.
Well,
That
if
could
we
be done
just cleared all these government busybody women, then we would have to collect less taxes, right?
No, I'm there with you 100%. I think some things need to be done. Things need to be changed.
Yeah.
I do. Sadly, people have gotten quite lazy and they've relegated a lot of management to government. Where like as soon as you get public education, you've got like a moral hazard, or you've got a hazard waiting to spring. So you need to have independent models of integrity. Like if you don't have a private school at some point that has its own syllabus set up to kind of be a counteraction to some general slide, because otherwise there's no independent integrity in the system that can actually go against it is. I mean, the sad thing is that there are just not enough intelligent people that are attentively engaged with enough different things. This is why you get pockets of corruption, because it's just like you need brilliant people roughly dispersed in everything, just to have eyes on everything, just to say put up the alarm bells, like that there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. And anyway,
well, in my community, I think we have more private schools than public schools, really.
But are their syllabuses? Do they have somehow an independent syllabus, or do they have to? Because you see that can be how they get you, is in the regulation, that then you're still beholden.
Right. Well, and we have charter schools too. But something that I've heard from a lot of my clients that chose to send their kids to private schools, like this ideological fucking infection is even there.
Yeah.
Because the teachers that go to university, predominantly women, are fucking corrupt when they come out. So
yeah, here our local schools here where I live, all the teachers, they're like 99% women teachers, 1% men, and they're mostly gay. The men are mostly gay.
Yeah,
they're all on board with BLM, rainbow flags, and bullshit.
Yeah. The men I had. Yeah, I just want to say that the men that I had in my upbringing, like my schooling, did not have any of this, radicalism. They actually had like the typical masculine, rationality, adherence to some sort of consistency. It's the women who had I think I've told you the story once, good mother, of, oh no, you need to understand, like I was blamed for not being able to pick up that my teacher was on her period, and that's why she was moody.
Right.
And it's instead of mind you, how old was I at the time? 14, 15, Heck man, all I'm focused on is like kicking a soccer ball around. That's all. I'm not like wise to the fact that I need to be aware of, women's emotions and things like that. But
Yeah.
anyway, that just goes to illustrate how.
That's just childish and fucking incompetent right there. Though that
And I went to
excuse, like,
and I went to a private school, so
yeah,
it just goes to illustrate your point that private schools are not necessarily insulated from this nonsense. But I do think what had insulated that school was that it was formerly what you call a convent, a Catholic school, and the gradual shift away from religion. And I'm not someone who's like, I'm not religious. I'm agnostic. I think that's the best way to describe where I'm at. But unfortunately, the shift away from being hardcore religious in these schools actually was the end for a lot of this nonsense. Because then, I mean, there's like a vacuum, and the next religion that came in was the religion of wokeism.
woke. Yep.
Yeah.
The praying
So-
to the many gods of woke.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is the thing. You need to have something higher than just individual, maybe economic, what you call them, reforms or whatever, saying, okay, we want to have these sorts of things privatized. We want to have low taxes. We want to have that. You need to have an overall societal, what's the word? I don't want to say safeguard because I'm sounding like one of these space people. You need to have like some sort of immunity, some sort of natural resistance towards or against this corruption. Because we can change the society as much as we want. We can restructure the economy. We can restructure it will all go back to what it is currently if we don't have that society-wide level immunity. And that takes, I think that goes to the foundations of our morality.
Yeah.
So the foundations of
Our morality and how we teach, like what you said about civics. I think that's one of the ways you can try, give people some antibodies against wokeism through the teaching of civics, through the teaching of, at least at a schooling level, some sort of comprehension of philosophy or morals and all sorts of things like that. It doesn't have to be in the framework of a religion, but I mean.
See, I think it has to be taught at home. Like,
well, yeah, but
where
I mean,
it
we already see that. But that's the problem, though, is that if you say it should be taught at home, but you
Yeah.
say women are the problem, and you say that
Yeah.
women are the primary caregivers, you're essentially leaving all of that to the whims of the people who you say are the problem.
Yeah,
So
but make them no longer the problem. Hold them accountable because they're actually producing these people. Like
Right.
they're a child's first teacher, and it
How-
should
okay.
be their.
well, it's I just want to say that I think that the problem, in some sense, is just that there has not been a concerted effort yet to actually disconnect from these problem people. And I think that if that actually started to happen, we would start seeing some very radical shifts in the culture war. We would make real big progress when we actually said, this is a new school that's starting up, and we don't hire woke teachers, and anyone with identitarian ideology, we see the back of. We dismiss them. We say goodbye to them. If you started doing that, that would be a watershed, and people would start to galvanize around that also. But I think that, because you see, the problem is that when you have one of these people, to morally diagnose them is very esoteric. It's very psychological, even, because they've basically got a kind of mental problem on some level, and that you're not necessarily going to be able to fix. Even if you can properly articulate it, it's not going to fix the problem, as it were. So much better rather just to segregate away from them. And then if they say, oh, well, actually, I know that these people don't hire me, and I think that, and this is a problem for me because I need to get hired, I need to ask questions as to, well, how do I unplug myself from this worldview? Or now I'm getting doubt about this worldview. Maybe I can go and seek the truth and work out, like where I've messed up in my own mentality. Then we can start getting the self-doubt and correction and humility, let's just say, like, in the culture. Either way, or you just segregate from them and you just say goodbye or something. But
their first response is going to be, oh, they must be racist, bigot, homophobic, whatever word salad that they're using.
It doesn't matter what they say in their echo chamber, as long as they legally can't get the school closed down, as long as they legally can't bring down the institution or the structure or the organization. All you need to do is have a functioning filtration system, and that's all you need to do. And you need to segregate. It's that simple. You just ideologically segregate from these people because you say, no, your morality is vile, and we don't want to be, we want to live in a different kind of society than the worldview and the vision that you have. We are abhorred by your worldview. Like, go away. And as soon as you do that, you live in a different world. And all you need to do is be able to defend that in the court. So you need an organization that has that impetus, that has that thing about it, that they've chosen this about themselves. And then they maybe need to defend it in the court if they're challenged in the court. And that would be the true cultural test in the culture war. And as soon as you have that running as a model for other people to follow, then you're set, and then you can properly delineate the lines, and then that's how you win the masses in some sense, because then they know that there's a cost. They know that actually that people are saying no to this, and that they are actually saying not only no, but you're a bad person for believing in this shit. It's a moral indictment against your moral character is diminished, and that you are causing evil in the world. We need to bring morality back, as it were.
Right,
and
but it needs to start at home.
The law doesn't necessarily.
You could do it with one school in one place, but that is one school out of an entire, say, country.
Yeah.
Well, no, that would be beneficial for the children, maybe, that go to that one school. That does nothing to change the morality of the fucking parents that are producing members of society.
I think it's very difficult
they're not
to
producing
change.
that yet.
They're producing a generation of pussies. Sorry, man, it's true. I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah.
Well,
I went to visit. I went to visit one of these elementary schools because my friend, he asked me if I would do father-daughter with his daughter because he had to go out on the road. He's an over-road truck driver. So I babysit his kid a lot. So I went to her school. And one of the teachers asked me if I would come back, because there's no male mentors there at these schools, at these public schools. I mean, she told me, like, the staff is like, we got, there's all female teachers here except for one, and he's male and he's gay. And that's the only role model those boys have when they look up to look up to men. Besides, their fathers, if they have one when they get home. It's sad, and just some of these kids, when I was watching them, one kid, he fell down and just immediately started crying. And I looked at him, I'm like, what are you crying for? I'm like, pick yourself up, be a little man, pick yourself up, trying to give him confidence and courage that you don't have to just sit there and cry just because you fell down. You can get back up again. They're not getting at this school. Immediately, 2 teachers came over, picked him up and coddled him, taught him nothing other than how to be coddled and treated like a somebody who can't take care of himself. Right. Kind of like the way Democrats treat black communities.
Right. Yes.
If I could use that analogy.
Yeah, I've seen that. With kid gloves, grown-ass adult men that are
exactly
so happen to be black.
Yeah, and the kids wonder why. They get the same bullshit food at lunchtime. because they don't
Yeah.
learn self-sufficiency.
But how do you get more male teachers when the universities are being stuffed with predominantly females due to diversity, inclusion, equity policies and a societal focus on empowering women and destroying masculinity in men? Like, how do you get
Well,
more
away
women
their
teachers?
take away their tax breaks for one. Stop paying tax money, giving tax money to those universities that are producing, if they're not positively producing people that are going to be that are going to contribute to the American way of life, they shouldn't get any of that tax money.
yeah.
They're damn sure. I mean, they're taking my tax money and giving it to schools, universities, abortion clinics. I don't benefit from any of that shit. Ever since December 2019, I've been hearing this over and over and over again. Beating in, like trying to beat it in my head, that we're in this together, with all this flu bullshit, no, we're not in this together. Nobody has come and said, "Hey, Bullets, do you need some help? Is there anything we could do for you, Bullets?" No, not once. Not once. I've been to a lot of hospitals and seen a lot of nurses and doctors. Nobody asked me how the fuck I'm doing. We're in this together. Bullshit.
How there's a question you raised, Gurmad, about this needing to be started like in the home.
Yeah.
I guess that's sort of like the basic question that most people have with regards to all grassroots movements. Is that how do you get the individual at the smallest, lowest like level to do what we would like to see done? And I really have an answer besides the fact that you probably need some sort of stimulating event that just jolts a large enough group into action. And then
Well, I came up with that solution already, but people didn't seem to like it.
yeah. But I think that's what needs to happen. I think about how people sort of disengage with regards to the decay of, say, the elections in America, right? Most Republicans have this thing of being sort of almost like religiously in favor of America, and the last few years have, made them awaken to the fact that, hey, there's actually quite a lot that's wrong. Like, you can love America, but you need to be open to the fact, like, aware of the fact that there's a lot that's not going the way it should be, And what stimulated that was certainly the last election, the way Trump was treated throughout his presidency. And I guess that's what made them question, like, a lot of the things that they used to just, assume to be good. And I think you need something of that magnitude for the morality and I guess the issue of parenting and things like that. You need some sort of stimulant.
Mother.
I don't know what sort of event would need to happen, but yeah.
So I mean,
Hold on, let me interject really quick. Mother, hey,
What?
that's Lori. She's a really good friend of mine.
Okay. I'm still asking
known
her
her for years.
question.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know. I've seen her before. It's been a while, though.
So I think what the issue that that Bullets was raising is a kind of perennial thing within a democracy. Within a democracy, there is going to be a debate about what is too much, or what is overreach, or what policy should be. Like, there's always going to be a debate there. But I think that you should not be treating the democracy or the governmental structure like a unitary societal church. Like, that is the thing that makes morality. And the only way to win back morality is what I've already kind of said, is that you need to segregate. You need to make your own school with your own standards, that with a different morality, that you need to start making soft cultural delineation and distinction And then also what will happen is politics, hopefully, because this is what I think should happen, is that when morality is divisive, politics should become more bland. It should become more universal. It should find a lowest common denominator between the rift, as it were. And that usually means that it has to be more simple, it has to be more direct, it has to be more conceptually like kind of clear and transparent about what it's doing. And obviously the Democrats are doubling down because their whole narrative is so fundamentally corrupt and toxic. And so obviously all of their things is woven into this. Like just watching the debate between I think it was in the Congress on the military services, how they were going to ban CRT taught in the military academy, and watching the Democrats in the most dishonest and dirty emotional arguments possible argue against this perfectly coherent bill, saying which things should not be taught in the academy, and that we should not have these race hustlers in like talking about like that someone is morally inferior or superior because of their characteristic, because of their immutable characteristics. It in very principled terms delineated like what should be off limits essentially. And how that was reframed by the Democrats in that debate, it was like watching someone like be just completely dislocated from reality, just on a in their own private echo chamber, talking to their their acolytes and there's and all their, anyway, very sort of ignorant. All they can do is sort of virtue signal and gesture to this kind of strange precautionary, snowballing thing that just keeps on externalizing blame for their own failure. But anyway, yeah, so I mean, just practically segregating from these people and just getting on with it, I think will also mean that there will have to be a political representation of that point. Because right now I think that, look, there is not enough anti-identity politics in your politics. It's not well known. And I do think that in some sense, if your democracy, or not even the democracy, if the people themselves are not cottoned onto this well enough, I mean, you don't have a system that has integrity. So if you're culturally not going to underpin it, then you are going to be swept away into a tyranny or an authoritarian or an oligarchical, kind of permissive groupthink.
But none of the politicians will, because they're constituents of a certain district, and those idiots live within their district.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, like this is why it has to start on the local scale. You have to start doing it practically. And that, I think that model will catch fire. It will be copied. If someone just does it once and it's defended once in the courts, it will be used as a model. And other people.
I need to open a school. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry. Yeah.
I need to open a school.
Yeah, a school or a university, hopefully as well. But I mean, but it doesn't have to. These things don't have to. Ideally, it would be a university and schools, because then at least you could actually have an actual feeding. In fact, maybe if you had a network of schools, eventually the network of schools could coalesce into creating a tertiary education institution. Maybe because, it looks like that no one is going to save us. No one has established an anti-woke college, or at least, like that wokeness or identity politics is automatically left out.
Well, here we have PragerU.
Well, that's not. I don't think you can be a student at PragerU, or if you can, it's not like it's
the closest thing we got,
Yeah.
Right.
But maybe if you had a whole lot of secondary schools, eventually they could collectivize into creating, a college or a university as well. So maybe maybe it should start in the middle. But
see, there could be a way to just fucking clean out my local university. That should be easier.
I mean, it is possible.
There are conservative schools out there. You just got to shop around for them. But no matter where you go, I mean, that CRT shit's in everywhere. It's because it's coming down from the federal government. It's coming through that Common Core curriculum bullshit that they
Well,
require all school systems that take you federal tax dollars to teach kids. Doesn't matter from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade into college universities and shit and so on.
I just want to say I find it slightly an issue for me that a lot of these conservative schools, though, are using tradition to protect themselves, which to me is not a strong enough they're not making a strong moral case when they're just relying on tradition. Like, to me, that's not enough, essentially, and that's also that is why the secular world is less protected. That is why there's less political representation for the anti-identity politics crowd, because the only thing that they can loosely connect with it is traditionalism, which is not going to fly. It's not enough to. It's not going to be enough to save the institutions that are woven into the state, and so that's why it doesn't translate well into taking the local public university to task for its corruption, because we don't have it properly translated into the secular moral edifice. So, I mean, anyway, I think that there is still scope to have better conservative calling conservative schools. I mean, in some sense, you don't want a school to be conservative or to be liberal or to, I mean, obviously there's going to be a difference.
Salty, not too long ago, Salty Cracker came out and he was talking about this. I believe Officer Tatum did a story on this kid too. He's a younger gentleman, black gentleman, and he started a school for his community and it was picking up steam. And all of a sudden, all these other black BLM type organizations and ADL came out against him, trying to stop him from starting this school up because it has, it offers opportunity. It offers a path, to entrepreneurship and learn how to be your own person and be self-reliant, So he took it upon himself, to start this school up. I'll need to do some research on that, see if I can find.
I just want to broaden this point slightly, but like one of the weaknesses that have been almost bred into society now is that, imagine a school that started up that didn't give the GED, that had its own certificates, that created its own standard, its own independent standards, with no regulatory support whatsoever. Just the promise that we are an institution and we guarantee our own standards and we are calling it this and this is how we promote it or this is how we describe it to other people. And we want to have our own, we want to have our own reputation. We're going to create our own independent source of validity and reputation, and we don't care to be plugged. I'm not calling for that. I'm just saying that is the spirit of independence, of a soft cultural independence, which has largely been it's fallen to the system, to just this nebulous system, and where the lowest common denominator and precautions have snowballed into, an unaccountable sort of murkiness. Where's the integrity? Where is the fidelity? You can't see it anymore. And until you have independent models of integrity, you just end up with mediocrity everywhere. Everything becomes, it's just pillars of sand, or pillars of ash, I guess. It's just you just touch it and the thing disintegrates. And I think you just need to have a model of integrity that segregated itself away from the trash to show, to outshine, and to overshadow the trash. That's what we're missing. That's simply, we're just missing someone with the temerity to actually to say that the emperor has no clothes. And that's essentially what we're sitting with. A lot of people a lot of people have made this point essentially, but no one is doing anything about it. No one is making it cool. No one.
Everybody's talking about it. Nobody's fucking acting on it. Why?
Yeah, they're waiting for the government to do it for them, or they're waiting for something
Right.
else.
Right.
I mean, this is why I like the courts, because if I say, sadly, I can't complain too much about my gym because I chose to be a member at my gym, and so the reason that the gym has to sue the state that I can't use the sauna. They would have to do that. I can't complain about my gym because it's like, well, then stop being a member. So I stopped being a member. Because I was not going to be treated like a child anymore, and by a woke corporation that has no spine, that has no backbone to stand up for a liberal, open democracy and freedom, where people can actually take their lives into their own hands, take risk into their own hands, and conscientiously manage their own lives. No, they have to be coddled by the regulation of the state because, somehow, like supposedly, I mean, I haven't ever had a positive test, but I'm pretty sure I've had COVID. I mean, I might have even have had it twice. I think that there's been anyway. Well, or I just got the flu really bad one time, and the other time anyway, this is a tangent. I think that there was another strain that started when there was something weird that happened when the vaccine started. But anyway.
Yeah. What was it that you were talking about on that one stream? How the vaccine actually spread COVID to non-vaccinated people?
Yeah, I mean, well, vaccines will do that. I mean, it's at a much lower rate than a virus would. An asymptomatic virus might spread even less than someone who's vaccinated. But vaccinated people do spread viruses to non-vaccinated people. I mean, it famously happens in the measles vaccine. And I'm pretty sure that that's what happened in Australia. And then they had to come up with this cover story that it happened from the airport.
This is the whole narrative around vaccines, man. It's like a global purity test,
Right.
Yeah.
What was it? I saw something on Instagram. Somebody said, "Name me a product that blames the people who don't use it for its
inefficaciousness."
Yeah.
ESCOM. It's like ESCOM.
What's
Our
ESCOM?
local power. It's our local power producer. They're just so inept that like they can barely get But it's insane. Like those guys are like the whole economics, the whole customer producer relationship is it's twisted due to the fact that they have the monopoly. So it's just like they don't want us to use the product, right? And at the same time they increasing the price of the product, all because they don't have the organizational, capacity to produce what's needed, and at the same time they don't want to let go of the monopoly.
Right.
Yeah, they want to open it up for new guys to come in and perhaps compete, and that's the whole. Yeah.
It's very sad because ESCOM was like the cheapest electricity in the world. We never had one interruption in power for like 40 years under ESCOM. It was like it was a perfect power system. I mean, maybe there were local outages and local faults. Growing up, I never experienced a power cut once in my life.
Yeah.
And now we have rolling blackouts constantly because they didn't maintain the infrastructure and they basically stole all the money, and it just never ends.
It's typical socialism, communism outcomes.
The people that take over the structures that others built due to policy, they let it go to shit.
Yeah, and of course it's not just that. It's also the fact that the people who took over are like internally, like they're inherently like morally corrupt. So it's not just a matter of incompetence; it's a matter of corruption. You know, um,
Hmm.
yeah, that's the main issue that we have in South Africa. Is we have debilitating levels of corruption. Like if you had a budget and let's say a million dollars to I don't know solve whatever problem, in South Africa I would be surprised if they like spent 90%, 80% of it on corruption. Like these things happen all the time. You know, I don't know how many incidents you can point to where the government just like quite like straight up chowed the money. Like what happened with the whole COVID thing as well. Um, I forget how much we got from the World Bank, was it? And like burned through it in like a couple of weeks, months. Maybe Site, maybe you could help me out with this, like the actual
Yeah,
numbers on this.
yeah, we got some kind of IMF loan. I'm not sure what it
Oh, yeah,
was.
IMF. Um, yeah, so we got some loan, and it was, I guess to help us get by during the lockdown. And these guys just chowed the money. Like that's what they do, and they don't care about what that means for infrastructure. They don't care about what that means for the problems that will develop due to you not doing what's the word? The maintenance that's supposed to be done at the point when it was supposed to be done. You know, you just kick the can down the road and eventually just be like, wow, we just have so many problems. And it's like, yeah, but that's because you've been gradually destroying the country. I don't, there's some stats I was looking at. The share of people or the number of people who are employed in manufacturing in South Africa has fallen heavily, drastically. And this is what happens when literally our ruling government, our ruling party, the government is deindustrializing South Africa, and we are,
We used to be
yeah,
the most developed country in Africa, and we're not anymore, I think, or at least per capita, we're certainly not. It's just amazing that the lack of growth and the decline. But I mean, also just instead of building more power resources, they have put money into renting these ships, which have generators on them. So we're going to have these ships that have come to South Africa that we're renting from some uh, Middle Eastern country that were built there, and that entity that we're renting that power from is going to be 50% black owned. So they had to find some black equity to make it like a BEE project. And so 50% of the cost of these ships is just basically being pocketed by middlemen that add no value to it. I
mhm.
mean, that's why we don't get Starlink. Like, what's his name? Or
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk was going to make internet for us, with his low orbit satellites. And if he wanted to deliver in South Africa, half of the company would have to be given to black equity essentially. And he was like, no, I'm not going to be part of this corruption essentially.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
we don't even have the internet that we could have, like that's how we hurt people. The cost of cellular data, which is essentially all satellites, and is probably the most expensive. I mean, we have all these corporations which are like semi-state owned. Like Vodacom is a big cellular operator, and it's the whole thing is deeply owned. Government sells bandwidth to these companies, but government even owns a large section of Vodacom. Was a break off from Telcom, because we had all these big national corporations. We had all these big state-owned enterprises. Like Eskom was the power, Telcom was the telephone. It was all public owned, and then we kind of semi-privatized them. But they're all just sort of cash cows for.
there's SAA as well. Denal is also a big one that's like was destroyed. It's like, I mean, it's a shell of what it used to be. It's Denal was, well, what do they do? Like
They make
airplanes, weapons.
weapons.
Yeah,
We were, yeah.
yeah.
We had nukes as well. I mean, South Africa is the only country in the history of the world to ever dismantle their nuclear arsenal. I mean, we are very highly. I mean, we probably still could put them together somewhere, but It's hard to forget how to do something, but we have cruise missiles. I mean, if someone went against us, we're not going to be exactly like the Falklands. But
Good.
and we do have some submarines as well. And we even have nuclear submarines, I believe. We at least have one nuclear submarine.
Yeah, man. It's like South Africa has so much potential. Like the actual population, put the politics to the side, and you look at the individuals. We have so much potential to be way more than what we are. And
it was mainly in our intellectual resources. Like we had universities. We were properly developed like a first world country. We had the institutional integrity and structure, but all of that has been largely assaulted by just waves and waves and waves of when you just have to give positions to people just so that they get their salary, just so that they get an inflated salary. Like there's local governments where 70% of their budget goes to just paying salaries to the administration, and they have burnt down buildings, but they have sports cars outside, that are driven by these administrators. The whole thing is.
I actually saw a clip the other day. Sorry to interrupt you, Psych, of what's his name, Zondo. What's his name, Zondo? The judge. He was, I guess, asking some other women who I think hold some sort of legal office somewhere in the judiciary, some questions, just quizzing her on some law, and she couldn't answer like questions which if you held that position you should be able to answer. Maybe I could find the clip. It's hilarious, and it's like, if that's what's happening in our judiciary, what's happening in in the private sector? ESCOM is overemployed, the workers are overpaid, and all of this at the expense of the average South African. The increases that they demand are way above inflation, yet we are using the same amount of electricity, if maybe slightly more now, that we were using back in 2008. How can a country use the same amount of power for 10 years without there being stagnation, all while paying more for it? It's destroying our economy. It's destroying the future. It's like killing the future of the youth. And people are too concerned with racism and being able to squeeze some opportunity out of the next politician you can find, to actually see the forest from the trees, to see that actually there's a bigger picture here. There's the government is in the way. We need to get it out of the way in all of the industries, But that goes back to civics. That goes back to the moral, framework that these kids are, given. If you always taught that someone has to do something for you, someone has to protect you, someone has to take care of you. Did I send you, Gamal? I don't know if I sent you or showed you in the previous stream the what's his name, Julius Malema, saying that people shouldn't be ashamed to have kids, even if they have 10 kids and they can't feed them. The state will. That's the sort of mentality that's pervasive in South Africa, Yeah.
Well, but that goes back to what you guys were talking about earlier with the government subsidies to support the nuclear family. It's like, where does that line get drawn?
Yeah, I think when it comes to, I don't like subsidies, man. I really don't like subsidies. I really don't, because I think of what we have this side with like SAA, that's our national airline, ESCOM, one of them. They're always asking for bailouts. They're always getting bailed out.
But they got the subsidies.
Yeah,
The freak
I
they
mean-
need a bailoff.
Too big to fail.
Yeah, you're being grifted.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like 2008 in America when we had to
Yeah.
bail out the too big to fail bank. You got to be kidding me. You got
Yeah.
to be kidding me. Kid me. Nancy Pelosi was behind that, and that's the other thing. How's a woman who goes from making $190,000 a year wind up with $27 million in assets?
Ask our economist, and he might explain her.
She's a very good trader.
Very good trader.
Exceptional.
Exceptional, not
Exceptional.
trader as
Like-
in Wall Street trader, but trader as in trader.
Exceptional.
Yeah.
Like as in she's better than thousands of organizations, entire hedge funds that are comprised of mathematicians, physicists, you name it, high, intellect people who have come together with all of their high intellect to make a company that's trying to achieve the same sort of outcome that Nancy Pelosi is trying to achieve, and she beats them. Like she leaves them whoa, like she. I can't even. Like when I heard some of the numbers for about
Right.
how much she's, I was like, what?
If she were to create a business to do that, she would be a lot richer. But she wouldn't have the connections.
She wouldn't have the connection. She wouldn't have the,
Yep. She
Uh,
wouldn't have the insight
yeah.
or
it's
the
called-
luck.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw a meme earlier. It showed a picture of people looting a Target, and I think it said the headline said lower level looters, or just starting out looters, and on the bottom it had a picture of Congress, professional looters.
I was
Basically
gonna
the same thing.
I have a thought experiment, which is kind of like, it's an interesting way, I think, to get into some of the democratic tension about debate about, sort of policy and efficiency and things like that. And I think almost the most honest way to have a kind of democratic socialism or something like that is if you would have to have this kind of system so that everyone could actually plainly be responsible and the onus would be on the right place. Because essentially what they're playing with is the idea of collectivized responsibility, that they want to pool responsibility, that somehow the democracy needs to make policy that cleans up the system, that is accountable for the collective effects of everyone. And that is slightly problematic because that does sometimes fall foul of equal protection and benefit of the law. If you're depending on how you're going to structure your policy to fudge the collective accountability, because at some point it shouldn't be about collective accountability. It should be about, let's say, individual justice to some degree, and some things don't fall into the justice system. They just fall into differences of morality, which is what we have when we have freedom of conscience and freedom of association, which is why, we should try to have soft segregation so that we can have our, because otherwise we are going to be boiled by the collective state of things. Like we do actually have to have integrity on a cultural level and be intolerant of certain things, because
Right.
Because otherwise, you are going to just sort of fall into the general trend and the general slide, and you're just going to be part of everyone anyway. And then you might as well fall into their narrative that it needs to be collectively monitored or policed or dispensed in some kind of way of dealing and treating situations that are collective situations. So, having the individual and having sort of the democracy properly delineated. Anyway, like I think culture and society has given itself up into this kind of unitary church governmental, kind of structure. But so my whole so my view is, if you are going to have a kind of unitary church of a socialist democracy or a socialized democracy, then the way to do it transparently would be to do this: is that you give the devil his due from their perspective, and you actually say, yes, we do need, like Tony Blair did, and he says, we want a high functioning financial sector because the bankers are what bring in the cash, and we then spend the cash on the people, and that's how we afford our socialist democracies, that we do have rich high rollers and we give them good regulation for their financial sector so they can continue to bring home the bacon which we're going to distribute towards the masses or whatever. And then they have that kind of Unitarian church or whatever of a socialized society. Now, the way to, I think, do that in the most honest way possible that is morally coherent for the individual is that you would have to have a flat tax where you set one rate of tax. But
Yes.
but sorry, I actually maybe I slightly
we
misspoke.
talked about that before here in the U.S.
Wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. So it's not that the rate of tax also is connected with a quantum. So basically, the flat tax is actually a sum, and once you reach that, actually, then it's not a rate. It's just a sum. So actually, everyone is taxed the same quantum. But if that quantum is more than your income, then you get a rebate. You get like maybe a flat rebate. So you get like your rebate of 20% of your salary. So everyone is taxed the same quantum amount, and you get the same percentage rebate of tax. So if your salary is 1,000 something nominal, and the quantum tax is 10,000, you can't afford the tax. So they take all of your income, but then you get 20% of your income rebated. So it's still valuable for you to earn more, because then when you get the rebates, you'll actually have an increased income. Because and now that way, government, the point of the social contract is that government would actually provide most things then, and government would actually have to spend that money wisely, because you see right now, you're eating somebody else's lunch. The poor can say, give us more things, because the progressive tax regime is what's paying for it. It's the richer people are contributing. And so the politician knows that they're selling this, that they don't have to be that efficient, because if they don't deliver, they're saying, well, it's because the rich don't pay their fair share. We don't tax them enough, But this way, everyone.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah. So this way, the majority of people, which are usually not so well off, will actually be incentivized to make sure that the money is well spent, and that the blame doesn't just get scapegoated onto the rich, which is what essentially happens all the time. That the politicians can always just pit the poor against the rich.
But everybody has to rely on the government being competent.
I'm not, but now there's actually a democratic impetus to do that, because even poor people are having more of their income is going to be eaten by the state. So therefore, they have to be more politically engaged. So they have to be more politically watchdogs.
So like, I mean, the rich here in the United States, they provide, jobs, and money that propel the economy forward in growth, and so forth, and that's what they utilize a lot of the money that they make for. That's why, they're so rich, is because they take the money they make and they put it back into growing their business in order to create new jobs and bring prosperity. If you look at New York City, Amazon, Jeff Bezos was getting ready to bring a huge Amazon center to New York. Jobs, opportunity, growth for the city. Even they were even planning on building new affordable housing structures and stuff to revitalize and gentrify, other communities, in the city where they were going to be. AOC shut all that down. And you want to raise this? You want to still raise their taxes and use that money for what? When you raise their taxes?
Yeah. No, well, essentially, it would be like Britain. It would pay for everything. It would pay for health, education, tertiary education.
We already got that covered.
Sorry.
We already got health, and the city already has that covered. They have health. They have food. Jeff Bezos was bringing Amazon to New York City. To create more jobs for the city to tax and get more revenue off of, but they stopped that from happening because AOC wanted to use that tax money for something else. It wasn't her fucking money. That money belongs to Jeff Bezos, and the city was going to give him tax breaks to bring business and industry and housing and gentrification to their city. So how does the socialist program supersede the capitalist program?
It doesn't. And I guess just to tie this
Can
back
anybody
with,
name me one job AOC has created?
you're going to hear crickets.
I can.
I think she has foundations and things.
Oh yeah, she's employed many women to get in a bunch of people's fucking business. Yeah, smother
You're,
mothers.
you're,
Where's she getting the money from?
you're,
She using that? Is she using her own
Gets it
salary
from-
to pay these
she gets it
people?
from men. She
there's someone
gets
who
it from
sponsors
men.
this.
Yeah.
I just
It's
want to
just
say this quickly.
the
What you're saying, Syke, about the
AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is supposedly, she got a degree from Boston University in economics. I don't
Yeah.
see it. How could she not understand simple, basic capitalist economics?
'Cause
You
she's
know,
a
She doesn't want to
feminist. She
understand.
hates
She doesn't want to.
capitalism and rich people and men.
She doesn't
Well,
want to.
rich people are rich for a reason.
Yeah.
Because they're capitalists and they're intelligent enough to run a business and create jobs and industry and entrepreneurship. What
No.
has AOC accomplished in her life other than run her mouth and scream
Yeah.
patriarchy or who has
Tax the
supremacy?
rich.
Who has
Tax the rich.
supremacy?
Yeah. Syke, your idea about the quantum tax.
Her parents are
Obviously, the one like its Achilles heel is against progressive politics. That's like its main weakness. But once you can get past that, then it's a brilliant idea, because what you have in effect, what you've done is that you've said poor people, in order for you to move up in society, you actually have to keep the government in check. People in business, you don't have to constantly lobby for tax deductions. You just have to earn more, and then you'll just get all of that money in your bank accounts. And then at the same
Emmanuel.
time, you look at government and you say the only way you can get more money is through having more rich people, not getting individuals to be richer, but getting more rich people. So they actually have to they actually have to improve, like get some results on poverty, on all of these things,
Yeah,
in order to get
there
more
is
tax revenue.
incentivized into maximizing wealth creation, into
Yeah,
increasing
exactly.
income as a total, not as because the progressive tax regime does incentivize that. They would rather have rich people richer, because then they get a higher rate of taxable extraction. Whereas in this system, if richer people get richer, it doesn't add to the tax revenue, because essentially they've already paid off the quantum. So in some sense, the government has to be focused on increasing the income of the broad base of people, of poorer people, more than richer people, to increase their take.
I hear the left say real socialism or real communism has never been tried. If you look around the world, it's been tried all over the place, from Russia, Venezuela. It's going on in China right now. They have communist government. It's in declination. China's headed for a financial crash. They want to invade Taiwan. If they have a financial crash, they ain't invading shit. But
no, actually, I think
I'd like to count.
Those things are connected, though, because they need it as a distraction. They are going full 1984. They've already declared that they're in a perpetual war, that their enemies are attacking them. They are externalizing all the blame for their own internal contradictions and instability. They are going to create an external scapegoat, and Taiwan is going to be essentially the testing grounds for this. This is why I think Taiwan has to be defended, because if Taiwan falls, the same strategy is going to be used in the future. The more instability that China goes through, the more they are going to leverage it into an external pressure release valve. They're
If
going
they
to
won't
create.
stop at Taiwan, they'll go right for the Philippines, and then that's going to start a war with Japan. Japan has already said if China steps 1 foot on Taiwan soil, they're launching rockets into Beijing. They already got their rockets,
Did they?
aimed at Beijing right now.
Yeah, didn't they have like a parade like a few days
But
ago?
I wanted
Russia?
to interject that I want to say that true capitalism has never been tried.
Yeah.
So
Right?
what is the fear of of why it does it seem that we have everybody from the left trying to leech us back down into this tried and true system that always seems to fail in the end, because communism is designed to fail. It's a criminal organization. Capitalism is total opposite of that. Smaller government, more freedom, more free market, more money and opportunity for everybody.
Well, no,
You know
I still think you need a
what
strong judiciary because corporations can become their own oligarchy. I mean, like, there's nothing. I mean, like,
Facebook.
generally in a free market without regulation, there aren't big businesses because they can't compete against, smaller businesses that are more responsive to their markets and more niche or whatever. But sometimes you get economies of scale, and sometimes also you get, because of intellectual property, you will get sort of de facto big players or monopolies, and eventually they're going to have more influence over their markets than is generally desirable. And the only way,
I understand there's always going to be these big corporate conglomerates. But what about the little guy? What about mom and pop? They have the right. They should have the right to enter the free market with all the benefits, without all the regulations and shit, that are not afforded the big corporations. If we're
Well,
talking about equality, let's talk about economic equality. Let's talk about free market, because that's where true prosperity resides. Only the free market creates jobs. Only the free market creates ingenuity. Government doesn't create shit.
but
That's
that's the
why
thing.
that's why it outsources all of its stuff that it needs created. Even its money is manufactured by an independent corporation that is Federal Express. Okay? That's who makes our money for us. We handed the ability of our Congress's, responsibility to coin and make money to a handful, about a dozen or so families and shit that control all the banking institutions around the fucking globe. Now that's economic suicide. That's anti-free market if I ever heard. Why would you give the people that power? And only that, they have this entity called the IRS to keep you in check, to make sure that you stay poor. They tax you to death, unless you pay by their rules, and pay the toll to play their monopoly game.
I mean, I do think that there should be essentially a tacit constitutional duty on governments to essentially reduce their tax or to be at a zero. To reduce their debt or to be at a zero debt level. Like it doesn't make sense that. I mean, why would you take money away from future generations? Why would you, like that is something that should categorically be worked towards, remove, because I mean, that's also, I mean, it's an interesting, because that's a barometer as to the general health and integrity of the system is fundamentally, like you can see the corruption in numbers to some degree just in terms of the debt level.
People don't care. It's like it's all about redistribution. It's all about whatever makes me feel good at that moment in time.
Well, when you're
So
raising
when it comes
kids to hate their fucking country and confuse them to the point they believe everything's, against them, from the patriarchy to white supremacy, and program them that they can't make it in life unless the government help them. You're not inspiring them to do anything. You're actually stealing their constitutional inheritance away from them.
Well,
You're stealing
I
their.
think it
It's no different than taxation is theft. Well, they're doing the same thing with education, the same formula. They're stealing kids' education, not just their money, but their education as well, and their future, and the future of their children. That's anti-capitalism. This welfare state, affirmative action bullshit has done nothing but destroy people.
Well, I mean, I just want to indict the American democracy again for this to some degree, because I do think it is a lot. Because I mean, even if you remove the identity politics stuff, you could argue that debt by itself is often a precursor to like a world war. I mean, like that's what precipitates big geopolitical calamity. You know, is debt levels and things like that. Because then people, you would rather go to war with your creditor than to pay them back, you know, at some point, you know, like you're increasing the tension or the natural incentive to declaring war, essentially, as a way to escape. Because I mean, that's what you don't pay your debts to sorry, I don't know what it's called, but to the enemy. You know, you don't repay your debts to the enemy. So and if you just look at the debt levels in America, which I mean, you know, the democracy did that. I mean, like, at what point are you going to say that? I mean, the debt has constantly gone up, you know, and in some sense, that's a reckoning into the future. And even without all this other stuff, on some level, that is going to manifest into some, you know, it's going to come due. And yeah, so I mean, obviously they're discrediting the current system, the current structure of things, because then it's easier, I guess, to remake the world, perhaps. I mean, if you want to conspiratorialize all of this into a grand narrative. But I mean, it doesn't bode well for the long-term stability or
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, true capitalism has never been tried. I mean, we were on the precipice of the turn of the century of free market capitalism, you know, and industry was booming. And then all of a sudden, you know, we got this Fed thing going on, the IRS, all these regulations, you know, we have the economic crash in the 1920s. You know, we're on course to repeat that because, you know, when you have fiat currency, you know, you can guarantee history doth repeat itself. Janet Yellen is over at the Federal Express screaming and crying that, you know, you know, if they don't increase the debt ceiling another couple $1 trillion, that this Ponzi scheme is going to collapse. You know, well, that's manufactured. They want it to collapse so that way they can come in with their Vax Pass cryptocurrency afterwards and pretend like they're saving us, when in fact they're going to use it to enslave everybody. Everybody. China's doing it right now.
It's very interesting just looking at the history of the Federal Reserve, because how that was actually brought into effect was that the newspapers ran the story that the bankers don't want the Federal Reserve, and everyone hated the bankers. And based on this, everyone, you know, sent messages to the representatives saying, "Oh, you better vote for the Federal Reserve so that we can get these bankers under control." And it was just basically like a reverse psychology kind of political psyop, and it completely worked. And it's very interesting that. Just how that was engineered, how that was politically engineered. Because I mean, the bankers were always incredibly unpopular, and it was done because it was actually heralded. It was described as some. It would be interesting to find that newspaper article, what publication that was.
I wanted to show you that that one school that kid was working on. I dug around for the video. I couldn't find it. It was a while ago, you know. But that we need more of that, you know. We need kids, you know, young people to pick up their balls, you know, and do something on their own instead of waiting for the government to come along, you know, and throw them a pity party on the MSM, you know. And pretend like they're doing something, you know. When you remove government out of the way and let people do what comes naturally, you know, they do amazing things. You know, no different the way than our ancestors did when they built Rome or the freaking pyramids. You know, and the civilizations that they made. I mean, they flourished. You know. That, you know, that's the motto of the United States. The motto of the United States is "Mind your own business."
Emmanuel wrote in the private chat, "Gotta go, guys. Somehow we managed to move from holding women accountable to economics and war." That's why I love these conversations. Why don't-
I don't know. We're just floating along.
yeah.
You know,
But I mean,
Emmanuel.
it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Is it?
Yeah.
What?
No wonder I'm yawning.
I just wanted to thematically loop this together because, in some sense, I do think that, I guess, I think the concurrent theme here is that democracies invest in their own irresponsibility or unaccountability, and then when the chickens come home to roost, then it's easier to find a scapegoat or something like that than to actually take a historical look at their own history, as it were, and to, I don't know, responsibility is something, reason and responsibility is something that human beings fundamentally don't, it's hard to pin onto the human condition. And this is why, I think the rule of law is such an important thing, that if you don't have a justice system in your society where the word justice has not been, the word justice needs to be, it needs to hold its water. It needs to not be able to be undermined or subverted or twisted into some surrealist sort of fashionable fad or some kind of when that benchmark is gone within a culture, I think that you are likely to get corruption, and we are the human condition is prone to corruption. That even if you have the rule of law, it's still not enough. You still need to have some understanding and endorsement of it. But I do think that
less government means less regulations, less law to impede society.
You see, again, like that's going to help you when your democracy endorses small government, and then when your democracy endorses big governments, then that's not going to be a proper solution. You're trying to come up with a practical solution to something, but I do think that at the end of the day, the only way to entrench the fundamental substantive coherence and values or whatever, you need to have a self-consistent and coherent structure that can actually confront and overcome the intolerance paradox, which America has a de facto solution to this, which is that you have your guns, which mean that no one can use their freedom of association to go make a tyranny and take away everybody else's freedom of association, because there's enough distributed guns. So you've got a de facto solution to the intolerance paradox in relation to freedom of association, but you don't have it in relation to the fundamentals, the actual structure of the state itself. So you're only opting out is to actually have a kind of militia that protects your liberty, at which point you're already in the scale of rebellion.
Right.
But you would do better to have a system that had integrity and structures, right?
But that would work well if you're going against a system of tyrants that are men. How useful are those guns when it's predominantly men that hold them, and it's fucking tyrannical women that are destroying our society?
Exactly. Yeah. So and my view is that the only way to actually get them under heel and make them accountable is with clarifying the word justice, clarifying the concept justice, which has sadly been structurally denigrated by the failure of the American style republic, which is not, in my view, it's not properly grounded. It's grounded in the democracy, which means that it's rented space. The republic is rented.
The MSM keeps saying that. The Mockingbird media keeps, and the Chicon uniparty politicians push that narrative. Our democracy this, our democracy that, But any base patriot like myself, we can see right there. Yeah, we have a democracy, but we are a republic.
No, that they're actually signaling something very important that a lot of people miss out on. It's their democracy. They control it. They fucking own it. They manipulate it. They are pulling the strings of the democracy.
Exactly. When we say we have a republic, we're saying that we don't have any any leaders over us that like monarchs or despots or tyrants that control or manipulate us.
I
Really?
don't disagree with your
Okay.
rhetoric, but I think that when you say that, what you actually say doesn't really hold water.
Right.
Because when you say that we have a republic, you believe that, and you do believe that, and you endorse those beliefs. And I agree with that sentiment. You have the right sentiment. But your republic, I believe, only exists in name only. It exists in rhetoric only. It's there to inspire people to live up to the ideal. But the ideal is not instantiated in the document. It's not instantiated in the framework. It's not properly. Like, what's the point of having a supreme constitution when the constitution already says the democracy essentially
Well, our forefathers never intended, for Congress to come together like it does nowadays, passing all these bills, that they don't even read, like 5,000 page, bill they just passed, for this $1 trillion package and shit. Meanwhile, our deficit needed to be raised in order to afford it. This is a Ponzi scheme. I mean, it's eventually gonna fall. The federal government will fail. It doesn't mean the people will fail.
Yeah, I just want to rejoin that one point that you said there. You see, like, I don't want to be nasty because they were the first people in history to do this, and they were designing it as an experiment. But I just want to say that you can't experiment with principles too much. You have to have the principles complete, otherwise they fail. And I do think that they might have never intended for Congress to do what they're doing. But in some sense, it doesn't matter. They should have built it into their design, which they failed to do so. So they might not have intended for it, but they didn't structure it well enough.
So what do you say? Whoa. Let me get this right. Okay, I hear this every now and then. The American experiment. What do you mean by that? What are you saying?
Okay, so the law the substantive law in America, right? My general argument is that you don't have the rule of law in your substantive law. So you have procedural balances, you have procedural protections against infringement, but you don't have substantive protection against infringement because it's all up for interpretation, and the intentions that matter most is the intention of the democracy. It's not the intention of the individual. So when you come into the issue of interpretation of infringement or unconstitutionality, it's not the individual that matters. It's the democracy that matters. The democracy holds the whip hand over the republic. So the republic is just a semantic construction, but it doesn't have enough content. It doesn't have enough substantive values and principles in law to actually conserve its own rhetoric. So that's why it doesn't matter that your sentiments are correct and you can say that you're in line with the intentions of the framers of the document. All of those fallen to the wayside when the democracy comes up with a new interpretation, comes up with a new, and you can't get away from this. Essentially, is it because essentially there just wasn't enough there. It's just not enough to have these things that are constructed with words. You actually have to have a broader structure. In fact, if you had within your own constitution a limitations clause that said only under these conditions can these rights be limited, and this is how they are limited, these are the things that are looked at when the infringement is deemed to be justifiable or unjustifiable, like, then you've got real protection, because then you've got a whole structure there that you can say my right was infringed, but it was infringed unjustifiably, unconstitutionally. You can't do that. That's up for the judge to rationalize. The judge can interpret how they want to interpret, and it's their job to be on the side of the democracy, because the structure, the constitutional structure, gives that power to the democracy. It doesn't say, it gives the whip hand to the democracy. So it's a republic in name only. It's a republic in its container, in its window dressing, but it doesn't have the substantive ammunition to back it up, other than full-scale rebellion and saying that you can use your guns to defend yourself. That's that's the only fail-safe, but that is not a proper fail-safe in law. It's a fail-safe de facto on the ground. It's a fail-safe in politics, but it's not a fail-safe in law. So your justice system is prostituted to your democracy. Justice means whatever the democracy wants to define it as meaning, which is useless. See, so you've already integrated the most pivotal word in spiritual understanding on some level is the word justice. You know, like so if you're going to throw away justice, if you're going to give that to the mob, what is there left over for you to protect yourself? Only your gun and your own internal belief. But
Right.
you know, we want to live in a society where these things can actually hold water and they can actually be coherence. But structure just doesn't have that kind of integrity.
See, and I would argue that it would have been fine if women hadn't have gotten involved in fucking politics.
I agree.
I still think that the structure could have been better. Obviously, you see, historically, I can't be that critical because America is like the first democracy that's actually inventing itself. Right. So, you know, on some level, you can't expect them to have done it perfectly. But based on the American experience, my criticism, I still believe stands, and it stands as a way to improve the American structure. You need to have the rule of law.
I'm all for that. The first thing what we need to do is, you know, I mean, I think one of the best things that we could do is repeal the welfare state and abortion laws for one, and reinstitute laws that benefit the growth of the modern nuclear family. The other thing that we could do is get these Chi-Com Uniparty cucks out of office and actually send people to Washington, D.C. to enhance our liberties and freedoms like we elected them to do in the first place. Not pull a Dan Crenshaw and jump on the uniparty bandwagon to pass red flag laws, you know, negotiating with Chinese communist plants, you know, to dole away our freedoms. It's like this. Every time a wise man once said, show me somebody who thinks they can negotiate with a commie and I'll show you a fool.
Yeah, only take out the word commie and fucking put in the word fucking woman. Feminist.
Yeah, what's a feminist? Yeah.
Incompetent fucking bitches.
It's the same thing. You can't negotiate with these people. What do we get? What do we get signing on these red flag laws? What do we get? What do I get out of it? What I get out? What I get more threats that if I date a woman and she doesn't like something that I do, and she calls the police and I get arrested, they take my guns away because she feels threatened. Are you fucking kidding me? You women want me to sign on to that? Do women honestly think this? Look, I've been through this before. I've been shoved through the gyno-judicial system. I've been falsely accused twice in my life of domestic assault or disturbance or whatever you call it. And I shelled out thousands of dollars worth of money to prove my innocence in these sham courts that are designed to do one thing. They put you in a position, oh, well, you know, we could drop the charges or reduce the charges. All you got to do is plead no contest or guilty, you know, and we'll let you go. They don't tell you that comes with the caveat of you signing off your Second Amendment right for the rest of your life. Okay? There are innocent men out there right now that have had their Second Amendment rights stolen from them from these crazy bitches who get 911 happy just because their boyfriend didn't please them, you know, the way she wanted, or he you know, she's just mad. It's that time of the month, you know. So she causes some drama, calls a cop. He gets arrested. He's in jail for 30 days. They won't let him go until he signs off his Second Amendment rights. Okay, so why would I want to be in a relationship with a woman when my Second Amendment rights and my freedoms are in jeopardy? Why would I live with why would I make the financial and emotional investment into somebody who has more power to take over another American citizen to disarm them? What if later on down the road I find a woman, you know, and we get together and we have children and shit, you know, and then somebody breaks in the house and I can't defend them. I can't defend my family. How does that work?
Right. And those are legitimate fucking concerns.
Exactly. That's the whole reason why I've never been married, and I will not live with another woman. Besides, right now I stay with my mom. But after that, that's it. I cannot risk. I cannot risk my there. And every MGTOW out there that agrees with me, that it's not worth. A lot of those guys have lost their Second Amendment rights. You know, through bullshit like this. This is the way the system is designed. This is how the system destroys the modern nuclear family. This is how it weakens the modern nuclear family from within and disarms it so it can't defend itself against tyrants. This is
Yeah.
this is what I've been through. This is my testimony and my testament, and the reason why I've gone my own way, and have turned my back on the society. There's no fucking way I'm going back to the plantation. There's no financial benefit in it for me whatsoever. I don't. There's not a woman out there that can offer me a return on any investment into anything like that. That's truth. Our system has been weaponized against men in the modern nuclear family. It's a bomb, people. No different than coronavirus, China virus is a bioterror weapon. This is a psychological warfare weapon. And it's meant to undermine the United States and collapse it from within, collapse its borders. All of this has been written.
Well,
the
relationship between the sexes,
Yeah.
if they don't trust each other, that's the foundation of our society. The trust.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that the legal system is tending towards promoting distrust, and because of the
Oh yes,
lopsided.
no. These lawyers, all these advocates, all these government employees that are put in these positions. So like when women get in a fucking hissy fit and they call a number or whatever, they actually encourage separation. They encourage and they walk them through the fucking processes of like I've heard so many fucking stories of like even there was a lady I had a conversation with months and months ago. Like her and her husband, like they were going through a rough patch, and she called a divorce lawyer just to see, and man, that lawyer was on the ball, and she's like, okay, well, you do this, you do that. I mean, she was encouraging the separation, and
yeah, it's a $1 billion business.
Well, so at least, okay, obviously people that are already married and things like that, but in terms of people that are single or a culture itself, I mean, I do, again, sorry, I was just wanting to repeat my slogan as to like how to move on these things, is that although that there might be these incentives towards distrust, these almost structural incentives, I do think that is all the more reason to create a cultural solution of segregation. Because I mean, I floated this idea before, is that imagine if there was like, if all the MGTOW people or the men's right activist people or something like that try to create a testing system, like an online website that you make an account, you sign into, and you can actually just like fill out a questionnaire, and this is for women. And it basically rates you on how accountable or responsible you are, how mature you are, like some markers of mental maturity and sort of just agency and self-determinism.
pre-qualification.
Well, there are men that are doing that right now. Like a lot of the guys in the MGTOW community, when they do their dating, PUA dating stuff, they'll put on their profiles that, if you're a feminist, if you have if your hair is blue or not your natural color, don't even bother replying.
I think what he's talking about is a culture, like almost a cult. We'll call it a cult. It's a group. It's a collective of people that are all in a group.
Yeah, there are already men that are doing that, that are being very selective.
you see, like the only difference in what I'm suggesting and what you're describing is that if you instead said no feminists, instead you said you must score this on a test or on this test, and that becomes like a cultural symbol, or it can be used as a
Social
fence.
credit score.
Social credit score, right?
Well, I mean,
Yes.
well, this is a
Shit.
private freedom of association thing, but essentially that is
Freedom
one
of
way to
association credit
compel.
score.
That might be a multi-billion-dollar idea. I mean, that could be the
Yeah.
next Facebook doing that
No, no,
shit. You know.
but
Yep.
essentially the point is just so that then you can get the people who are on the fringes, because then they can
Yeah.
do the test, they can be on a website, they can click on something that can educate them generally about
Mhm.
identity politics and the moral pollution that it is, and all these sorts of things that you
Like
can
an
have
online gulag that's
Right.
voluntary.
or you can have a segue to like an educational thing where it can like take you through like these little morality depictions where it can actually be like an educational conduit for people, that a portal,
Yeah.
you know, and so then you actually have a broad-based way to center a new consensus, a new middle ground, a new, you know, sort of common core. That anyway, that's how I think that's what I think the long-term culture war, but also to make progress, because then you can get the people who are on the fence, you can get the people who just to properly see what's up, that they're not just, because right now we are falling slightly into the trap of their dichotomy, of their false binary and their false reductions.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you are an advocate for traditionalism, you are falling into their stereotype, you're falling into what they say about you in some sense. And I think that, you know, I mean,
I don't care what they think about me.
yeah, well, that is going to help the people on the fences make up their mind. In fact, it's going to
I'm,
help the people on the fences gravitate towards their
I'm not
narrative.
putting myself out there. You know, I mean, there are some guys that like in the MGTOW community. You know, like for the longest time, I've was deep red pill. I didn't associate with women. You know, I believe it was like Lori was like the first woman that I started having talks with. You know, because she was just always around. You know, we've known each other since what 2017, something like that. You know, and she's been a good friend. You know, through thick and thin. You know, back when I was over on the Purple Pill channel with Lycan and the crew. You know, and she stuck with me, all this time, and but when it comes to like looking for, I believe it was like, what was I going to say? Yeah, the middle of the road MGTOW, we keep women at arm's length, and then you got your PUA guys, and they're active in the dating market. They're actually posting these types of like Terrence Pop. He'll post up like some profiles for women to respond to, and he's specific what he's looking for and so forth. You know, um, it just really depends on the guy. But a lot of the guys in the MGTOW community, some of them have met women and are living their lives, and things have gotten better for them. More power to them. But I don't think they understand the risks involved, but I think they're at a point to where they just give up. They don't give a fuck anymore. They just want to find somebody to be happy with. Me having been arrested and thrown in jail and actually seeing the process and having my friend who's a lawyer, you know, tell me what was happening at a young age. It really didn't click to me until I came into MGTOW and got red pilled, and I could see the gynocentric landscape for what it is and how all these laws and shit are skewed against men. And the bar is raised so high that, guys like myself and you will never be able to reach it. Yeah, you'll never be able to make that person that you think you're in love with happy. Okay? It's the system is designed in such a way not to help you succeed and establish a modern nuclear family. It's designed to help you to fail. And they do that by infecting women with this daytime TV bullshit, like The View, Whoopi Goldberg, and you got all these lefty media shows like Ellen DeGenerate and shit, and Oprah Winfrey talking about who white supremacy and all white people are bad, fuck the patriarchy and all this shit, to program women to feel to believe that they are equal to men, to the point to where they can assume the gender role of a man. And when you do that, and they understand this psychology very, very well, when you teach a woman or brainwash a woman into believing that she's a rooster and she can go in the rooster cage and act like a rooster, what's going to happen? You're going to have a cockfight. They know exactly what this is, psychological warfare. They've been writing books about this shit for years, ever since Bernays. There's documentaries on this shit, on this mouse utopia experiment that they're working on. Nothing is this is not coincidence. This is all pre-planned. And it's John F. Kennedy talked about this monolithic thing. Not just the military industrial complex, but media. It's all controlled. It's corporate, globalist, conglomerate, new world orders, shadow government bullshit.
So I just want to make this, I mean, I've spoken to Black Wolf a lot about these sorts of issues a bit. And I mean, he's told me that every time women have joined the MRA movement or the men's right activist movement, when women have become a part of it, it's kind of it's destabilized it and it's fallen apart because the men fall over themselves or something like that. And I think that, in some sense, my solution elegantly bypasses any problem that had, because essentially I do think that, if you want, you have to create a set standard, or you have to create some kind of thing where you can say, well, this is all we want. Because in some sense, I think the problem with the MRA is that it is it's only about yourself. It's not, it's saying, I believe this and I'm just acting in my own best interests and I'm trying to maximize, I'm almost trying to defensively cope with what is a fundamentally sort of unfair situation. But I just think that a natural add-on to that would be to do what I'm saying, is just to try to create this kind of educational website that has an accreditation or some kind of a test that you can do, and then if you wanted to make a Tinder profile or whatever it is, whatever dating thing it was, and you could say, please check out this website, or like, I only want to talk to people that score above this, or something like that, and if that is just, if that becomes a cultural currency, or if that becomes well known or something like that, then at least you not just have the defensive position, you also have a potential outpost. You can make ground, because then you can say, well, how many women know about this or respect this or actually are sensitive to what this entails, like when you go into this website and you go through this test, and it's got like a little, like, if you scored badly, here's a little training course about how you could improve your score, or like some basic things that you could think about or learn about and self-develop and mature or whatever. And it talks about how this is testing maturity and things like that, and like it's accountability and just basic concepts in some sense. And that can,
well, if I were to make a dating profile, the only thing I would put in, look, I'm not really interested in sex, but I am interested in like holding hands and talking about throwing commies out of helicopters.
Right.
I don't need to make a questionnaire. I get type in like, look, if you don't like Trump or you're not MAGA, don't even bother messaging me.
Yeah, but you'll still get feminists and
I don't care.
Women.
Delete.
No, I like your idea, Psych, about that. I mean, a virtual re-education camp. And
because I mean, like, Bullets knows what he believes and what he wants. I'm just saying that what you should try to do is you should create an envelope, or create a form or a thing that you say, like, this is not all what I want, but this is a necessary condition. This is a kind of, like, this is not only is it the substantive approximation of a necessary condition, but it is also explained in an elaborated way. And so that will, I think, have more legs in the culture war in terms of creating a general awareness and moving towards some kind of general, sort of watershed point, where we can actually say that that we're turning the tide, of all this bullshit. But I think that would, because then when they complain about it, you can say, well, what's wrong with this test? Go read it. Go read the values and the things that it's testing for. Go read its little training segment about all the things that make up the things that it's testing for. Do you have a problem with accountability, with self-ownership, with self-determinism, with responsibility, and
well, there's always eHarmony. Like, they do psych tests and stuff and have tests and stuff like that as well. But I think the real solution, the only solution, where the MRA, because the MRA and MGTOW are systemic reactions from feminism. We're actually a branch of feminism. We are the end result of feminism, and we're dying. We are a dying branch. Okay, and that abortion extends off that. Gay and homosexual extends off that as well. LGBTQ. Those are dying. They're non-productive. They don't produce children. They don't produce progeny. They don't produce the mortar that holds the foundation of a country together. And the only way that's ever going to be solved is if women take back the feminist movement and steer that motherfucker hard right as they can, and get back to the fucking kitchen, start having babies, and contributing to the American destiny. China's going kind of like having its own population problem right now. 4 out of 5 women don't want to get married or have kids. So China's like, well, shit, how are we supposed to go to war if we don't, have our women aren't making soldiers? So they're offering them all kinds of benefits, and they're also telling women, like, if you get married, you can't get divorced, but if you have children, you get tax breaks, you get benefits and everything, but if you get divorced, you get nothing. And the man gets everything, and the children, and the house, and all that. In Hungary, I mentioned earlier, if you're married and have more than 4 kids, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life. The feminist movement needs to advocate for something like that. The population growth in this country has dropped to the point to where we have to bring in immigrants to take up the slack of women in this country who been brainwashed and have had their constitutional inheritance of being wives, mothers, and matriarchs. Okay, y'all been brainwashed. Y'all been brain bombed. There's a there's a nuclear explosion mushroom cloud hanging over your head, and you're too dumb to realize it. You can't see it. You watch. You got a TV stuck between your ears. You need to put on the glasses so they live, so you can see society for what it is and how you're being fucked with. Look at us. Look what's happening to your men. Why can't you find a real man or a good guy? Where have all the good guys gone? We got our own way, like you told us to. Go ahead.
I just want to impose a slight correction. I don't think the rule of law or the Constitution has to do with this. I think that, again, I do think that to have a healthy, proper society, you have to have a hard power and a soft power. And I think what you're generally talking about is, you could say, cultural inheritance or something like that, or the cultural mentality. But in the end of the day, people do have their freedom to choose what they want to do. And if they want to be self-destructive, that's why I say we should predominantly just segregate away from them. We should not.
Shouldn't the hard power be the structure? Shouldn't that be the government? Shouldn't that be men? When
I say hard power, I'm meaning the legal framework predominantly, and the rules of the legal framework in some sense. I guess I wouldn't even call that the democracy. I don't even really consider the hard power to be. I want the democracy to almost be more on the soft power side, that it's more like the kind of the political imagination of the cultural soft
That's
power.
what it is currently. That's what we have currently.
No, in America, your democracy is the hard power. I think to some degree. Well,
No. Our democracy is controlled by the soft power wielders of our society.
Yeah, but I mean, in some sense, I think that's
and it changes the structure of the hard. It changes our structure.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. So, in my view, look, the democracy is
women
always...
don't fucking respect men, or respect fucking order.
Yeah, but I mean, you're always going to have debates within soft power. You always get within the soft culture. Sorry, I mean, maybe I'm using these words slightly generically, but I think we're all on the same page. So, like, look, the democracy by its very nature is always going to be beholden to some majoritarian cultural consensus or some groupthink or mob rule. Like, the democracy is never... That's why I don't want the democracy to ever have its hands in the hard power. The hard power belongs to the republic, belongs to the judges. You have to actually push back against the democracy.
The hard power belongs to we the people.
Yeah, well, but in practice, if a judge... In practice, that the people are not going to be vindicated if a judge can't stand up against the democracy, because that's going to be the vector through which the people are going to lose their sovereignty or their integrity, or their dignity is going to be taken from them by the democracy. That's the proximate vector of infringement. Well, at least that's the one that you have to structurally worry about, because that's the one that's going to have the propensity to wreak that kind of damage.
Women control the people.
Well,
yep, they're the majority. 52%, I think.
Women are the neck, men are the heads. Women control the people.
I mean, it just became really toxic when women got to project things that were accusations that had to be believed, when they got to unilaterally promulgate beliefs that other people have to hold in order to be on the right side of history, or whatever it is, like, so,
feminism.
The sacred victim, or the kind of the sanctity of the narrative, of the simple formula. And then we lost all of our reasonableness and coherence. But in some sense, I think that America was designed to fall to this kind of corruption, because your justice is already defined by the mob. It's defined by the democracy. It doesn't stand independently. Right. It stands only as rhetoric, as pretty promises.
It's like our forefathers, were some of the most enlightened, wisest men that ever walked the face of this earth, next to the disciples of Christ. Okay,
they should have written
that's
into
my
our
American
Constitution to keep women out of our government. Then they should have wrote that down.
Yeah, they weren't perfect, but they were the closest thing we had, But they also knew that countries always tend to steer towards tyranny, which is the reason why they've put certain clauses in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, to give these bastards pause. And that's what we're seeing right now. They're trying to push 1984. They're going to make that grab. I honestly believe it's going to come eventually. The invisible hand, the providence is pushing us that way, it appears. But even they knew that the tree of liberty needed to be watered with the blood of both tyrants and patriots.
Yes.
So be it.
But I don't necessarily agree with that formulation, but I do agree with you about the forefathers of America. But I have a different sort of view on this slightly, which is that I think that this is predestined to fall apart. I think in principle it's already fallen apart. When you had the McCarthyist Red Scare and the McCarthy, the Commission of Anti-American Activities, sort of that broke the American structure, because the American structure is supposed to leave the democracy alone. You're not supposed to police the people. If the people want to become corrupt and become communists and become socialists, that's up to that's their democratic right to do so. They can use their liberal freedom to undermine the whole system.
We're a capitalist country. We're not communists.
Tell the women
We're
that
not
the
socialists.
women love to police the people.
So my point is that you have
This
to.
this only leads this path only leads one way, and you don't want to go that way, lefties. I'm telling you.
You
It's
say
gonna.
lefties,
It's
but
not gonna.
women.
It's
See, it's not gonna.
or ladies,
It's not gonna go there. It's
feminists.
not gonna go there.
You don't want to go.
Men
I'm
don't
telling you,
want to fight women. Men don't
you
want to
don't
take
want to
up
go down
arms
that
against
path.
women. They won't fucking do it. Men wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
For me, you're focusing too much on the outcome of the fight. For me, it's more about having the principles put into a settled state where you don't have to continually wage this kind of de facto resistance against something. That you need a system that already makes it impossible for them to corrupt it, at least on paper. Obviously, they can still corrupt it, but at least then,
Right.
if they corrupt it under such circumstances, they're obviously betraying it. It's like the kind of betrayal that we have in my country, which I don't think would have happened in America. If America had my system and you were educated about my system, I think there would be enough institutional integrity that you would latch onto it and you would hold it and you would keep it, and that would keep the republic. But I think that
with all the damn incompetent women that we have in every fucking institution and every structure of our society that were put there because of a policy and because they wanted to be there.
Well, that policy would have also been, to begin with, essentially unconstitutional.
It is already unconstitutional with our constitution, but it still made its way in there.
Well,
I don't
And then
think.
it was
I don't think.
built on slowly.
I don't think the normies understand. You know, we're trying to save you from what's coming. You know, you don't want this.
By normies,
You know,
he
let me
means
tell you
fucking
something.
feminists.
The American people are not weak. Okay, I mean, you just seen us burn down half our own fucking country for God knows whatever reason. You know,
The ignorant
imagine
fucking
now imagine all of that if you know, armed in the streets.
You know, ironically, when we had our riots recently, we burned down more millions of dollars of damage was done in my country than in your country. And my country is a lot poorer than your country. So, you know, like, anyway, sorry to out radicalize your.
Good job, South Africa.
There are more of us. There are more of us than there are of them, than government. There are millions of. Let me see. In Washington D.C., you know, if you take all their staff and all their FBI and all that they probably got maybe 250,000 people maybe working on them plus extended staff. Okay, there's over like, you know, 100 million, 120 million armed American citizens, you know, here in the United States.
Yeah.
That is literally a standing army.
Yeah.
There's more armed. The citizenry is more well armed than the U.S. military.
Yes.
Sure, they got fancy planes and drones and shit, you know, but a lot of those guys in the military, you know, they're going to come join our side. Then you're fucked.
Oh yeah, that's true because it's men.
Yeah.
Psych. You said you guys had more in damage than we did during ours. Is that correlated with the amount of people that are dependent on government assistance and their lack of like valuing shit they didn't fucking build or took any part in creating?
When we had the looting,
the people that burnt the shit down here, like none of them are actual producers in our country. Like it takes a certain mindset to go do that kind of shit. Hardworking people that have worked for what they get don't fucking do that shit.
So I mean, probably the main
Yeah,
difference
because they're at work.
And they respect shit. Like,
I mean, probably
All
the
those
main
BLM
difference
riders, all of them are on welfare. All of
Right.
them.
was, I mean, like a lot of the people that did the looting and the burning, it's a lot of the people that did the looting were probably poor people or disadvantaged people, but a lot of the people that did the burning and the destruction that was politically designed. That was politically so. There was a faction, a turf war inside the ANC between two sections of the ANC, and people were given orders, and they didn't just burn down malls. They actually burned down warehouses. They actually went to places that were industrial places where they had stock, and they looted the stock, and then they burnt down those things as well. So they didn't just burn down storefronts. They burnt down, like the intermediary places, the distribution network.
Mm-hmm.
And they burnt down a lot of trucks, and trucks are quite expensive, like the big hauling trucks and things like that.
yeah.
And so because of that was targeted economic sabotage. That's probably why we had more damages than you, is because we had targeted economic sabotage that wasn't just on storefronts. It was, in fact, I mean, you probably just had some storefronts. We had whole entire malls, shopping malls, huge shopping malls and huge warehouses, like burnt down and totaled. So like this was designed to cause an economic hardship and sabotage. So, I mean, that's probably why we had more millions of, like, I think it's in our money, it's like over R1 trillion, but in your money, that's like $100 million or something. Or I can't remember the figures, but I have it on a secondhand source. I don't know the figures myself, but they said that in the George Floyd riots and the destruction, like there was a number of
$2.4 billion worth of damage.
Yeah, and I think it was something like R1 trillion in my country, and we have 14 rand to $1. So, and actually, it's more complicated because our trillion and your billion, I think our trillions are bigger than your billions. Sorry, I mean, your trillion and our trillion is not the same. Like your trillion, I think, is 10 billion, where our trillion is 100 billion, I think. But anyway.
How many rands add up to $1 US dollar? 14, do you know?
14.
Hold on just a second.
14, 15, basically.
Headset. Let me plug this in. Hold on.
But look, I'm talking off the top of my head. I'd actually.
Sorry about that.
Well, I just don't see any solution because men won't hold women accountable for anything. So
we'll get arrested and they'll take our Second Amendment rights away. What the fuck you want us to do?
Well, you see, like I'm not even.
It's on you, ladies.
It's
on you.
The feminism is part of the identity politics movement, but in my country, it's slightly different to yours, I think, because in my country, the spearhead is the black fascist national identity, is the ethno-fascism.
Yeah.
So, like,
because that's the majority of your country. If that was the majority of our country, it would be the same, but it's not. White people are the majority, but they're also demonized in history, and the black people are a very small minority, and they're fucking elevated to the same fucking degree they are in your country.
So I mean, in my
want to hear something really scary? Want to hear something really scary?
Hold on, Bullet.
America is founded.
Bullets, hold on. Let him finish.
I just want to say, in your country, sort of the identity politics is nested within feminism. In my country, the feminists are a subset, like for example, in the EFF, the fascistic Economic Freedom Fighters Party that has this black ethno-nationalism thing, that they have women there who are also maybe feminists, but you see, like they slot themselves into, they know that they subordinate their feminism to the black identity and the black identitarianism. So, like, I do think that, in some sense, it's a component part of their movement, but in some sense, it's not even around the feminist movement, although you could argue that they got their ideas from the feminism and sort of it's downstream from that on paper. But in practice, it's the Black identity that is the sacred victim more so.
Right, but when I am in my country and I look at all the different social justice movements and all the people that are pushing these stupid fucking ideas, they're women and they're feminists. They're in every fucking group, and they're all.
Yeah, I mean, they are the harbingers. They are the ones that
ugly and
propagate.
unhappy.
I mean, that's exactly how the Nazis spread. Is the Nazis were popularized by the women in their movement. They are what spread and made successful their movement. It was spread by women.
Well, women. What Black Wolf says: women build fucking committees, men build hierarchies. Like, but women are more social. We're the soft power element of our society. We are in control of the connecting the people and getting the people to do the things.
Yeah, so I think the way to break that horrible power structure, or that toxic power structure, is to start segregating society and saying, no, we're putting up a fence. We're different to you. We don't like your morality. We find you abhorrent, because that will divide. That will de facto mean that women have to choose a side, and then they actually, because already they might think that they have to choose a side, but they only. The question is being framed only from the identity politics woke side. The question is not being levied from our side. We're not saying you must choose a side. They are saying you must choose a side. It's very, very different. We need to start saying, no, we have a fence. If you want to come on our side of the fence, you have to choose our side. Instead, they've got their fences. We don't have our fences. That's on. We still have not reached that level. We're not on that level of the culture war yet. We're still being we're always on the defensive. We're not, we need to get up to the precipice and say, oh, you've made this fence here. Well, this is our fence. And if you want to come on our side, you have to choose us. Instead, so that we need to fix that problem. And that does take temerity. That does take conviction. It takes conviction to make that. And that's what I'm begging. The current political issue in my country is that there's a bit of an incident that happened around this exact thing, and they continue to be defensive. They don't stand up. They continue to be scapegoated. Sorry, Bullets. You wanted to say something?
Emmanuel's back.
Yeah, I don't even have the excuse that I want to go eat, even though I feel slightly. This is my 4th day of fasting. I really want to fast for like 30 days. That's my goal.
30?
Yeah. Then I'll be at my goal weight. If I can fast for 30 days, I'll be at my goal weight. But it's probably
just stop eating bread. Just get yourself some muscle milk, dude. Some whey protein, and use that to supplement. No, man, because you need vitamins and minerals and amino acids. Especially at your age, your body needs that. And stop eating breads and pastas and grains and shit. Just eat meat and dairy, man. Go on a carnivore diet, dude. You'll fucking drop weight quick and gain muscle mass.
I mean, I have been on a carnivore diet, and I've been able to keep the weight that I've shed from the carnivore diet. But I mean, the problem for me is like I can just consume. Like there's no limit. Like I can. Even if I'm eating, sort of pure, dense, chucks, I get chuck because it's the cheapest cut of meat, and I cook it in the sous vide, which comes out so tender, and I cook it for 24 hours in this like water bath, in a plastic thing. Anyway, but
organ meats are good too, man. Like you guys like in South Africa, do you have like regular cattle or do you have like water buffalo?
No, we have all the beef.
I want to try water buffalo.
We've got Wagyu kind of here as well.
Sorry. Really, Wagyu? Yeah. They got fake Wagyu here in Texas. It's all glued together.
Have you
they got some kind
buffalo?
of like glue. I would love to try some water buffalo.
We don't.
Awesome.
As far as I know, we don't eat.
I had American buffalo.
There is a funny story here. There is a local farm that they were able to tame a water buffalo, and they milk it, and you can actually get water buffalo yogurt and cheese. I guess then maybe they make cheese from it, but
Yeah.
it's amazing that I've had the water buffalo yogurt, because they just have like one of them, and I think it makes the same as like 10 cows. It's like the production from the water buffalo is insane.
Yeah, I was watching a documentary that more people, it's the most deadliest animal in Africa. More people die of water buffalo attacks in Africa.
I think the hippos must kill more people than the water buffalo. I think the hippos.
Yeah, I heard the hippos. Yeah, they bite people.
I don't know, man. I figured people would be out, you know, not that close to water, getting attacked by hippos all the time. But I watched a documentary about water buffaloes, and they're tough.
I don't understand why people would be close to a water buffalo. Is it like? I mean,
I don't know. It's like, you know, they cross their paths or something, and
they're not
might
in
be
the
like
wild.
farther up north in Africa.
You can only really find them on game reserves. You know, like they're wild animals. Like we don't really have wild. Like there are no lions or leopards on the prowl. You know, like there's no. You know, like I mean, there are in game reserves, but those are basically. Technically, I guess maybe they don't have fences on every side, but you know they kind of stick to their habitat. There are crocodiles.
I was just curious. Well, it's getting late for me. I need to lie down before I fall down. I'm gonna go beat some Z's out of my pillow. I got me one of those nice Mike Lindell my pillows. Those things are awesome.
Yeah.
I sleep like a baby.
Okay.
No,
sorry, great. What is this? An inflating pillow? What?
Yeah, it's called a My Pillow. It's made in USA. It's Michigan, in Michigan, by a guy named Mike Lindell. You know, he's pretty big on Trump. You know, and you can just YouTube My Pillow commercial, and the commercial will come up. It'll show you what it is. It's just like this really nice pillow. It's really good for your neck. You know, it's got really good neck support and shit. You know, I bought some for the whole family. Everybody loves them.
Oh, interesting.
They're on sale right now, but yeah, they're made in Michigan, USA, and I think they ship internationally if you're interested. Here I am doing a fucking commercial.
Shout out to Mike Lindell from My Pillow.
Right? Yeah.
Anyway, I guess we covered so much.
He's a base Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It's been a while. It's been a long time. It's nice to see Mother smile.
Right.
Yeah. It's good to see you. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. And I need to crash.
All right.
And, I will see you all on the Discords.
All right. Thanks for contributing.
All right. Yeah, good times. Let's do
it
again.
All right. Bye, bullets.
All right. Good night.
So build the wall. It doesn't seem.
I mean, it makes it more personal as well.
I'm just mostly asking to figure out what I should do personally to help fight this fucking culture war. Well, I don't really know. I can't really do what I want to do.
I think the shortcut does not. I mean, in some sense, this is not going to be solved quickly. And I think that we have to keep our eyes on the prize in terms of the right target or the right sort of vision, because otherwise you end up just falling into their program in some sense. You just become the inverse of them, and then you end up doing the same process, or you end up instantiating the same faulty lack of integrity structure or something like that.
I don't know. I don't see any of the feminists actually murdering people.
Well, what I mean is in terms of sort of diminishing the integrity of like a law and order structure and the rule of law in terms of, because I mean, if you have to have death squads or something like that, I mean, to me, I see that as in the same vein as their kind of authoritarian creeping, like in terms of, I mean, it is more insidious because what they are doing in some senses, like whenever you get, I mean, we used to have, I don't know if we finally gotten rid of them, but like at universities, they famously had these kangaroo courts set up, these disciplinary courts to basically deal with these rape allegations, because these like weren't legally rape allegations. They were the ideological variants, so it was kind of like an ideological show trial in some sense, trying to model their own different system, like, which in my view is, this is, you're doing something that should be done by a court. This is what makes us have a common society, is that we have a single justice system, and it has standards that have to be fulfilled. You can't, sort of try to do this within your own little cultural bubble or something like that. Unless by consent of all the people involved, I guess, giving up to the arbitration or something. So, I mean, like they started off right from the beginning, with these kangaroo courts, I think, modeling the institutionalized corruption that they have been unfolding and deploying. And, it's sad that we don't have enough of a structural fidelity to be sensitive to the intolerance paradox, to know that these things are, are almost existential threats to things like the rule of law. But that's also because, we didn't have the rule of law properly ensconced within our culture or within the general civic understanding, or in America, I would argue that it's actually just lacking.
I don't see how that's going to help with the trust issue that we have between the sexes.
Well, if you think about it, the trust, look, you can say that on a purely cultural level, you can't stop people from having the views that they hold. But what has happened is that they've been able to infect institutions and organizations and change the standards of things, to change criteria. So, if, for example, creating kangaroo courts was done basically in the name of defending feminist ideology or something like that. Now, as soon as you have that kind of organizational co-option, as soon as you've co-opted an institution's integrity, you have now also ceded weight. Cultural weight has been added onto this movement. Right. So if you instead had institutional resilience and integrity and fidelity that rebuffed this, then you wouldn't get the snowball effect. And I think that, so like the distrust has been somewhat institutionalized by the general corruption of these standards and things like that. Our institutions are essentially lying to us because they have taken the imprint of these dishonest ideology. And so because of that, it has lended credence that otherwise wouldn't exist, which then has exacerbated the distrust because it's normalized it. It's normalized the dehumanization of the masculine identity or whatever.
See, Emmanuel? Emmanuel's back to my initial attack on the fucking institutions.
I mean, in some sense, it's one, because like, this is how they established themselves as false authorities, is because the academics could use these semantics and say, well, this is the real meaning of the word rape. This is the real meaning of the word violence. And they just kind of, and then never mind that you pick up a dictionary and you say, but that definition is not the same definition.
Right.
And then they say, well, that's because the dictionary is systemically, oppressive and it's white supremacist or whatever it is.
It was produced under the patriarchy.
Yeah, but as long as you can continue to, as long as the dictionary doesn't fall, but in some sense, sadly, the dictionary is the wrong place to start because the dictionary because the dictionary does change according to usage.
Yeah,
So
but
the dictionary's
slowly,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
as fast as shit changes online.
Yeah, so I mean, already dictionaries can almost perhaps start to embody this culture war because they'll say, oh, they'll have to start having controversial definitions, like and now all the definitions are now controversial, like or something like that. So they already have to work out how they're going to come up with this totalitarian, authoritarian usurpation of gaslighting a whole gaslighting culture into having to imbibe this relativism and this moral relativism and essentially this new conception of justice where they've just handed themselves the orthodoxy. But in some sense, they have a right to do this on an individual level. And in some sense, it's the system's fault that the system did not have enough internal coherence and self-consistency to say, no, we don't let people come in here and play this game because it is a kind of game. It is a kind of that you have to prove a negative in order to overcome our skepticism about, and we can just lay accusations at your feet and the accusations stick until you can disprove them. You have to have a certain amount of structural intolerance to that kind of game. Because and you have to come up with a stronger substantiation. You have to come up with a more reasoned worldview than that. I'm sorry, that's not going to fly. Like, we're not going to give that an equal credence in our system. Although you might be able to say that you believe that and it's your freedom of conscience, you don't get to inflict that like on the justice system, on the definition of justice. You don't get to insidiously degrade and scapegoat your way until until your narrative becomes because in some sense they're forcing us to swallow this pill. They're forcing us to swallow the narrative, and they're just keep on upping the ante until they can get everything in line to either capitulate or to give some kind of pushback or some kind of. But that pushback has to be, I believe, based on coherence and integrity and reason, and essentially the rule of law is the only you actually have to have a fully conceptualized sort of system, at least one. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to have an open liberal democracy survive with real liberty and freedom. Otherwise, that is not going to survive. Otherwise, you're going to have to go to some kind of traditionalism to save you, which I believe is morally suboptimal, at least, because we're going back into the cycle. In some sense, I think that this is the true Marxist view of repeating cycles of history. It's just that it's more Hegelian and that it's more psychological. It's more to do with the idea than it is to do with. It's more to do with the conceptual metaphysics of this stuff, not the. It's not about economics. It's not about dialectical materialism. It's about dialectical idealism or something like that. But anyway, they are rehashing this age-old corruption. But anyway, I mean, I might be some kind of Hegelian. I'm not that well read on Hegel, but I understand generally. I mean, there were people who were cleverer than Marx. Like Bakunin was an anarchist, and he basically has a similar view to me, which is that it's all psychological. That like all the things that we suffer from is all a psychological thing.
Yes. Especially with the men. Like I tell them all. I mean, there's laws that they can use against women. They just don't do it. They don't hold women accountable.
Mm.
It's like the elephant that grows up with its leg chained to the post, and it grows up, and then you can just later put the fucking rope on the elephant's foot, and he won't fucking do anything. He could snap the rope like that. But he doesn't think he can. That's That's where feminism has slow boiled our fucking society and our men like frogs.
Well, I would say that we were already boiled by traditionalism to some extent, and that is the hangover that we're actually trying to wake up from. And so, in some sense, I don't blame everything about. Look, this is nonsense and bullshit, but I think that traditionalism is essentially a false god, is a false idol in itself, and just because it has embodied wisdom in it is not enough, because otherwise we are going to be prone to more manipulation. We are going to have this toxic. I mean, we were kind of getting into interesting issues about, like, well, how is sexuality going to operate in a world in which women have the same accountability as men and stuff like that, where perhaps, you know, that they can still be considered princesses, but they're not going to be considered moral saints, that they're not going to be given a kind of a clean slate all the time if they just profess their innocence, or that they were misled or something like that. You know, like if accountability is clinched onto their characters and they are held to the same standard,
Yeah.
which I do think is important to have a normal morality, because as soon as I think that was the first category, but in some sense you could argue that, you know, that was the traditional culture, because it was traditional culture that said that's why women shouldn't get the vote. It's because their morality is more pure than ours, and they shouldn't have to understand, they shouldn't have to read policy, they shouldn't have to go and and fully know the minutiae and know the effects of downstream of slogans, like. But it's interesting how all of culture basically, I mean, because it's not just, in some sense, the common person was treated like that by the media. Like you used to have serious political debates between candidates that would last hours and hours and hours back and forth, these debates. Now you have, all these, very superficial, very staged, sort of things that are largely emotional. There's no cerebral content there.
Right.
It's just a performance. And I mean, that I don't think has anything to do with women or men. That just has to do with, I mean, historically, again, you could maybe make some structural, but I mean, in every generation, we actually have to learn to be properly accountable and to have our own internal locus of control. And every generation, we have tradition as an obstacle, and we perhaps also have, the dogma of culture or whatever it is. And it would be better if we grew out of some of this stuff, if we grew out of the tradition, but we actually had not just an embodied wisdom of tradition that we conform with, but we actually understand why that tradition was valuable, and then we inhabit that tradition. We perform it not as a ritual, but because we understand why it's good. We know why we value it.
Right.
And then we have a safeguard into the next generation, because then the next generation can be educated, as opposed to having to sift through the dogma and to come up with their own synthesis of, well, I'm being told lies. I'm being told, that girls are these little saints and angels, and I can see that girls aren't saints and angels, that they
Fucking
use
demons.
to manipulate.
Yes. Well, like what you were saying earlier about Nietzsche talking about God is dead, and talking about the God of worlds.
Yeah, the
Now
God of
it's
the
more
world.
like the devil.
Yeah, the God of the world is a title that the scripture gives to the devil.
Okay, well that would make sense, that if he was implying that within feminism, we killed the idea that women could be evil, that would make sense. Why it would destroy everything. I mean, nobody fucking talks about how evil women are. And feminism has external locus of control built into it. I mean, the whole premise of it is on victimhood. So, and it pushes women to compete with men instead of work as a team with men.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I mean, it is maybe a little bit complicated in that it's not so much that now I can't remember exactly what you said, but I think that it's not so much that they are not accountable, it's that they have somebody else that will be responsible for them, or
Yeah.
that will take the onus of. But you can have some
But they
sympathy
put
with
it on
that.
them. They put it on them. They're pushing responsibility onto everybody else while simultaneously saying, I'm a strong, independent fucking woman.
Yeah, but I just want to counterbalance this with that. You can understand why there's a biological evolutionary kind of imperative around this, because if you're going to be pregnant for 9 months and you're going to have a young infant that is very vulnerable and weak.
Yeah, but if
you
you're
need
not
to-
pregnant, you don't have an excuse to do that.
Yeah, but no, but there's there's a good reason to believe that people are somewhat designed around their evolutionary successful
Yeah.
sexual strategy. You know, like people are going to be adapted towards the evolutionarily successful sexual strategy, and so. I mean, that's just how. Look, I'm not making excuses for it, but I'm just saying that to some extent, this is always going to exist, but it must be understood so that it can be responsibly negotiated, or that it can be done consciously and not fall into a program that then becomes the impetus of a because it really became toxic when women could start not only projecting accountability onto other people, but like actual indictment to be accountable to believing ideological tenets, so that you could actually craft the reality of other people, that you could actually impose that other people believe in a whole narrative, and that you get to unilaterally dictate that narrative. Like that becomes so unhealthy, that becomes so one-sided and lopsided and abnormal, and so there's no reality check on that, because because in some sense, if you can categorically say that men can't reality check you, if they can't mansplain to you, then what you're also saying is that whenever there's a hiccup, even if another woman comes and tells you that you've got it wrong, you can just say, no, you believe that because the man has given you the false belief. And so you can always just use that to jettison any kind of humility or self-introspection. You never have to actually substantiate your claim, because you can just blame it on some kind of, because categorically it's their job to take the burden of the narrative that you get to dictate. And obviously that is solipsistic, and it also, in some sense, it's not even a question of distrust. It's that they get to in some sense, there is no trust. There's only what they unilaterally dictate.
Exactly. But they only believe women. They don't believe men. They don't trust men. And men don't fucking trust them either.
Yeah, and then the secondary problem is that not all women agree. So then how do you deal with the women who don't agree with this consensus? You have to label them as having, that they have a patriarchal, that they are patriarchs. You have to kind of, so you end up creating a mind prison, and you end up creating an ideological, sort of gulag, which is so defended, which is so invested in its own
narrative.
ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, under my dictatorship, any woman that fucking tried to blame shit on the fucking patriarchy or capitalism or colonial, all of the talking points, I would fucking shoot them. That would be the last time they would say those words, and I would shoot them in front of the other ones just to fucking prove a fucking point. Like,
but you see, aren't I also making a systemic argument against the American justice system? So, I'm also blaming the system.
Yes,
on some level,
just like they do. Just like they do. No, you're a man. My justice will only be brought on to women. So the men are safe. The men can sort the men out. Nobody's sorting out the women.
Yeah.
Nobody. The men won't do it. The other women won't do it.
Why did you come back, Emmanuel? What is
Emmanuel had a question.
Oh yeah, I had a
I'm gonna go
question
pee. I'll be right back.
regarding the hostage situation with those ministers. If you,
Yeah,
um,
I'm aware.
yeah, do you think it's indicative of exactly how far we've fallen as a country?
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
when I read that story, it just showed me like just how surreal our politics is. I mean, it just, that 2.2 million rand for each veteran. It's like I guess their view is that they want their piece of the pie. They want their piece of the ANC, sort of loot.
yeah.
And I just thought, oh, well, those are your chickens coming home to roost, because that is the culture that
Hmm.
you've cultivated within your politics. And when people are serious about their, because that was the whole thing, is that, yeah, we're going to take you hostage because you're not taking our demands seriously. And it's like, that looks like it's going to be potentially another factional battle, or potentially another, sort of internal. But I mean, that's exactly the kind. Or I mean, I can just say that hopefully that will destabilize the governing party even more, to show how undeserving it is
Yeah,
of support, essentially. But
yeah. It's I like just read it in passing, but how how do you have a situation where military veterans are so, I don't know, hopeless, and maybe
well, technically, these aren't military veterans. They are liberation. Uh,
enquanto es eso.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Right. So they're like former freedom fighters who, I guess, are looking at the few um of them who managed to, get their hands on, you know, South African tax money, and they're basically saying, we put our lives at, on the line, and we've got very little to show for it, whereas you guys have got, millions, if not, billions that you've spent,
yeah.
and the answer to this, if the ANC are taking a more, free market approach, is, there should be plenty of opportunity in, you know, the private sector for you to make that sort of money, you know. You should have, this is kind of like you said, it's kind of a symptom of the exact sort of rhetoric, the politics that the ANC has been playing, of,
Yeah.
turning to the government to solve everything. Um, yeah, like,
Because the
yeah,
money that they want paid, they call reparations. So they, in some
exactly.
sense, yeah.
Exactly. So it's like, how do you reject these sorts of calls from, say, those guys, and probably you'll probably hear more sorts of, like, more of these sorts of stories.
Well,
Um,
I just sort of, this is a very tenuous hypothetical, because obviously
mm,
I don't want to give the ANC any useful talking points, and in some sense, well, they wouldn't use them anyway. But essentially, I wouldn't want to talk on behalf of the ANC. But let's just say I was the legitimate government of South Africa, what my position would be to this. So, like, if I was not the ANC, but I was the governing party, the
yeah.
line would be: you don't get reparations. Like, apartheid was a crime against humanity. It was bad for a lot of people, not just you. Why do you get reparations? Everyone gets reparations. That's what the developmental transformative state is. Like, so we
Mm,
have, and so we have policies that target disadvantage. That is the reparations for apartheid. You don't get reparations specifically to you. I mean, like, because in some sense, were you doing this for loot? I mean, are you mercenaries, or are you freedom fighters? Because,
mm,
like, why are we going to impoverish the coffers of the states? Why are we going to take money out of the states to give specifically to you, when that, like, um, so yeah, I mean, it's I mean, in some sense, yeah, but it's just, in principle, it's insane. Like,
Yeah.
It's it really it is this idea that we have a special connection to the ANC, and the ANC, there's lots of money going around, and we need our our space at the trough, at the government's
Yeah. Just to give you some background, Godmother, basically, um, I think it was the Minister of Defense and the Deputy Minister, two women, if I'm not correct, were held hostage by like a military veterans thing, but that it's more representative of it's more of an organization that's linked with former freedom fighters of the ANC. And basically they held them hostage and said you need to pay each of us 4.2 or 2.2 million rand, something like that.
Yeah.
And sorry, you muted.
I said, no, you don't negotiate with terrorists. Fucking shoot them.
Yeah, it's just
I mean,
Don't negotiate with terrorists.
I must say, it puts the ANC in a delicious position because this is their
yeah.
logic and being used against them, and so they
That's
can't
my
really
point, yeah.
rebuff it.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. You can't say don't negotiate with terrorists if you've been doing the exact same thing that the terrorists are doing.
You've been holding the system hostage
exactly
for the black identity or something like that. Or
Well, did it work on them?
no, they got arrested. I think how many of them?
oh,
50,
did they?
Yeah, 50 something. I think it was 52 or something like that. Of them got arrested.
See, they should have shot them.
They should
Yeah.
have. Sorry, I didn't get that. Could you repeat?
They should have shot the women.
They should have shot the women.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I have to be careful that I'm not aiding and abetting hate speech.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed, I'm a woman. I can say whatever I want.
I apologize.
I continuously prove a fucking point on this channel every fucking stream. Women are allowed to do and say whatever they want.
But I mean, this is a delicious contradiction because at least at least then if they've had to arrest these people, then that creates inflammation, and this is exactly it just shows how incoherent their ideology is, just how unsustainable, how short-sighted, like how just sort of it's like piling on and grabbing what's left. There's no long-term vision whatsoever. It's all just a free-for-all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Let's get as much as you can from the gravy train while it's still there, and that's why it's difficult for me to just say, you don't negotiate with terrorists, because it's like these guys are just using the same tactic that the rest of these, politicians have been using.
Yeah, but they had a different outcome, right?
Who's this?
They had a different outcome. The politicians aren't fucking arrested for anything.
Oh
some
yeah,
people are more equal than others.
Exactly. Some people are more equal than others, and yeah, that's exactly the sort of outcome that we're seeing. South Africa is Animal Farm. It really is. The ANC is like, I can think of how many politicians would qualify as your squealers and all these other characters from Animal Farm, like plenty. If anything, there's so much competition to be that new authoritarian, that I'm sure there's like different parties of squealers, and all these Napoleons and all these characters,
So I didn't read Animal Farm. What was the outcome? What was the solution that was?
Geez, I can't even remember. I read it so long ago, but yeah, I read it in high school. It was part of our curriculum. I wonder if they still have.
Was there a happy ending? I don't remember there being a happy ending.
I don't remember. Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, I don't remember a happy ending. I was just so gripped by the fact that it was such almost a direct reflection of what was happening in South Africa at the time, and what's still happening. people who were the liberation fighters of yesteryear are the oppressors of today, you know. Yeah, that's why I like what's his name's quote, Reagan, the whole thing about you know, we are the government and we're here to help. You know, that's what you should be scared of. You know, they always turn around and become the oppressor that they said they're trying to help you fight against, or they end up oppressing you much the same way. You know, it's bad. It's really, really bad. I look at the situation with the hostage, right? And I mean, the ANC has been holding us hostage in you know, to some extent. Well, you could at least say the Western Cape, um, maybe say parts of the Northern Cape, parts of the Eastern Cape are held hostage by the rest of the country. You know.
You see
Yeah.
that sign?
Yeah, I just read it.
It says Napoleon seizes power by force and ends up exploiting the animals just as Farmer Jones had done. The novel ends with pigs behaving and even dressing like the humans the animals tried to get rid of in the first place. Yeah, yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah, I don't remember any like positive ending. Yeah. So
They
essentially,
end
they
up doing the
become the
same
monsters.
thing with just a different ideological spin, or a different window dressing, or a different.
What's the other solution, though? How do you fight tyranny? You have to stomp it out, right?
It's sadly in my country
Of course.
it's the failure of democracy to some degree. When I say that, I mean the people themselves. Is that people just need to vote differently, essentially, and you know, you can't force people to vote differently. They're going to vote how they're going to vote. You know, so you know, you can only come to very harsh and sad and somber conclusions, essentially. But I still have hope that in the long term, maybe a successionist movement where we preserve the constitution and we actually live up to its ideals will shame the rest of the country and their racialist, you know, ideological grifting into, you know, sort of changing their votes, perhaps. So I do think that there is some scope that you could even have an independence movement, which then leads towards having a you know, a happy ending in the end.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't come to that. Maybe just the threat of an independence movement, which is credited as being legitimate, you know, that essentially that people know that there is no legitimate way to stop an independence movement, will be enough maybe to shame the rest of the country. I mean, that's really why I'm invested in the independence movement. It's not really because I want it for the country. I want it for the constitution primarily. That's the only reason why I'm involved in any kind of independence movement, is because to try to promote the cause of constitutional supremacy and the rule of law. Because if we just had that, it wouldn't even matter so much. It's just that the corruption only happens because we have policy that is designed to facilitate corruption, which is unconstitutional. So that already shouldn't be on the books, but the courts have been institutionally corrupted, and that is a it should have been. That is a failing of the personnel themselves. They will have to answer at some point. We're going to have a Nuremberg trial or a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that segues into a Nuremberg trial, because this has been. I do consider this a crime against humanity. What constitutional damages that have been done to this very important legal framework, and you know, is the value of it to the world. I mean, I really do think that this is the solution to a lot of problems. I mean, it's not the solution to every problem, but this gets politics done and dusted. This gets politics somewhat within a framework that is stable. This gets liberal, open, democratic politics into a stable state for the first time. But you know, sadly, we have this very unfortunate historical inheritance that we're living through. And we're living through the betrayal of that framework. And I do think that some people we'll have to account for that at some point.
Well, and I feel the exact same way about the fucking feminists that are destroying my country. The crimes against humanity and the demoralization and emasculation of men in our society, like, it's not good.
No, but you see, like what I characterize America as is just the culture war. You see, in my country, it's more than a culture war because they have betrayed the Constitution. You can say that they've betrayed the spirit of the Constitution, but in some sense, I think they haven't betrayed the actual form that the Constitution takes. So you have a pure culture war on your hands, which is almost what the American system was designed to cause. I do actually think the founding fathers created the American experiment in order to be a beacon of liberty, not just for America, but for the world, because it creates this ideological rhetoric. It creates this clash. And in some sense, that clash is meant to be a beacon for inspiration for the spirit of man. It's meant to be, I think that they were trying to create a furthering of their values into the future, but not by winning, not by cementing them, but by having them as a gauntlet to be fought over in some ideological schisms. And that is the fuel that my country has used as inspiration. Like without the American experiment, we wouldn't have the experience to draw on to perfect the South African Constitution, I would argue. So I would say that America is very important historically. So I don't want to, there's a lot of admirable systems, but I do think that now the solution has been found. The altar must be lit, because the altar is weight in America. I do think that the rule of law has still not come. You have the rule of man, and it is a anyways, but I see it as a necessary historical thing, which I think America did that as a sacrifice to the world to some extent, but I think you are suffering from it. And again, you have a culture war, which sadly I don't think you can defend in the way that you want to defend, because it is people's right to have disgusting views. It's their right. It's in some sense part of, I mean, although they still owe a symbolic allegiance to the things that America stands for.
But why do the people with disgusting views get those disgusting views from our institutions that they actually pay a lot of money for?
I don't think. I do get that point, but I mean, in some sense, the institutions have no structures to cleanse themselves of those bad ideas.
Right.
So
that's all.
Sense, that's
that's the point I make a lot about the Enlightenment and its failure to, one, protect itself from bad ideas, and to cleanse itself of those bad ideas. It's like the one flaw, the one real weakness in the what's the phrase for the thing? The free market of ideas, you know. The marketplace for ideas. That only works if all of those ideas pursue truth.
Yeah.
That's the only context, yeah.
On a conceptual level, that means that to actually have a sustainable, liberal, open society, you have to be very clear about what intolerance is permissible to people. And because we have always not wanted to do that, because that's hard moral work. It's hard moral work to create some kind of structure that can, in principle, completely give you a principled way to resolve that conundrum and that problem. And if you
totalitarian. But we're allergic to that.
But essentially, you have to let people you have to be clear about how people are allowed to be intolerant, which is why I think that the actual solution of it in terms of embodying it within the culture war, and this is why I encourage you to segregate yourselves from these other people, because that is actually a show of intolerance. That's saying we are intolerant of your beliefs, we don't like your morality, go away, we want to have a separate way of organizing our institutions that have proper morality in them. And if you do that, you are in some sense de facto, you are embodying the actual synthesis and solution to the intolerance paradox, which is that you actually have to make room for intolerance in your society. The problem is that I feel that if you do that, the democracy can crush you. The democracy in the American system, if you show intolerance, the democracy can say, we don't like the content of your intolerance, we're going to make laws against it or something like that. Or we're going to control your behavior. We might not be able to control your speech, but we'll control your behavior, sort of that you can't say that we won't hire you based on your ideology. Like we're going to say, no, you can't say, I don't know if they would be able to impose that, but it goes against the spirit, but in some sense, there's no structural thing of stopping you. So that is a contradiction that the American system has to at some point confront and overcome, because otherwise you'll never have the rule of law and you'll never have a peaceful law structured society or anyway, you'll never have real order in some sense. I mean, this is the problem, is that you've left the issue of having a sustainable hey, Father Fish.
Oh, I muted him because he was echoing. He said he's good.
Yeah, it's good now. I'm sorry. Hi, how are you? You're on fire, Zhang.
How long were you listening for?
About maybe half an hour.
Oh, okay. Wow. You covered so much today.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been here?
7 hours.
Oh, is that right?
Minutes.
Okay. I thought you might be pulling an all-nighter.
Yeah. Well, dictatorships don't build themselves, Lou.
Yeah, I appreciate Zhang's perspective on this. I'm having trouble with my screen here.
Doesn't religion have an answer, maybe?
It
Yeah, that's a
doesn't.
good question.
I mean, Christianity produced this sophisticated problem for a reason, I think, because there is this, the problem in Christianity is that there's the world and then there's the spirit. So there's the spiritual truth and then there's the truth of the world, which is basically lies. Like the world is always corrupt, essentially, and you have to keep yourself apart from the world. And so, like, this fundamental distinction, I think, is mirrored in what I'm proposing, is that we need to have a secular justice system that is sustainable, that you can render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Okay, and that so, look, I am maybe playing both sides, because in some sense I'm basically saying that I want to have a secular justice system, but still that justice system might be sustainable and self-consistent, but it's not going to be the answer to the human condition. The answer to the human condition is still the individual. The individual still has to have their own understanding and their own morality, which is not going to be the same morality as the state. The morality of the state and the morality of the individual are two separate realms, and I can be more intolerant of things that the state can't be intolerant about. So I want the state to permit gay marriage, because that's equality. I want the state to permit a whole lot of things that I might personally have arguments against, or believe things psychologically about those things. But that's for me to litigate on an individual level as my individual capacity, not through the state. That's for me to advance those ideas in the private sphere.
Yeah.
That's the level at which that those things must be spread, on the level of individual morality, not this group conformity and imposed. Because that's my general sort of parallel to religion.
But then that would permit the people that work in those positions to have a different level of morality.
Yeah, I think the problem is the authority of the government over the individual. If the government simply permits all expressions of morality, then it really is not functioning in any practical way.
Yes.
If it stands for a given morality, then it is imposing itself upon the individual. So how do you break that?
No, so those aren't the only two choices. So it's not as if there's no. So there is a kind of secular morality or a secular standard that should be imposed, and generally that standard amounts to surmounting the liberal intolerance paradox. You need those things entrenched that will make it so that someone can't rise up and become a tyrant or something like that. So basically, that people can't impose their will and their consciousness on other people in an unlawful manner, in a way in which they are. So basically, you need. It's not that. So what I call this moral anarchism is that the state has to have some degree of moral anarchism in the justice system. That doesn't mean that democracy has to be anarchistic, morally anarchistic, but in some sense, the justice system is going to say, hey, Mr. Democracy, you can't impose things. You can administer things. You can set up the policy that you voted for, but you can't remove the constitutional rights of other people. You can't contravene or infringe other people's basic dignity, which is which has fully substantiated sort of principles and things like that in terms of what that amounts to. But you can the democracy is allowed to discriminate on on mutable characteristics. So like the democracy does have power and it can use that power, but it is restricted within a kind of moral anarchy that the republic is safeguarding as part of this module to protect against the intolerance paradox. Because.
And you're suggesting that the locus of that is juridical.
Yes.
What is to prevent then the jurist from becoming a tyrant?
Okay, well, so in some sense is that you have to have it constitutionally founded in a delineated document, in a clear enough document that betrayal of that document will be somewhat obvious or something like that. So in some sense, there is no perfect guarantee. But at least this is still preferable to putting it in the hands of the democracy. This must be obviously preferable to putting. Yes, you have to put someone in charge of policing the intolerance paradox so that the system actually has coherence and self-consistency. But I would rather have self-consistency on paper, which can be de facto betrayed, because then at least you can complain about the betrayal of it, rather than just giving it to the just letting it go to the dogs, or just having no accountability whatsoever or no coherence whatsoever puts you in a worse position, because then there is no substantive structure which the individual can use. And so when they come for him and they come for them, and then they came for me and there was no one to stand up for me, here the individual can stand up for themselves, at least in the court, which is still not enough, but at least you can make maybe a noise in which that if there's enough general understanding that people can realize that no, this is obviously a repudiation or a betrayal of the founding constitutional framework or something like that.
Yeah, I think the expectation in this country is that at least the potential for that still exists. In practice, it doesn't exist. In practice, the courts are as corrupt as every other institution, all the way up to our Supreme Court. That's been demonstrated pretty conclusively in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
No, but
We might slightly
I think it
differ.
begs the question: where both of our countries are faced with constitutions that have been fundamentally abrogated.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a technical point, and I want to be sensitive to the full robustness of the point that you just made. But I think that it's slightly different that in my country, what has been betrayed is substantive, and in your country, what has been betrayed is essentially procedural. It's not obvious how that procedure relates to morality in some sense, whereas in my case, it's easier to make the grandstanding claim that people should rise up and we should have a judicial revolution in my country because the law fundamentally has been betrayed. Although the law has been betrayed in your country, you already had the law itself, I think, already had a denigrated status, because the substantive law in America never had the rule of law. The substantive law in America was always promulgated by the democracy, was the rule of man. And so because your definition of justice is essentially almost definitionally couched in the democracy, and although you have constitutional procedural protections, those aren't exactly substantive protection. So
I think that's only true. I think that's only been true since the early part of the 20th century. It was not true in the 19th century, prior to the Civil War, at least.
You see, I'm not so sure about that.
It was only after Lincoln, only after the Civil War, that the impetus for democratic procedures began to gain a foothold, resulting in the Senate, ultimately the Senate being democratized.
Well, this issue.
The role of woman began.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
This subject is slightly complicated by the fact that you have to make a reading in each particular state. You can't generalize about America in some sense, but in terms of before Lincoln. But I would argue that before Lincoln, you were perhaps even maybe in a worse position potentially. But essentially, the judiciary in your local state is only governed by your state constitution, and so you only have the protections, or whatever protections that they may be, provided by the state constitution. And that might be in a similar or a worse state than the American Constitution in giving power to the democracy. So, I mean, I can't, in good conscience, I can't just generalize. But I'll say that essentially the state democracies themselves generally have the same situation, where the state legislature can amend the constitution with enough of a democratic mandate. So, in my view, that's not a proper republic. Even if you want to localize the republic to the state, to each individual state has its own sort of republic structure. Although actually, it's generally it's ceded to the state by the federal constitution. So you can say anyway, it is federalized, but the republic is rather federalized, but it's federalized still in a way that puts all the power into the whip hand over the republic is given to the democracy, and the democracy gets to define its justice. It gets to redefine its justice. It gets to experiment. It gets to repromulgate. And if you do that to the substantive law, you can't have the rule of law. Because the rule of law is whatever the legislation wants to make it in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rule of woman.
Yeah. What would you guys say? Because there's something you touched on earlier, Syke, about the voting patterns in South Africa, and I think it's quite similar to, say, your Californias and things like that. What do we do with people who vote on emotion? People who undermine democracy, undermine the republic, undermine morality, because they vote on what they feel is correct instead of, using some higher method of understanding, interpreting the world.
I mean, all we really have is freedom of expression to try and make a case to convince them otherwise. But I think generally what we're suffering from is the fact that because the judicial system in our country has been corrupted, we have not been able to point to the courts and say, you see, your ideology is incoherent. Your ideology is morally, sort of evil as well. And so we haven't been able to push back against them. They've been able to sort of steal the credence of these institutions because they've got these institutions to parrot their ideology. And so, so in some sense, I think we would be in a much stronger position if we did have the institutional resilience, if we didn't have that institutionalized corruption, which is why I think that, for example, the institutionalized corruption in South Africa is much worse than in America. In America, you fudge the procedure in order to dull the effect of the Constitution. But a lot of people aren't emotional about that because it's very procedural. It's not substantive, like it's a check and balance, but it's a procedural check and balance. In South
Well,
Africa,
it's becoming so. It's certainly becoming so.
Yeah, but it kind of becomes subordinated by the political conflict. It becomes more about it's more of an addendum to the political schism or the political conflagration than it is about actually justice itself. So justice gets completely sidelined, whereas in South Africa, justice is really the cornerstone of. We have a supreme constitution which actually fully gives a whole legal framework. It's very complicated. Like if you read the South African Constitution Bill of Rights, it's much more delineated. It's much more complicated. It's much broader and specific than the American Constitution, which is just kind of good, nice sounding promises and rhetoric. And so you actually have a substantive structure in the South African Constitution which imposes duties and obligations and things like that. And how the judges have betrayed that the fundamental constitutional value of non-racialism, and how they've made semantic excuses to get around, inventing a governmental prerogative to allow for affirmative action that is this perfect Trojan horse for state corruption. Like they've facilitated all these things by inventing obviously inconsistent. They've invented jurisprudence which is obviously inconsistent with the Constitution, and so like that is a much stronger case to be made. That's a much more also viable sort of political angle as well, perhaps. Whereas in America, it's very hard to say they've fucked up the procedure. Like, yes, they have betrayed the procedure, but it doesn't have quite the same edge. And in some sense, that also means that there's less of a pressure on the judges, because when judges can just fudge the procedure, yes, they are messing with the whole fundamental system of how it was designed. But in some sense, I think that it's more likely in the South African kind of system. Obviously, the problem is that we have inherited a lot of historical baggage and a lot of problems and things like that, and we have the misfortune of already democratic illiteracy, which has been promulgated by the governing party and all these sorts of things. And so, historically, we're in bad shape. We never got to really settle into our democracy and into a civics understanding of our democracy. Whereas I think that, if we had the same ethos as the Americans and this structure, like we would be solid, essentially. Somehow if we could have the American population and the South African system combined, I think it would.
Yes. Yeah.
Then we would have liberty forever. But
that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's kind of flipped here, in a sense, in that the illiteracy in this country is promulgated by our educational institutions. So it's the most educated among us who are the most illiterate, morally, ethically, economically, politically, socially, and religiously, in every aspect. It's we're struggling against the tyranny of an intellectual elite who are themselves fundamentally uneducated.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's predominantly women that are going to university.
Like the fact that you can go to university, have all these, letters after your name, and come out a lot more illiterate than what you were when you went in,
or less illiterate at least.
I mean, what's illiterate? Can they read and use all these stupid fucking words they made up yesterday? Yeah. Can they critically
not
think?
for understanding? They don't read things for understanding. It's all for narrative, all for power, all for whatever agenda they're pushing, and sadly that leaves them very poor renders them very poor representations or of the quality of work that you guys could do at some universities. Like, I mean, someone mentioned AOC was a bullet, AOC being an economist. And some of the stuff that she says, like she violates some basic economic principles to the point where it's like hearing someone who did physics saying that gravity pulls things up. It's like, what? Surely,
It's a
like
perfect,
that's such a basic
yeah,
thing you can't violate. Like you can't call yourself a physicist if you're saying that gravity pulls things up. Yeah, I mean,
it's a perfect illustration.
Yeah.
Yeah, AOC perfectly encapsulates what I'm defining, which is the illiteracy, the fundamental stupidity of the educated class that promulgate their thinking based on essentially Marxist doctrine, which is all about uh, having a set of ideas implanted,
Yes.
imposed upon and implanted in the student, such that they come out, uh, as Good Mother says, not with the ability to think, but simply with the ability to apply the parroted ideology that has been imposed upon them.
I just want to add to that point, because I mean, I think that obviously they have a narrative, and that allows them to all congregate around that narrative and provide collateral support where they're all specialists, and then they can all believe that, well, yes, I don't understand the narrative or why the narrative is true, but everybody else agrees with it. And obviously their speciality is what is actually the reason why it's valid. So, you never actually have to have your own understanding about it. It's always outsourced to the collective, to this kind of like mob.
That's very good. Yeah.
And I mean, you can see that then a lot of people, they twist their fields in order to help congregate towards making this chorus, and so, I mean, I've seen many of these economists, they keep on saying, never mind the corruption in South Africa. The real problem is that people, the white companies or whatever aren't spending their money into the economy, and that is what is causing, we just need to get more money into the hands of consumers, and then we'll have sort of more demand, and that is the problem is we don't have demand in our country, and like they can get it ass backwards because
exactly.
I literally addressed that issue in a tweet a few weeks ago, where that's exactly what happens. The idea is that it's like pissing your pants to make yourself warm. Yeah, that's the sort of economics that people are practicing in South Africa. It's ridiculous. The idea that you can spend your way to prosperity, you can tax your way to prosperity. Like, what happens to the other side of the coin? What happens to investment? What happens to productivity? What happens to savings? What about that side of the coin? Where's that supposed to come from?
Yeah, I mean, all you're really doing is you're divide. I mean, I would argue that maybe it wouldn't be better. Definitely, I don't think would be better. All you would be doing is essentially forcing money to. I think you would get a kind of monetary inflation, because essentially you would be dividing the productivity that the money is a nominal sort of symbol of value is going to be backing work that is going to be less productive, and therefore the money will nominally deflate in its value, or anyway.
Yeah.
So
depreciate.
But I just want to go back to the point. I think that the best hedge, though, against having this kind of, because it is a kind of, I mean, the rats that preen themselves because they've been given everything, the rat utopia in which everyone just kind of gets into sort of sorry, what is it called? Not preen, but they make themselves look nice or whatever, because that's all they can do, and they kill their own young or something. It's kind of like a crazy. But
that's what women in our culture are doing currently.
But in terms of sort of the fad of the groupthink and all these sorts of things, I think the best hedge against this is at least what should ground a society is a common view of justice. If you have your feet on the ground in terms of you all have the same definition of justice, then at least there's one common standard that we can know that when you cross the line, then you're doing something unjust. And that's what also makes a society, I think, have that's what makes you belong to a civilization or a society, is that you must have a consensus on justice. And if you don't have the rule of law, if you have the rule of man because justice gets repromulgated or reinvented by the democracy, then you already live in a kind of relativism with regards to the concept of justice. And I think that that is what has facilitated this cultural slide, is because if at least if we had on paper, in theory, a kind of a sustainable conceptualization of justice, then at least there would be some standard okay, this is a weak argument, but I still hold, like, this isn't going to stop people from creating Babylon, the Tower of Babel, excuse me. This is not going to stop people from creating, their academic, collateral support of each other's narrative into, like a chimeric monstrosity that you can't argue against, because as soon as you cut down one head, the head of economics comes, and then the head of sociology comes, and then they outnumber you, and they always just say, you see, as soon as you defeat one of us, you have these other things simultaneously. And so, but at least if you have justice, you have some mirror, you have some analogy to use as to how they're being incoherent. There is some built-in standard or something like that is an exemplar of self-consistency. It's not a perfect solution, but it is like, anyway, I think it's the only hedge that you can hope for when you're battling this.
It can only exist if its authority is an appeal to God.
Authority.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it remains a human institution run by humans out of their own needs and interests.
Well, you see, I do get out of. I think I get out of that necessity to some degree, because I even characterize the hard justice as being kind of moral anarchism on some level, but that it does, it makes murder illegal. It makes, a lot of things that we would consider immoral as individuals, we would also expect the state to stand up against, but it doesn't stand up against everything. And in some sense, I think you can just say that, no, we want the state to solve the intolerance paradox because we don't want to live in a tyranny. I think and that's a kind of, it's almost a reductio ad absurdum, or it's a via negativa argument on some level, that I just want the state to make sure that I'm not going to be under the thumb of some tyrant. And I think that's, obviously it's slightly arbitrary as to how you're going to structure the values and the principles that deliver that, and that can even be argued against. But if you have something that does that job, that fits that bill, that actually functions in that way, like the South African Constitution does on paper perform that service, that's good enough. And debating about removing it or something like that is, I think, also, it might not be immoral on the personal level, but I think that's an immorality that on the public sphere we actually all should be conscripted into getting behind, because that's a slippery slope kind of argument, or that leads you towards the road to hell is paved with good intentions, or something like that.
Yeah, and the feminists know that. That's why they're constantly telling everybody how nice and kind and good they are, because they're taking everybody straight to fucking hell.
How do you keep any system out of the hands of tyrants?
Well, the system that I'm talking about has two weak points. The one is the democracy. Even if you have a judiciary, it doesn't matter if the democracy just demolishes it wholesale or just ignores it wholesale. They just say, we don't care, we're sending in the military. And then the question is, who does the military, do they choose the constitution or do they follow their marching orders? So that's a perennial problem which no one has a solution to. And then the other problem is that the judges themselves can be corrupted. and
Right.
or they can be politically planted there with ideology. And in some sense, the only hedge against that is a civics education and a broad enough the culture will have to stand up for the integrity of the structure. But I would say that that's a risk that you have to take, because to not have that instantiated power, I believe that it's worse to have it vested in the democracy. And you could still have a democracy that's capable of impeaching judges, but you would, or something like that, which could also be used abusively. So, you could say you can impeach a judge for clearly disrupting the Constitution or something like that. And that could also be used democratically to interfere. But, you could also have thresholds of, that you need, like 75% or 66% to impeach a judge anyway. But it's impossible to create a perfect system. But I think that you still need to have something that is complete in principle, because otherwise we are really just, the individual is going to, whatever. I think you have to, in principle, have a complete system that you hope is going to, in practice, be lived up to, rather than essentially saying, no, we have to live in a kind of in a nebulous sort of murky, or like the idea that this is going to be tended to in the abstract by not tending to these problems is I think that risk has already manifested, or those hazards are already facing us. And so we have to hope, and we have to solve these problems always.
Yes.
Question, Sai, and this is related to what Father Fish was talking about with keeping these sorts of systems out of the hands of tyrants. If you have judges, being a weak link. Okay, let me put it this way. Looking at America, you have this sort of thing. I'm not well versed in it, but I know that with the Supreme Court, people are trying to pack the court, as they call it, right? As that's the phrase they use. They're trying to essentially put guys who they know are lean a particular way politically, so that they can, know that in the balance of things, things will work out in my favor, right? Now compare that to South Africa. And now, again, I'm not really that close to like law, but we don't really talk about the political leanings of, our bench. And
it's not really relevant, because the legal questions are somewhat abstract of politics. So when you see political fingerprints, it's very conspicuous, because the judicial structure is really quite independent of partisan politics. It's not really, doesn't really intersect, except in some kind of crude, sort of Venn diagram.
Yeah, because you guys don't have an entire party of fucking crazy women who, if you don't claim to be on that side, and if you claim to support who they deemed as a fucking Nazi, then it's off with your fucking head. That side cannibalizes itself. If you do not fall in line, they push you out. If you don't agree with all the things, like, you are now deemed the fucking enemy.
So I think it is a lot harder to corrupt our system, because the judicial issues are so intellectual and they don't. So it almost looks obvious when the judgment has been concocted in order to arrive at the verdict, where they reverse engineered from the verdict and they just try to reason their way there. Whereas in America, the jurisprudence is a lot more haywire, because the Supreme Court of, in America really is inventing rationalizations. They are there to invent rationalizations to keep the whole system somehow consistent and sort of to make sense over some ways that they can, which is why they often don't take cases, because they say it's not ripe. It's not ripe for us to rationalize some kind of umbrella where this all plugs into. So they are like the secretaries that are literally forging the footnotes to the intention of the legislature, and the intention of the framework. They are retroactively, in some sense, having to fill in the gaps of a system that just does not have enough substantive principles and values. Whereas ours, I think it's a lot more obvious when people have obviously gerrymandered the principles and the values, because it's a lot more of a pure intellectual kind of thing, where all the judicial issues are very, I mean, we get this from our Roman Dutch substantive law, because the Roman Dutch substantive law, they didn't trust anyone. So they needed the law to be concrete. They needed all the criteria to be universal. So all the actions, we don't have torts in our law. All of our actions are general actions. They all have the same general criteria, and they're all kind of philosophically there. And so there are all these legal maxims and principles which create a kind of a philosophical computer, which is in principle complete. So you can have a functioning judicial system that is completely independent of the political system. It can run with no political input whatsoever. And it can evolve itself. It can even progress, because it can refine its legal tests without messing with its principles. It takes the same principles and it can update its legal tests. The more thinking, the more philosophy is done about it. So sometimes they do refine themselves. But
yet it's still, if you get
same.
corrupt people that are using it, it's still not good enough.
Yeah, which kind of goes back to what I was saying.
Yeah, it doesn't have a way to protect itself.
Yeah,
Because
how
it's
do
a
you?
fucking piece of paper.
Just another pragmatic thing is that ideally, what happened originally is that the best advocates became the judges. So it was like the people who were known to be the best brains, the best senior advocates, were the ones who would become acting judges, and then they would be made judges after having tours of being an acting judge. That's how the system works. And so
under a meritocracy, it sounds nice.
Yeah. And so generally, this should not be a political thing. This should be essentially decided on within the legal fraternity to some degree, where people know, in some sense, because the jurisprudence. But I mean,
well, it assumes that the jurists are not political, and I think that's a false assumption, because in the context of politics as we know it, no one is apolitical. Least of all, people who are making judgments on a routine basis about the behaviors of citizens.
Yeah, so I do have a way around that. So essentially, again, like the argument is that in South Africa, the law itself does not lend itself to political interpretation. The law has its independent criteria, it has its independent principles and things like that. Now, if you're talking about bias on behalf of the jurists, and that they're going to try to fudge their own decision, like they're going to change the rationale of their own decision. I mean, I guess in some sense that is a potential threat, but I mean, in some sense, I think that it's going to be hard. I think to do that. I mean, because the quality of your judgment is going to it can't but look conspicuously contorted, or twisted in some way. So, I mean, I do think that because it's such an intellectually independent sort of thing, and I know that this is hard to believe from the American experience, because in the American experience, your judge is not the same as our judge. The judges in my system actually have to use their intellect. In your your judges just have to rationalize things. They are literally the secretary. They have to speak in the name of the democracy. They have to always endorse what the democracy or the constitutional framers have already produced. And so,
we saw what happened with the Floyd thing and the fucking verdict, exactly. And the fucking Maxine Waters. Was it Maxine Waters or Kamal? One of our political fucking crazy bitches made spouted out an order to the jury, which they're not even supposed to be fucking watching mainstream media at all. Right. That was fucked up. And yeah, look, no repercussions. These bitches know damn well that they're not to send messages to the fucking jury, and they get on fucking national TV and send a fucking message to the jury. What?
I'm sorry, I'm missing another point that I was going to raise to the difference between the judges, but man, I was so sorry. It should come to me.
Said John Adams said that when asked what kind of government do we have, he said you have a republic if you can keep it, and then later said that the Constitution is only suited for a moral people, which begs the question of the foundation of any system.
Right.
If that foundation is not, in some sense, an appeal to an authority beyond human authority, then it is doomed to the doomed to the politics of the people.
Hmm.
And I don't see how you can make the claim you're making that a jurist in South Africa is somehow more intellectually sophisticated and thereby more in tune with whatever the golden law is than a jurist in the U.S. who is faced with the same body of law, essentially, that's in some ways a utopian structure and lends itself to interpretation. No matter how much you intellectualize it, it's still interpretation. And as interpretation is subjective, personal, for so long as there again is no appeal beyond that. You know, when the people of Israel said to God, "We want a king," He did not want them to have a king because He wanted the authority for the culture to be centered in Him and not in David or Solomon or whoever came after them. Because to do so is to surrender to the corruption of the human spirit.
Yeah, but Lou, wait, something that always kind of bothered me, because I'm the non-believer of the group. The people's subjective opinion and experience when it comes to their relationship with God and what God tells them what to do. I feel like it's very similar to how these group identity politics function. Because like I hear the same argument from feminists. Well, feminism to me means, and they come up with 27 different answers. Same thing I see with religious people and God and what all these things mean.
That assumes that your problem is you assume there is no God. And by assuming there is no God, you do not allow for ultimate authority.
Okay, so tell me what the difference is between the dude at the mall that got kicked out because he was espousing a bunch of fucking racist shit using the Bible and God because he didn't like fucking white people. The difference between him and his, what his God tells him, and like you, for instance. Like what's the difference?
The difference does not lie in him or in me. The difference lies in the ultimate. The difference lies in absolute truth. That's unchanged. That remains constant. We try to appeal to that, but here's the point: if our appeal is to an if our ultimate authority is each other, is the strong man, then we're doomed. We're doomed to damnation. We're doomed to the damnation of the tyrant. If our ultimate authority is to the creator of the universe and the fundamentals of reality, then at least we're appealing to something beyond ourselves that can be ascribed to, that can be attested to, and that we can make an effort to inculcate into our political and daily lives.
But how would we judge that effort?
Right. And like this specific guy I'm talking
We
about.
don't. We don't. We don't judge it. The only judge is the source of the authority. We cannot judge it. We can only attempt to apply it.
No. How do we judge the effort to inculcate it?
How do we judge the effort?
Yeah,
I guess by its efficacy.
it's efficacy.
Sure. By how effective, by we, you judge a tree by its fruit. You judge it based on the product, based on what's being created, what's being done. And we can judge our current political system in the crassest of terms because it's fundamentally immoral. By any standard, it's immoral. By any standard, by their own standard, it's immoral.
Okay, so I see a slight inconsistency with some of your reasoning, though, in terms of that. If you say the source of so like there's this general appeal in the framework, in the constitutional framework, to relying on God as the source of these things. Just lost it now.
We have a second atheist here. Saying.
No, he's way more of a believer than I am. No, my question is like, okay, this guy specifically, because this happened. My son dealt with it at work. It's this black man who goes around the fucking mall using the Bible, telling white people they're fucking devils, they're all going to hell, and all this other shit. Like he actually proselytizes this bullshit in public with his views on, how he interprets his fucking religion. Like,
so what's your point?
Like comparing him and his vote for policies for humanity and all the things, like comparing that to, say, your interpretation of what God wants and what's true.
Okay, so that I get it. So if no one is countering him or encountering him with a perspective that is perhaps more sacred than his, then he's simply getting away with what he's getting away with because nobody's willing to stand up in front of him. And the reason nobody's standing up to him is because of illiteracy, because of biblical, traditional, historical, cultural illiteracy. That's what we're producing. We're producing a culture of illiterates who do not understand history, do not understand philosophy, religion, do not understand morality, do not have any sense of the tradition that has grown up in Western culture, founded on very deep and very profound principles. They don't have a clue about that. so some asshole can come along and start pounding the Bible over people's heads, and they're so dumb and so ignorant they don't have any way to encounter it.
Right, but
They can't come back and say, "Oh, but you haven't read that. You don't know what you're talking about."
But you just said it's not for us to judge,
Right?
like each other, right? It's only for God to judge.
But it is for us. Okay, that's fine. But it is for us to witness to our own condition, and by doing that, we find ourselves in conflict with those whose condition is fundamentally unique from our own. And how do we deal with that? What do we do with that?
Right.
We encounter each other.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a theological issue here, which is that I think that the state cannot be a theocracy. The state has to be established as a Caesar. It has to. You render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. It's a form of worldly dominion and container, and that is how it must be established. And I know
that's only valid if the state is dramatically and profoundly restricted in its authority.
Right. And smaller.
Yeah, right. That's how this Constitution, this government was established. We are so far afield from that that there is no longer a guiding document. The Constitution in this country has zero meaning and zero impact on what happens in government. Government has become the Constitution, and it has abrogated the Constitution in the process. So we are in a position of requiring a revolution, or at least we're in a position of requiring the complete eradication, abolition of the government in order to reestablish the Constitution, because the government denies the authority of the Constitution.
Well, yeah, because we let socialists overrun our government. And by socialists, I mean women, because women are biologically fucking socialists.
Okay, so I'm just going to frame my dissenting framework here. So essentially, I think that part of the problem, though, I mean, you said it in yourself that John Adams said that that the Constitution is only good for a moral people, or something like that, or is only fit for a moral people. But so if you've got a Constitution that appeals to ultimate authority and ultimate almost theological truth, or something like that, which then is part, or it can be used as an instrument, or can be which is not going to be properly run by if enough of the people are immoral, they're going to subvert the spirit of this intention. I would say that this spirit was incorrectly placed in the world. This should be kept on the soft side of culture, on the private side of culture. This shouldn't be in the secular structure. This is a worldly thing. It should not have a thing of God inculcated within it. So, I think that instead of God, they could have just said, we're here to solve the intolerance paradox because we want to solve tyranny. And then, we can keep a separation. But anyway, that's a bit of a... But
the problem is every tyranny has begun with that premise. Every tyranny has begun with the premise of some utopian ideal that we need to adhere to in order to make us a perfect union, a perfect culture. That's precisely why Hitler was able to be as phenomenally as successful as he was, because he was enormously popular. He was popular because he appealed to the higher senses of the people, not their religious sense, but their sense of pride, which produced arrogance, their sense of their brilliance, their genius, their uniqueness, their standing in the world as superior people. These were all very, very strong appeals that were humanistic appeals. They
Sounds
were
like
not.
feminism.
They were not the appeal of saying we are a nation under God, judged by Him as sinful creatures. It was quite the reverse of that.
Everything you
That's
just
the
described sounds like feminism.
foundation. That's the foundation of tyranny, of all
Yeah.
tyrannies.
Yeah.
They're all
Yeah,
based in idealism.
Yeah, and there's some kind of collective destiny, I guess, as well. But I mean, my structure is certainly not about that, because the Constitution doesn't make these kinds of promises. The Constitution just says we are dealing with the intolerance paradox, and we are a secular container, essentially.
I dropped my tea.
Damn it.
Really?
Oh, did it spill?
Now I get to wash the floor.
Damn it. That's a lot of tea.
Gallon, and I think half of it's gone.
Dammer.
Nuts.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up was when you were talking about the kings.
Yes.
Is that something that you maybe left out of that is what the kings were displacing, the power structure that existed before, the spiritual understanding, which was essentially ruled by judges. And so I would like to say that this somewhat vindicates my point.
Well done. Well done. I'm distracted. I'm sorry.
No, let's go on.
Yeah, that's true. And so the judges were acting in the stead of the law. They were acting as interpreters of the law. The law was promulgated. The law was handed down to Moses and promulgated by scribes and by teachers and by judges, presumably. Okay, I'll have to grant the point. That's valid. I think the difficulty is when the judge decides that he really is the king, then
Or the queen.
or the queen, right?
The feminists like to call themselves
When the female judge decides she's the queen.
or boss bitch, or what is?
Yeah. So what is to prevent that in your iteration?
I would just shoot him under my dictatorship.
I mean, look, in some, it's not possible to have an ironclad solution to every vector of corruption. I mean, in some sense, the as I said, the hedge against this would be a civics education, and would be enough civic involvement and understanding that no judges would know that if they fudge their decision, it would be conspicuous. It would be obvious that there's no sly way to hoodwink and to gerrymander the principles in order to arrive at your predetermined, sort of preference of a verdict. And so,
Okay, so yeah, what you're saying though is the same thing, which is without a people who are grounded in a corporate morality, a universally accepted morality, the system doesn't work.
well, no, I think the threshold is lower in my case, because you could just have a vocal minority, or you could just have some watch groups would be enough. I think, like, you wouldn't need, because in some sense, in the American system, you almost need to have a wide-scale rebellion before you can get any kind of solution to, let's say, a fundamental betrayal of the Constitution. Whereas in my system, I imagine you would be able to reach a threshold of resolution at a much smaller, kind of investment from the people. You would just need an active watchdog to, make a big stink and to try to make it into the political limelight, or so I know.
But that's what these SJWs are doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what keeps swaying policy, because these mentally ill, crazy bitch watchdogs are barking up the wrong fucking trees.
I mean, look, at some point you have to vest responsibility with some institution or some role, and at some point that is capable of potentially, hypothetically, being abused. I do think that judicial power is the least likely to be abused in the South African system, because you have to deliver pages and pages and pages and essays of substantiation for your decision. So if you've made an error in your reasoning, you've got substance to make an appeal. You've got substance.
Computers have made that very easy to do.
Yeah, but you're
You can put out whole reams of authority by clicking a button on the computer. It's very simple to overwhelm anything with paper.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, well, I mean, obviously, you don't expect there to be pages of fluff. Like essentially there might be supporting arguments which get into minutiae, but essentially there will be a summary of arguments which will also usually be quite long and substantive. And if you want to get into the detail of that, then you can go into the sub-argument or whatever. But I'm just saying that there is at least accountability on the page already, because when you make a political decision, you can maybe just give a slogan. When you make a judicial decision, you have to actually write a comprehensive rationality and a comprehensive sequence of reasoning. So already you are fundamentally amenable to accountability. You're more accountability is much more there and accessible in some sense. Like you have to actually make a compelling. It's at least if you're going to try to be corrupt, you're going to have to be quite Machiavellian and quite. You're going to have to develop some kind of witchcraft, on some high level in order to pass those bars, because at least politicians, they can use weaseling words. They can, whereas that's conspicuous when judges do that. When judges try to mess with the jurisprudence, at least in a system that has substantive principles, that means that you have very clearly either ignored substantive principles that obviously would be obstacles to your argument, where you have just ignored them wholesale, which is
that what they did in your country?
Yeah,
ignored them.
Constitutional court judges have done this, and that's because they were politically planted in order to basically do this kind of thing, which is obviously, and perhaps it's also a product of the fact that people are installed based on quotas and not based on merit. You can maybe say that it's also a quality issue here, which is, obviously it's important for the top judges to be the best people, like obviously that's better for everyone, and someone has to do this important work. But I would rather have I'll say this, I would rather put my hands in a judge that I can, at least if he's going to sentence me to imprisonment for hate speech, and at least I can make a recorded argument, a counter argument, I can make it in court, and I can say that this is all politically there, and at least on paper it's still worth it to have a system that is coherent and self-consistent on paper, because then at least then there is the principle there that has been betrayed. Right now, there's no betrayed principle, because it's all just pie in the sky promises. It's all just rhetoric. It's all just the spirit of this system that is in some sense meant to more be about priming the democracy than it is about actually creating a proper balance.
Yeah, exactly. God thought that was true too. When he established the judges,
which was his preference over kings, which was always his
well,
preference.
he made his preference clear. His preference was for the judges and not the kings.
Yes, and then we're also promised in the kingdom that we will be judges and rulers in the kingdom. So I think that we should all become jurists. We should all be civically educated. And this is not everything. The secular justice system is not morality. But it is a necessary, I think, structure that is needed in order so that we can know ourselves even as moral agents, because there is a pale reflection in that moral anarchy, there is a call for us to have an individual morality and an individual understanding that is greater than merely just the container.
Here's the problem. The problem is government. And I think government has to be viewed over and against the law or the judge or the juridical system. Where government exists, the law, the juridical system is under its authority. It has no effective authority beyond government, because government, through its cancerous reaches its tentacles into every aspect of cultural life.
And
That's
by
true.
government, you mean feminists,
It's
right?
true in South Africa. It's true here. It's true around the world. There is no place where a government exists that the law exists independently of government. So government is the enemy. Government is the enemy of the law, because government abuses the law by its very existence.
See, I want to push back on that, because government, just the existence of government, is not an entity that can actually do anything. It's the people in government that do the bad things.
That's what government is. Government is people. Government is the strong man. Government is the guy with the guns. Government is the tyrant. That's what government is. There is nothing holy or sacred about government. That's the lesson of Exodus. The lesson is that all government is corrupt. By its very nature, it's corrupt, because its appeal is to itself. Its authority is established in itself. It is the use and abuse of power and authority. That's its nature.
So being governed, like in our country, being governed by we the people, does that also count?
Yeah, exactly. We the people are ostensibly free and independent, established to be such. We have a constitution that ensures it. The reality is that we do not exist as we the people. We exist as a governed class, a class of governors and a class of governed. We are the elites governing the masses.
Well,
And that's not constitutional. Under the Constitution, we are a free people, free of government, free of abuse of authority. The government that was established was extraordinarily limited. That's
Right.
gone.
Well, again, women breed more people. So you put a bunch of breeders in a fucking government and it's going to grow.
So I think that there's I think that it's not a necessary conclusion that government abuses law. I think that if government is subject to law, if it holds law above itself, and you have the rule of law, I think that the important thing about law, at least in terms of morality and maybe secular and religious things as well, is that the rule of law is very important, even if that law itself is not divine law or God's law or something like that. So I think that as long as we have the rule of law, at least you could say that government is not an abuse of law. You could say that government at least is self-consistent and coherent. Obviously, that law
that's only valid so long as those who are in positions of authority in government are willing to acknowledge that. If they decide that the law is their servant, that they're there to use the law to implement their will, then you've got a tyranny. Then the law is not in authority over government. Government is an authority over the law, and that's not the choice of the law. That's the choice of the person or the people in authority.
Yeah, so
Of
I mean,
government.
I do think it is
Government
useful.
is power. Government is power.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
It's power. It's
Yeah.
power and authority.
Yeah.
Power and authority can be used to twist and pervert the law, and it
Yeah,
does it all the time.
But I do think that is definitely a true generalization, and maybe it is even universal. But you can also delineate between the executive branch of government and the judicial branch of government. And I would say that fundamentally in America, the judicial branch of government is tasked to being subordinate to the legislative branch, and potentially also the executive, to the extent to which that the legislative has empowered or enthroned the executive with some kind of authority, which is inculcated within. So anyway, so if like the idea that branches of governments check each other, I think, so, as long as the judge is doing their job, which is, in some sense, not their personal political bias will, but their function, their will to check the government, as long as, so much as that they actually have the will to properly administer, whatever the republic frame or the legal framework is, in America, there's a fundamental collusion between the judge and the legislature, whereas that is not so in my country, because the Constitution has its own independent legal framework, and that is superior to the legislation. So I think that there is like a kind of, there's a structural difference there that maybe the baby is being slightly lost in the bathwater, because that's, you can have a judiciary where the whole judicial task in some sense is to, you have legal tests, you have legal principles, and you apply your mind to the legal, the questions of fact and the questions of law. And, like maybe you can put more of your bias into the questions of fact, but even that, is going to look inconsistent with precedent and with, so there are a lot of checks in the judiciary, in terms of quality and consistency, and just the amount of substantiation that has to be given for reasoning is, on the face of it, a pretty good accountability check in terms of itself. That the judiciary, you get to appeal like multiple times. There are ways in which the judgment gets, potentially, and essentially.
Yeah, that certainly is true in our system as well.
Yeah. And there's also a hedge against the state, because the state can't appeal a judgment unless they're appealing on a question of law. They can't appeal on a question of fact. They can only appeal on a question of law. So, I mean, there are already ways in which that at some point, you have to have quite a large scale corruption in the judiciary before, anyway. But so at least there are a lot of, all of these are kind of, are finicky technical things. But sorry, I'm losing my my thread. Oh yeah. So you said power. The government corrupts the law. So I think that the thing that is hard maybe for an American to understand is the concept of the rule of law, because that phrase is used a lot in America. In fact, America invented that phrase, but I believe that America has never had the rule of law, because it's always been the rule of man. It's always been up to the democracy to define the content of the law. So procedurally, the law has been the same in terms of its checks and balances, its procedural checks and balances, but the substantive content of the law has always been the rule of man in America. And so,
not always. It was not for the first 100 years.
But how was that not up to the states to get to? They could promulgate any law that they wished.
Well, so could the government, so could the legislature. The point is, there was control in the state by the people. The state government was closer to the people and more under its thumb and under its influence than the federal government. The federal government has removed itself from the people and become autonomous, and in the process become something that ought not exist, become something that is so overblown and so officious and so fundamentally immoral, unconstitutional, that it really should not exist. There's no justification in this country for our current federal government. No legal justification. No constitutional justification. It was predicated on the principle that law ought to be promulgated at the smallest level, at the level in which the people had the greatest influence. So that's why everything that was not delineated to the federal government was returned to the state, or was the prerogative of the state, because it allowed the people then to be in control of what was happening. Now, many of our states have become so vast and so complex that they've become the very problem that they were created to overcome. But that's another issue. The solution to that is to continue to go down, to continue to promulgate law and to promulgate policy and to promulgate government from the smallest to the largest, rather than the largest to the smallest. And that's been utterly lost. But that was in place for the first 100 years. In point of fact, that's really what the Civil War was fought over. It was fought over states' rights.
Yeah. No, so
the states that fought over that issue lost.
No, I do understand your point, but this issue that you've just framed now is exactly my point. Is that the idea that more devolved governments, more government, more local and closer to the people, is the hedge. My point is that the rule of law is not served by that. The rule of law is only you only arrive at the rule of law when you actually you see, like, in my sense, it might be a practical solution to the problem of the human condition and the problem of government to just devolve government and have a very devolved and localized government. There might be a practical solution, but in my view, it's actually good to have it's good to have this corruption. It's good to have this problem, because this shows us that on the basis of integrity, on the basis of accountability, that people, they love playing blame games. They love, sort of saying, oh, it's because of this, it's because of that, or something like that. But at the end of the day, if you can't create a law that you can actually abide by, that you can, because your democracy can just repromulgate it because it was the wrong law. Like, if you can't actually reduce something into a law that then governs you, I think that there is something immoral about a society that keeps on having to sort of what's they call it? They change the goalposts. So I think that this is a game that happens within the human condition and human consciousness, which is only probably confronted when you actually have the rule of law and no longer the rule of man. And I still think that the American system is fundamentally, it's hinged on the rule of man. It's hinged on the democracy, because you couldn't create a framework that was actually substantively concrete and that would actually be lived up to, and that could be consistently reasoned and self-consistent and coherent. That could be a mirror.
I think it's precisely what we were founded on, and it's precisely what we had. And
but even before the Civil War, you had your state democracies. You didn't have the rule of law in the states. In each individual state, you were beholden by your own legislature. The only thing that was restricted was the federal legislature could not infringe on the federal constitutional rights, but the states could do whatever they wanted.
Well, within the framework of the Constitution, because they had to abide. They bought into the framework.
No, but the framework gave them. I mean, I think they were basically laissez-faire, because it was only after the Civil War, basically, and only in the 1950s, I believe, where the federal constitutional guarantees applied against the states. Before, it only applied against the federal the federal government. The state government was not bound by I stand corrected.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, I have not investigated that. That's interesting. I don't know that that's true. I mean, it may well be. There certainly was a greater diversity of culture, of government, of law, I suppose, prior to the Senate being elected by the populace. When the senators were appointed by the states, then states had much more authority over federal government, and that was abrogated by the democratization of the Senate. I think that may have been a real turning point. Good Mother would like to say it was the suffragettes, and maybe they're one and the same. I don't know. Zhang, I have to go. I'm delighted to have been able to catch you and have this time together with you.
Well, yeah, I do enjoy it as well. I'm sorry for giving you such a hard time, but
not at all. Not at all. I very much appreciate it. It's difficult to find this level of irascibility in intellectual pursuit.
Well, I do enjoy it as well. I mean, it's certainly an interesting issue to discuss. You know, it has many levels of profundity.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will certainly give more serious thought to what rule of law really means, because you're right. We parrot this around as though it meant something without any real sense of what it does mean.
Yeah, I think in America it means law and order, whereas I think it actually has to be juxtaposed against the rule of man. I've got a lecture somewhere about it that I can send to you, perhaps. It might be interesting to watch. It's from a South African lawyer giving a talk about the rule of law.
Huh. Well, thank you again. Good Mother, I have to go. I have an appointment with a group of girls to do a pool party this afternoon.
Really?
Really. A bunch of teenagers, sweet girls. This is the lady I've been telling you about. It's her grandchildren. We're doing a pool party for them this afternoon. So
you still haven't sent me that picture of your date.
Oh, that's right. I need to do that. I can do that too. I've got it right here. I will do it before I leave the environs.
Okay.
Zhang, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the link I just posted. That's the lecture. It's an hour. I guess it is an hour of your life, but you might find it interesting because he does get into a lot of principled and ethical kind of dimensions as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, I do have it. Let me post. Let me get that up here.
I put it in the regular chat too.
Very good. Well, thank you again very much.
Thanks, Lou, for coming up and contributing to the conversation.
Oh, I really enjoyed it.
You almost converted me.
On the rule of law.
Yes.
We do have in the audience, I've seen some, let's say, formidable jurists and lawyers.
There it is. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
I'll talk to you
Catch
later.
you again soon.
Have fun.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Cheers. Wow, 9-hour live stream.
Yes, nothing. Well, did we solve anything tonight?
Well, I got to reiterate all of my polemics, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not happy. I still don't know what to do.
See, sadly, I think the only thing we can do is sort of on the more local, immediate scale in some sense. And I mean, I've tried to allude to things that maybe would make it more effective, because obviously, if you can do it as a kind of as a collective effort, that you can create a trend, or you can create something that other people can sort of orientate themselves to, because people orientate themselves towards organizations or kind of or structures, and so just creating a kind of cultural terrain, or sort of corralling, sort of gathering call, or I guess rallying points. So if we can just try to create things that other people can sort of see the pattern or see the theme, see, and then associate with that, I think that it is useful. And so, I mean, schools. I do think schools would be a great thing.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
I think mending the relationship and the social contract between the sexes is the foundational thing.
you see, I don't think is ever going to happen unless enough of the structures kind of recede from providing their collateral kind of moral support that is just kind of, people assume that there's a kind of nominal endorsement that that everyone, because I mean the woke people are the ones saying pick us, or or they're forcing people to choose sides, and so when they're the only side that's doing that explicitly, it makes them look like that they kind of have the moral high ground. It makes them look like that they're in the middle, because they're the ones saying, because we're not the ones saying they're evil. We're just saying they're confused, and they're saying that we're evil. So like their narrative is much more sharp, in some sense. And obviously it's hard for us to debunk them because it's slightly esoteric and it's slightly psychological. But at least we could say as well, we don't hang with them. We don't associate with them. We don't want to be around them. Like if we start doing that, then with our behavior, we can create a separate,
I feel like that's what's gotten us to this mess. Because me personally, I haven't associated myself with them so well that I didn't even know they fucking existed until last year. I didn't know them were in control of all the policies and the fucking the way our society moves. Because I stay away from them and I've just kind of been in my own little world, I didn't know that they were the ones destroying like the foundation of our society. So I mean that's why I don't like the whole religious aspect that a lot of the people do. It's like, oh, turn the other cheek, don't associate yourself with them, when neuroscience has already proved that like society and people checking each other is the way people develop. And if you stay away from the fucking retards and let them do whatever they want, we end up with the society that we have. Because what they want to do is change the fucking structures of society, and people let them. So I don't see.
Well, I mean, I think that the difference is that we have to collectively give them the cold shoulder. That we have to create a kind of we have to create a cultural space that it's not just you as an individual or disassociating and disconnected from them, but that we actually create spaces that are disconnected from them and that are that hold their ground, that hold their fences, as it were. And that, I think, will be the kind of the cultural watershed, because they already do that to us. That's already what they are doing. That's how they won the institutions. That's how they took over. And if we don't start doing that back at them, we're being bucket fished. This is ideological bucket fishing, and they're just going to take us out one at a time, essentially, or through attrition. It's just going to be soft attrition. And if we had an institution, if we had a university, then maybe we would have had university. What are they called? Sorry, the thing that the virus people, the epi. I don't know what.
Epidemiologists,
Yeah,
epidemiologists.
yeah. So I mean, because right now it's like everyone has to worry, because if they step forward and they say the wrong thing, they're going to get cancelled and they're going to get their livelihood removed. But until we actually have proper institutional support, we're not going to have the cover for people to actually break their narrative and to actually and because essentially that's how they're beating us, is that it's not because of quality, it's not because of truth, it's not because of substance, it's just because
they have
their decentralized
yeah
control system, their soft power.
yes, they're soft power, and they have hostages in every fucking structure of our society.
Yeah. And I mean, if you just had one institution that was broken from this corrupt narrative, then you would embolden other people.
Yes.
Because it would break the chill, it would break the enforcement, sort of parameters. So I mean, there are some examples of this. I mean, Quillette, I guess, was also meant to do this, but Quillette isn't a university. But yeah, I mean, you need role models that will actually take the fire. You need leaders that will actually stand up and be grilled by these people and not dissolve and not relent. It's unrelenting. That's the only courage that is going to see us through this kind of crisis.
But that's why I love Texas A&M, because they already have those people within that institution that are saying no to stuff. I mean, but they don't have any external backup. That's why, like, when I first imagined the solution to all this, and I thought Texas A&M would be fucking the perfect spot.
No, but you're saying people in there, but it's not the leaders, which is the problem, I guess, because if the leaders would actually have the power to actually
the leaders
make changes.
are fucking women.
And you were very happy when the one person was about to become the leader, because you were like, she's a mathematician, she's a
no, she's perfect. She's perfect.
Oh,
she's perfect, because all the leaders are fucking women. That's why now it's perfect, because that's where the pressure needs to be put on, is on the fucking leaders. Because I don't think they realize that, she's responsible for fixing it now. She's solely responsible for fixing it. She's at the top of this one. I mean, yeah, you have the board, you have all the donors, you have the chancellor, all those, but she is like the head of Texas A&M University, and she's benefited from these policies.
I want to shame her, perhaps.
Yes.
Because maybe if there was a male leader of some university who had the right values, they would be the trailblazer, and they would create the model that then she could copy, so that she could just be a follower. But if she actually wanted to stand up for her leadership position, then maybe she should actually, have the temerity and actually do something. Then she could outshine the men. She could actually vindicate, the kind of egalitarianism that we deserve. And what does it get us? It gets us these lame ducks, perhaps. But anyway, so I'm just trying to feminist shame her, maybe. But
the last president was a man, and the provost, the vice president, was a woman, and she was responsible for being the neck and pushing him to do a whole bunch of shit. There was a lot of stupid policies that went into place under their leadership, but he got all the flack for it because he was the head. Now we have a woman head, so she gets all the responsibility and all the
There was an episode of Community, I think it was in the 6th season or maybe the 7th season, where they actually had an episode that involved identity politics, and they were talking about how essentially if you are trying to cultivate symbolic power, that you don't really have power at the end of the day, that you end up, sort of, you end up basically just being a token. But it was anyway. Sorry, this is. But it would be nice if people could actually what's the word, earn their keep and do and do the job that is needed in these dark times. But
Yeah. Well, that's why I want to get everybody, all of our thinkers in our society, all of our intellectual dark web people, all of the people speaking out against all this shit. I want them speaking at the university, various different departments, like student organizations getting them. Want our comedy guys coming here and speaking, because it's the students that ultimately it's the students that get the staff and the faculty to do the things.
Oh.
So if we can get all these people to come and speak and have the students be, starting to organize for change.
Just to talk slightly more about symbolic power, because in my country there was an incident with a politician recently which involved these posters or whatever. But it's interesting because you can see the political calculus is that people don't want to tread too heavily and to sort of go up against the barricades and push right up to the precipice and challenge the identity politics and narrative too much, because they don't want to be. They don't like being labeled a racist. They're still sensitive to that, and they still defend the accusation rather than making a counter-accusation and a counterclaim about the people leveraging that accusation, which is I think, how you should actually respond to that. That you should indict the morality of the people who is essentially perpetrating the race-baiting narrative. But that essentially, if you're still sensitive to the symbolic virtue signaling and any kind of symbolic, kind of macro politics and some kind of generalization, I think you're not going to weather the storm of the current political. Well, I mean, I'm talking more about the South African context. I mean, you haven't really even reached this because for you, it's not such a. I mean, it's involved in politics, but for you, it's not. It's distracting and diverting from proper issues in politics. But in my country, these side issues are actually the thing that is causing the corruption and all the other problems and things like that. But so it really is at center stage, and it has to be confronted. It has to be brought up politically in my country. But it's not being full. I mean, the politicians make these points, but then they just roll over and they take the accusations from the media and they defend against them rather than going after the media directly in real time when they levy these accusations and saying, you right now are essentially disseminating a kind of democratic illiteracy. You are trying to get people invested into this identity politics, which, yes, we disagree. Like you have an identity politics racialist worldview, and our worldview doesn't agree with yours. We have already properly answered your question. Stop trying to ask the same question from the same racialist premise that we have already said that we disagree with. So, stop trying to pretend that you're trying to get a gotcha question by just, keep on asking more race-baiting questions. We've already properly dealt with that issue. Pretending to ask us the same question and then calling us disingenuous when we answer your question is disguising your dishonesty. You are the dishonest, people peddling this narrative. And until you have that kind of that kind of tenacity, I feel like the more that you try to sort of draw from a kind of symbolic, kind of awareness of your political position, you are already in their conflated, generalized, low resolution, oversimplified narrative and worldview. And, you really have to denigrate that whole paradigm of politics and that whole, you have to red pill people on that essentially. And if you don't do that, it's just a slow boil. It's just ideological bucket fishing. It's just always being on the defensive until they find some excuse that you can't actually give a perfect rendition. Because I mean I can show you. I can actually show you the video of this. It's disgusting. although this is not a perfect video of it because this video is already being paused and commented on by this guy called Morning Shot, but sorry, which is a South African YouTube channel. Sorry, I don't know. This is a 13-minute video, but it's I don't know how relevant this is to our general discussion, but it might be interesting. Just show you the race baiting in South Africa. I might have to so in Phoenix there were 2 election posters. The one election poster says the ANC called you racists, and then it says the DA calls you heroes. And this was because during the looting and during the mayhem in KwaZulu-Natal, this little town in Phoenix is like, it has a large Indian population and it also has a black population. And the looting that happened, there were vigilantes that repelled some of the looters who made videos of themselves saying some racist things or whatever. But largely, there were also people just defending malls, defending homes, defending, essentially communities had to defend their own, so actually he might give the premise as well, but it's just interesting to watch how the politician is being, so that's the leader of the opposition being questioned in the preview window. But and this guy's YouTube channel is pretty good.
Yeah, I put the link in there. Should I play it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna mute my mic though, and I need to go shut off my water. So I'm gonna play it. I can still hear it.
Welcome to Morning Shot, your daily jolt of news analysis. Finally, the DA is actually doing real politics. All that and more after the break. Yesterday, the DA unveiled new posters in KZN, notably in Phoenix, where the so-called Phoenix massacre took place. And the posters are very simple and very effective. And they say, the ANC called you racists, the DA calls you heroes. And if you remember the riot in KZN, the ANC was on the ground, well after the riot finished, of course, but the ANC were on the ground saying there was a Phoenix massacre, blacks were massacred like the Rwandan genocide, and the people responsible are the Indians in Phoenix. And the EFF took that on the bat as well, and they had a huge march in the middle of Phoenix. And overall, the sourness of the entire situation was put to the fore in a racial way by the ANC and the EFF. And of course, once those posters were up, there was outrage everywhere, notably driven by journalists, or as I like to call them, hired propaganda for the ANC. Because as always, the ANC called the DA racist. And then the same ANC contend that the DA is playing to emotions and that members of the public should have strong content that deals with social cohesion and the need for racial harmony. ANC and racial harmony. Yeah, right. That goes together like condensed milk and sardines, i.e. it doesn't. We all know that the ANC are horrifically racist. We know that the EFF is the militant wing of the ANC Youth League, and they are even more racist than the ANC. And here's the thing, when the DA slaps them in their face with their racism, they have absolutely no words other than racist. But the reason why I am making this video is because John Steenhuisen himself was in a long interview yesterday on the streets of Johannesburg, and I thought it'd be quite good to see what he had to say for himself. And from the get-go, you must absolutely be sure of yourself. The journalists who are talking to him are absolutely inept, corrupt individuals. And here you'll notice the start of this particular interview. He asked John, do you know who this person is? And then John says, of course, no, I don't know who this person is. And then the loaded questions start from there.
John Willimpompi, do you know who Mondli Machola is?
No, I have no idea who he is. Is he a friend of yours?
Mondli Machola was killed in the Phoenix massacre.
Yes.
By racists.
Yes.
Did you hear that? This guy, who John obviously doesn't know, why would he know, was killed by racists in the Phoenix massacre. Those are not questions or statements made to get the truth from John. They are there to trap John entirely. And most important of all those statements are completely false other than the fact than the man died. Because let's face it, there was no Phoenix massacre. 36 people died in Phoenix. Some were looters, some were not looters, some were residents of Phoenix itself. We actually have no clue who those people are because SAPS sucks. But anyway, let's see what John has to say.
His court case is sitting today in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Your party put up placards whom people have had mixed views about.
People have had mixed views about. No. So what? People are allowed to have mixed views. Your view is the one that counts, Mr. Journalist, as always.
Some saying that you can't call those vigilantes allegedly who killed people heroes, as you are saying in those posters. Do you regret those
That's
posters?
not what the posters say at all. And quite frankly, the people are heroes. The people who are heroes in this are the South Africans who, when the government retreated and the SAPS retreated, stood up and defended the rule of law, defended the Constitution, and defended their lives and livelihoods. Those are heroes, people who stood up against the lawlessness. And I will call them heroes, and I will continue to call them heroes, because they didn't retreat in the face of danger. They didn't hide away like the SAPS and Bekele's people when things got real. They stepped up and stepped to it. The president himself called them heroes in his own newsletter, and I concur fully with that.
So you see, he sets out the parameters. These people are heroes, the people that defended themselves, defended their lives, defended their livelihoods, and upheld the law. Those are the heroes, right? That is a very good way to answer this question, because you immediately put this journalist on the back foot. But of course, it doesn't end there.
Who stood up for the rule of law, for the Constitution, which are founding principles of our party, and will continue to call heroes.
Mr. Steenhuisen, I think you are being a bit disingenuous here, because if you're saying those people who are heroes, be specific. Those who were heroes, according to the DA, were of the Indian community.
Not at all. That's
Yes,
not
yes,
true.
that's
I'm not being disingenuous at all. That is not true.
There you go. Once again, you see, dear John Steenhuisen, you are saying Indians are heroes, but as we well know, according to this journalist, Indians are racist, and it becomes more evident the more she speaks.
There were black, white, and coloured and Indian South Africans who stood on those barricades when this government retreated in the face of violence that was of their own internal making.
So who are the racists in Phoenix? We're being very specific. In
Yes.
Phoenix,
Who are the
it was
racists?
It was mainly the Indian community that actually took matters.
Yeah, mainly the Indian community were the racists, not the people trying to steal from the Indian community, not the looters who completely picked on the Indian community. No. The people defending themselves are the actual racists, according to this journalist. Great question there. Great question. I mean, no bias whatsoever, of course.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you fundamentally. There were over 300 deaths across KwaZulu-Natal.
That's
Are you going to
also
tell
not
me
true, Mr.
there were over
Steenhuisen.
300 deaths across KwaZulu-Natal? Go and check your figures.
No,
Minister
in
Clearly
Phoenix, we're
even-
being specific about
There were
Phoenix, because
30
that's
there were-
where
there were
this
30
is where the
deaths.
posters
There were-
have been
there
put
were
up, Mr.
30
Steenhuisen, and this is why your party is being accused of being racially insensitive and out of touch, Mr. Steenhuisen, for actually putting that up. If you say the ANC called them racist, who exactly did the ANC call racist? Let's be
Yes,
race
let's be specific about who the ANC called racist. Let's be specific how other parties marched through Phoenix holding up posters saying that all Indians are racist. Who's there?
Fact check, true. EFF did that, and members of the ANC did that as well. So tick 1 to John Steenhuisen, 0 to the journalist.
Up that community in Phoenix. It was Bekele, it was Zandile Gumede, it was Jomo Sabia, it was everyone in the ANC who painted that entire community with the same brush. Yes, there were vigilantes in that community, and the law must take its course. That's what I'm saying. They're not my heroes. They didn't defend the rule of law. They didn't defend the Constitution. They took the law into their own hands. The heroes in that situation are the South Africans who stood on the front line. And what did the ANC's response? They painted the entire community of Phoenix as racist Indians, marching down the streets holding placards saying all Indians are racist. Those people have got a lot to answer for. These are individuals and people in that community who stood up for themselves and stood up when this government let them down. The only people calling people racists were the ANC and the EFF in that instance. We're saying you don't paint an entire community with the same brush. There were vigilante acts from black South Africans, there were vigilante acts from Indian South Africans, just as there were heroic acts from black South Africans as there were from Indian South Africans in that community. I know that because unlike you, I was on the ground in Phoenix during that period.
He was on the
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. If I remember correctly, John Steenhuisen was the only senior leader of a major political party actually on the ground in KZN during the course of the riots. Very, very important. During the course of the riots, not 2 weeks afterwards, like our president, not 3 weeks later, like the EFF, where they marched to the Phoenix calling all Indians racist. John was there 2 days in the riots. Very important to understand.
I was on the ground. I was on the ground.
Mr. Steenhuisen, don't go into
Here comes the journalist. Don't be personal, Mrs. Steenhuisen. Don't be personal. Yeah, right.
that and personalizing people. You don't do that as a leader. You need to apologize for that.
No,
If I was John Steenhuisen, I'd say, fuck you, straight to your face. You don't tell me what to say. If you want to bait me with your bullshit questions, I'll take it because I'm the leader. But I don't have to apologize for absolutely anything I say. And for a journalist to tell a senior political figure to apologize is just so indicative of the complete ego of this entire profession. Anyway, let's carry on.
I'm going to apologize because I was on the ground. I saw exactly what was going on there. I was on the ground right during the violence.
Steenhuisen, you are wrong in saying people went on the ground.
So what we saw, Mr. Steenhuisen,
What did you
is a
see?
divided community along racial lines. And it was Francois Rogers, your KZN leader, who said the ANC is being opportunistic by using race. Why does the DA hate dealing with race when race is
We don't hate dealing with race. We're confronting the racism. We're confronting the racism by calling out the stereotyping that was done by the ANC and its leadership in Phoenix. All they've done
So there's
is
no racial
scapegoat.
undertones with what happened in Phoenix. Let's be very specific here.
Let's be very specific. This keeps asking the same fucking question over and over again. Let's be specific. Let's be specific. The DA has said you are a hero if you defended yourself within the constitutional bounds of the law. These people, these journalists, can't seem to grasp that very simple concept. The DA doesn't speak for vigilantes. The DA doesn't speak for murderers. The DA doesn't speak for looters. John clearly said the heroes are these people who did this, and the journos can't fathom the fact that there are different categories of people the DA is talking about, and they try to muddy the waters by saying, let's be specific by what exactly you mean by the word racist. Whereas these same journos are more than happy to shout racism from the rooftops at every given opportunity. Like, the shamelessness of the media is really something profound.
I'm saying to you that it is wrong. There were absolutely racial incidents in Phoenix, absolutely. But you don't take a paintbrush and then paint the entire community of Phoenix as bloodthirsty, racist Indians, as the ANC have done. There were heroic people in that community who stood up and protected the elderly. They protected young children. They protected businesses in the face of a government that completely lost control of the situation because they cannot even get the basics like policing right, just as they can't get the basics of water right here in Gauteng.
Very good. Very good. I mean, I'll link the full video below for you, just in case you want to see it. I've managed to save it and kept it on a Google Drive folder. So check it out for yourself down below. But I think this is one of the clearest indications that as leader of the DA, John Steenhuisen is moving into that role in a very, how may I say, in a very material way. Because I think it's very important to understand journalists and people like this who speak to John in this particular way are enemies of the DA. You're not there to convince them of anything. They want to trap you. They want to call you a racist. They want to make you trip up. And your role as leader of the DA is to make sure you don't ever trip up. You're basically facing the enemy head on. And the inherent irony of all of this is that these very same journalists would speak to Bekitele face on, and Bekitele would say bloodthirsty Indians, and they would never, ever, ever call him out on his own racism. But they call out the DA for showing the racism in the first place. Because really, the critical issue here, the KZN riot was caused by the ANC internal faction battle that overflowed into the streets. That's all it is. The ANC is ultimately responsible for everything that happened. And when they can't control the situation and people take matters into their own hands to defend their communities, defend their homes, defend their families, defend their work, the ANC comes out and smears them with that racism brush. But according to these pissed journalists, apparently John Steenhuisen is the one that's being racist. An absolute pathetic outing from the mainstream media in this country. We need a higher standard of journalists in this country, that's for sure. Because really, as John Steenhuisen says,
so when a government fails to do its primary job of keeping people safe and maintaining law and order and allows people to take the law in their own hands, that is a failure of government, and that is a failure that should be punished at the ballot boxes. I find it quite ironic that you now accuse the DA of politics on this matter. The media was very silent when the ANC was marching down the street and with the EFF and others holding signs up that said all Indians are racist, bloodthirsty Indians. We're going to get our retribution. I think there's a slight imbalance in the analysis here. The politicking started when Bheki Cele, the ANC, Zandile Gumede, the EFF went into Phoenix and started trying to paint an entire community with one brush. I think that's wrong, and that is exactly what I'm speaking out. And I'm not going to retreat from the fact that any law-abiding South African that stands on the side of law and order, maintaining public order, ensuring that the law is abided by, are heroes. And absolutely they were the heroes. The villains in this piece was this government who let the people down by allowing a spiraling out of control into lack of law and order.
And there you have it in a nutshell. No one with any brain cells can disagree with John Steenhuisen. Now, this is not a political advertisement for the ANC. You can vote for whoever the hell you want. I don't actually care. Voting is a bit of a waste of time, in my personal opinion. But it's very important to hold people accountable for what they actually say, not what we think they say. And the only real problem with John Steenhuisen's answers is that he was actually too polite. If it was me in the spotlight, I'll be far less polite to these parasites who call themselves journalists.
Yeah, so there is a problem now as well, because essentially they actually removed the DA under pressure because someone complained to the South African Human Rights Commission, took down those posters and have apologized for those posters, and they've retracted essentially. And the guy who was maybe responsible for putting up those posters, I'm not sure, or someone in the DA actually left out of disgust. They said, no, we should have stood behind this. We shouldn't have retreated from this. So there's this guy who's a quite high-ranking campaign person, basically is still a member of the DA. He says, I can't leave the party because it's the only party that has my values. But he's basically disgusted over this retraction. And I don't know if it was John Steenhuisen who actually retracted the posters. Maybe it wasn't him. I'm not sure. It might have been the Federal Council or something like that. And this is problematic because the whole DA is not necessarily on board with resisting the woke bullshit. The identitarian bullshit is still in the DA. There's still a large faction of the DA that believes in this trash. And that's a fundamental problem. And so it's I don't know what's going to happen, but this is I can almost understand maybe he retracted it because he doesn't want to provoke an internal schism or a split. Maybe. I mean, the DA has changed its values to be more understanding about identity politics, and they have actually got an anti-woke. They have anti-woke things, but they're not fully. I wouldn't say they're not 1,000%. They're not 1,000%. They've got structures in their system which are still, I think, a bit too lax. Like, for example, if you say something in the
keep talking. I need to go take something off the burner. Keep talking.
So if you're a member of the DA, perhaps this is more relevant if you're a prominent member of the DA. If you are an office bearer or something like that, if you do something in public, if you make a public statement, and then that reflects badly on the party, you can be up for disciplinary charges within the DA for causing damage to the reputation of the party, or generally sort of putting the party in a kind of in a status of disrepute or something like that. So. And that doesn't have any substantive rigor attached to it. That is just, that is a broad disciplinary cudgel that can be wielded, essentially. And so that is the kind of implementation that I think almost existed from the DA's time as a woke party, like when it was led by Musi Maimane, because then you're not even saying, if you contradict our values, if you contradict our aims and objectives, like they don't have a substantive rigor there. It's just, well, if you do anything that results in some. Now, what happens when you live in a society, in a culture which is so toxic, where it's not even about what you said that's the problem, it's how it's speciously interpreted. It's being interpreted by malicious actors who, just like this poster, have interpreted this poster to be racist when this poster is quite obviously non-racialist in its mentality. And that non-racialism offends these people. Non-racialism very clearly offends these malignant, sort of racial protagonists or whatever. But so
anything they don't like, they paint with the racist brush. Racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic. Like, there's a whole list that they choose from. Anything that the people that they don't like, is saying, they paint with the same fucking brush.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying, I just hope that they can get this guy who resigned out of disgust. He wrote a letter, which I've read the letter, and I think he's basically right. But I mean, it's interesting. So I don't know. I don't know what the internal position is. I don't know who retracted the posters and who didn't defend them or whatever. But it might have been because it was causing internal problems in the DA. I don't know. I don't know what the story is. But I do think that this is perhaps a necessary schism to kind of go through. I just hope it doesn't, because this could go against my vision or my hope. I should rather say that this goes against my hope for the party, because the party has made so much proper. It's the only political voice in the world that I know of that very clearly has articulated arguments against identity politics, not just saying we don't agree with it, but actually making arguments against it. And like, I guess that's not entirely true. I guess that has happened a little bit in the Republican Party. But in some sense, it's properly integrated as part of the central sort of vision of the ideological position of the party. Oh man, you've gone through a whole night. I should probably let you get to sleep. But
Actually, not really that tired. I kind of slept in a little late from last night.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a prelude to some kind of retreat, because if anything, the DA does need to be more on the side of Mike Waters rather than on the side of retreat, I think. But anyway.
Well, I hope not, but do they have enough backup? Do they have enough people out there, like, vocally supporting the pushback?
Well, in some sense, I do think you do need leadership that is capable of saying it doesn't matter if it's unpopular, it's true. And in some sense, that's the only way that you're actually going to create a rallying call, because other people that are on the fence.
How do they know it's unpopular?
Yeah.
How do they not know? I mean, you would think they should be like, oh, this is definitely popular. Like,
well, I mean, it's also, if you actually need to create cultural examples, because unless someone can take a hard stand and be accused with things and then actually turn it on the accuser, unless you have those kinds of cultural examples, then you don't have you need to have that modeled so that normal people can actually sort of see the metaphor of that and see the analogy of that and
Yes.
see how it's happening in other spaces and things like that. And so that's how we're being dissolved in this soft cultural, corruption, essentially, is my general view. And without role models and leadership and leaders taking a firm stand and actually, defending it in the legal structures, defending it by sort of making their own general arguments. Anyway, I'm a bit of a stuck record. I mean, I keep on saying this stuff, but I do think you do need cultural watershed moments, and you do need people who have the temerity to stick their neck out and to survive. In something, you have to find a hill that's worthy to die on, even though it's not the hill that you want to die on, but you have to treat it like it is in some sense, and go to the next hill and do the same thing, and go to the next hill and do the same thing. And maybe you do have to pick your battles to some degree, and you do have to make sure that it's lined up nicely. But I mean, I think this was a perfect controversy to stand the banner. I think this was receding from this controversy. I think was a misplay, was a clear misplay, because this was a point that you could even perhaps start to see, to show people the other side of the argument that they can't see because of their echo chamber. Like, I think that you could even put up a mirror to these people, essentially. And you can only do that if you stick your neck out and you go to the precipice. Anyway.
So how long has your press been as fucking flagrantly fucking disrespectful as ours? Because I've only noticed it since the Trump administration with our press.
Well,
I feel like our press did not fucking behave like they do now 6 years ago.
Well, first of all, the reason why it happened in your country was because Trump was very clearly not going to play by their rules and was unplugged from their narrative in such a diminutive way, in that he just disregarded their narrative, so that then he could be the focal point of vilification. In our country, this only happened after the old leader left and the new leader set up towards a new the DA is not led by just one person. It's led by its policy, which is determined by a national conference. And so we had to wait until the DA made a new policy conference and it set out a new vision, a new value system, which was basically anti-identity politics, anti-woke, within some limits. Because it wasn't, I wouldn't say it's generally anti-woke, but it's not 1,000% explicit, but it's pretty anti-woke. Okay, it's pretty anti-identity politics. But there is some room for them to still exist within the DA structure. So I am always worried that the DA is going to backslide on this. And obviously, usually that's going to coincide with the fall of the leader. So to me, it's very important that John Steenhuisen continues to remain the leader of the DA, and that, so I will always support John Steenhuisen, because he's part of the linchpin that anyway, and unless there's another leader that is equally committed to the same values and equally committed obviously to the same ideological position. But I mean, anyway, the point is that so I would say that the DA has generally always been stereotyped as a white party, and that has always made the identity politics people within the DA dance to the tune, and play to the narrative and try to concede and try to play the game, which is so stupid, because you try play that game, you'll never succeed. You're never going to get a passing grade from these racialists,
right?
And these identitarian people, but there was still a large section of the DA that wanted to do that, because they were identitarians themselves. So they just wanted to kind of have, I don't know, these people anyway. But I don't even know why they flavored themselves as liberal or for free enterprise or something like that, when they. Because in some sense they want social control. They want to give quotas to these companies and racial quotas, So I mean, I don't know. So I think that they're kind of ideologically confused themselves, but it's just that they want a small government in principle, but they want to impose interventionist sociological, kind of mandates, which in my view is an unconstitutional way to dispense or to deploy affirmative action. Like, in my view, you can't mandate that people use quotas. You have to have the government actually provide the actual benefit, so that you can actually keep the private sector meritocratic and functioning properly, and that it's government that should provide any ameliorative or convalescent kind of support for disadvantages. It should not.
No, that's what we have. That's what we have. A lot of our taxpayer money goes to women of color, women of LGBT, whatever, trans. A lot of our fucking government money goes to that, because they're deemed as disadvantaged.
Well, yeah. Well, so my view is that you should actually just have a program that doesn't give money, but actually develops skills or something like that. It actually does something tangible, that it targets a problem and it actually fixes that problem, and then the person, after that problem is fixed, is finished going through the program. That's what
targets the people. It targets the people and sends them to go get the education or the skills on the government dime. Like,
or maybe it also sets up something like communal transport or something like that. I mean, you could have, I don't know. So there are ways in which, for example, if some people don't have access to transport, and that is what's stopping them, they're disadvantaged geographically, perhaps, or they're disadvantaged in something. You could create some kind of government subsidy that essentially ameliorates that particular disadvantage. The disadvantage is that you don't have access to reliable transport, and so you work out some kind of government program that does that. But obviously, and that's what bridges the person who's disadvantaged with their employment. And if you fix that disadvantage, then obviously the idea is that then the person can be empowered enough that then they don't have to depend on the subsidy or something like that. All of these programs should eventually have always some kind of sunset clause or some kind of way in which they actually displace themselves. Otherwise, it's, you know, by definition unsustainable.
Yep.
But, you know, obviously there should be some general planning involved so that you are actually, because otherwise you haven't transformed anything. You're just basically providing a constant welfare or something like that, which is not
That's what we
empowerment
have.
is.
That's what we have. That's why in my home state where I grew up, I mean, the government dependency is probably the highest. I don't know. It has to be the highest out of every state. I mean, the last time that I saw online was like 2018, and it was like 40% of the state.
And the thing that I think the fake ideology that allows you to perpetrate this kind of unsustainable or artificial development is that essentially the thing that you're doing is generally, I know that this is slightly clunky for me to say, but I think it gets the point across thematically at least, is seen as a general precaution, that it's a good precaution to do this because you are sort of, you're working towards having a kind of, it's a precaution against inequality or something like that. It's always this obtuse, it's this strange sort of, you know, it's a false equivalency or it's a false logic thing that these things are rationally not necessarily connected, but it's a kind of, it's in some precautionary sense, it seems that it would encourage or facilitates empowerment, but it's not really. It's just kind of entrenching some kind of, it's usually creating a perverse incentive as well.
Right.
It's not properly designed.
Because to
Inculcate tendencies.
Get all these things, you have to be sick, you have to have a mental illness, you have to have a disability of some kind, like to be taken care of by the state, you have to be disadvantaged. But it's not like they say, okay, you're sick, here we're gonna make you better. No, here you're sick. Now you have this mental illness label that allows you to get away with doing whatever in the fuck you want to do forever, and we'll pay for it.
Yeah. So the Pareto principle essentially, I think, leaves you the best way to actually have fast development is that you find people with talent that are disadvantaged, that can't exploit that talent. They can't essentially get returns on that talent. So you find people who are good at something and you invest in them so that they become more productive and developed. And that's what you do. You don't try to develop the lowest common denominator. You try to make specialized programs that are looking for special criteria. That's what you do, that are there to achieve success, because then you have a broader tax base. And then with your progressive tax, then you can invest into the general standard. Then you uplift the general standard of education. You increase the standard of primary education and secondary education well before you even think about free tertiary education. You don't give people free tertiary education when there is so much more that needs to be done to improve the standard of primary and secondary education. And so, like, that is how you do it, is that you, again, anyway, so that's my general view of how you would actually fast track. But anyway, that's somewhat beside the point. So the DA has got these people. Hopefully, they're on the descendant. Hopefully, they're ebbing in their power. But I'm always worried when I see fumbles or when I see anything like this. I really worry that the DA is going to backslide, because, you know, if they do, man, that's just such a, you know. Well, that's going to, then we won't have the time to, we won't even have the hope of ever fixing the country. Essentially, it's just going to be anyway. But
yeah, you guys have a different problem because you are a minority in your country.
Well, I mean, there still are a lot of DA supporters. I mean, the DA gets a lot of support from a lot of from every racial category. It does have a lot of people in its leadership. I mean, it has a diverse leadership, but, you know, like I think that they're much better now that they are sticking more towards meritocracy in some sense. I mean, they do want to be representative, but they're not going to shirk or slump on the quality of the candidates that they elevate. which is good as well because it's better for the people themselves, because then they'll know that they're not tokens. They'll know
Right.
that they can that they deserve their position essentially.
They won't have the imposter syndrome that a lot of the others battle with all the time, because they know damn well in their gut and in their heart of hearts that they're fucking imposters.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can't know that. I mean, that's the problem with systems that have quotas and things like that. You can never know that you're not an imposter. Maybe you wouldn't have been an imposter, but you can never then know that because
Right?
the system has been debased.
Well, no, people know. People that take advantage of that kind of shit and go get into positions because they took an advantage, a privilege, let's say, they fucking know they're imposters. They know damn well that there were more qualified fucking people out there, especially women.
I mean, that might be true in specialized cases, but the truth is that like there are a lot of things in the world where people are kind of on the cusp or they're average. You know, like I mean, so I was just going to say I was rejected from the local university, and I was only accepted by a university that was actually sort of out of town. Anyway, and even when I got to that university, I tried to transfer to the law department, and that they were not having any of that. They were like, no. But anyway, what's my point? But yeah, so I do think that like a lot of people are, I mean, by definition, most people are average, you know, and so like a lot of people, they are going to sort of be somewhere in a ballpark, and then I think it's very problematic to fudge the system, to skew the system away from meritocracy, because then you don't know. You can't really ever have confidence in your station. You know, you can't ever have, you know, the whole integrity of society becomes an ideological debasement and a virtual reality that you have to plug yourself into, and then you're given this perverse incentive to plug into the ideological narrative just to escape from that doubt that has seeped into your it's yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I mean, in some sense I think this has been the thing that has normalized what I would call the proto-fascist worldview, you know, which is the identitarian worldview. It's people are used to now systematizing morality and collectivizing morality, you know, and then you can just scapegoat people. Like I was trying to make this point, maybe it was the other day or maybe it was today, that I made a huge comment on the. I can actually find it on Facebook. You might find it interesting. I wonder if I can give you. I can give it to you. I can give it to you on Discord.
Turn my water off. Emmanuel keeps leaving just to hang out in the chat and continue to participate.
I'm just editing out my full legal name, which is on my Facebook, but that was my comment on that. Oh, anyway, it might be.
Your full legal name?
Well, I didn't include. I didn't take a screenshot of my name next to that.
Are you wanting me to display it?
Oh yeah, I guess if you could. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's too much to read, but if someone wants to read it, they can freeze it. But it's just basically.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's see. How do I display this?
Anyway, The only reason why I bring this up is because I think that this is basically the proto-fascist. I mean, this is the oversimplified solution to morality that people will often fall into. And I just wanted to show, like how this argument is made in other realms. That it's not just identity politics; it's kind of all over the place, and it's lazy. It's lazy thinking. Anyway, I'm starting to exhaust myself from pontificating.
Right. I guess what? Email it to myself?
Oh, can't you? You could save it from Discord onto your PC and have it as a picture. I'm not sure if you can.
Oh, like sign into Discord on my PC, on my laptop?
Oh, I thought. Can you stream your desktop on this program? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, I just thought that you had to. Do you have two separate computers open right now? Is that what's happening?
No, I just have my laptop.
Oh, so you're on Discord only on your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not helpful. I guess I could have. I think I can create a link.
I got it. Oh. Gonna make it small enough. It's kind of weird because it's skinny and long.
Oh. Let's see, maybe I.
Here we go. I got it. All right. Does that work? You see? Yeah. All right, and then I will. Do you want to read it, or should I just show?
I think you can just show it if anyone's
Okay.
really interested.
They can pause it and read it. And is it big enough?
Yeah.
Are you gonna write a book or something? I know you love to write.
I need to write a book about psychology, and I'm really dreading. I mean, I'm very close to finishing all of my theory. I think it's just like seeing the final pieces come together is interesting. I mean, I do think that it's interesting because I think that
What?
I don't understand what Emmanuel said.
Oh, diversity, inclusion, equity.
Oh,
Die policies. They are the death of our society. Sexist and racist policies that are unconstitutional and human rights violations. Yeah, those.
yeah. So basically, in my theory, there are 22 conversions or cognitive axes, and each of these cognitive axes could be depicted through a kind of through some kind of you could actually mock it out in a play, like in a kind of in a human interaction, and you could give different examples of these 22 connective things. And if you understand all these things and how they kind of interrelate to one another, then you've got a full alphabet of psychological cognition. You will have a full understanding about how cognitive tones or cognitive inflection transitions from one to the next, but I mean, it also has subdivisions which are interesting, because some of these conversions or correlations, they come in two different, or arguably they're four different kinds, but largely speaking, there are two different kinds. And we only, man, I think we're only natively involved with four of them. Like, four of them are, I think, amenable, are accessible for everyone to realize in some sense, or to be conscious of when they're doing it. The other ones are kind of like mechanical things that happen just because of the elements of the components of the thought itself. But some of them are related to our own subjective container of consciousness. Other ones are related to the properties and the dynamics which are caused by the elements that make up anyway. And so, like, anyway, just understanding these things, I think that a lot of people, I mean, the Chinese, when they are dealing with qi, or you know, or they're healing with a lot of what they're doing is they say they're just trying to facilitate circulation of energy, of emotional energy. The qi energy in the body is stagnant in some place, and it's not flowing properly. And so I think that in some sense, this is a psychological diagnosis of that to some degree, but in a more subtle and a more way. And so if you can see where your stagnation is in these psychological tones, and what you could perhaps have a less stagnant anyway, so there is a kind of behavioral therapy, of thought therapy in some sense, that could be made from this, but that also belies the meta-type problem, because in some sense this is just how the problem manifests, but why it manifests is essentially because of your own phenomenological meta-ethic or something. That's what I would call it. So people have so in some sense, even if you understand how to optimize your thinking to some degree, you still have to develop the meta-ethic that you want to have a healthy kind of thing, or something like that. So you might still generate the same problem over and over again, even if you have some tool to assuaging it. You'll probably create some kind of other corruption or problem, because you could try to create a behavioral kind of solution to these things, but it's going to run dry at some point. So you do need to have both. You need to have a kind of meta-ethical understanding, and I would even call that a spiritual understanding, or a more moral advancement, or something like that, as well as long as how you relate those things to what's happening inside the mind. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, like something principle based?
Yeah.
That you can always have kind of working in the background?
Yeah, so I mean, I do think that a lot of where people's principles fudge up is because developing, as in maturation and growth, is tricky, because when you have three sides of the mind and they don't all develop simultaneously, or they don't all develop at the same rate, means that there's a fundamental internal propensity towards imbalance, and between ganging up and let's say shunting all of your cognitive dissonance onto one, while other sides of the mind are going to sort of bathe in the extra. Sorry, I'm trying to think how I had this described, but essentially that you're going to sort of shunt off tension onto one, so that some other side of the mind can exhibit more freedom and whatever. And so that narrative is what is also going to cause the problem in the thought structure. But essentially, the thought structure as well is not the real thing. In some sense, the only thing that's real is that internal schema, or it's weird. So in some sense, we can. We are stuck in these cognitive axes and converting between cognitive axes. That's the only letters that we have to make up our language. But our true experiential subjective sense, or whatever, is on the meta-ethical side, which is just our constitution or something like that. But I mean, this is just a model in some sense. So in some sense, we're actually experiencing both simultaneously, or we're experiencing a third, or a kind of a hologram. That in some sense this is a hypothetical model of the holographic source that, when combined, create the 3D experience that we inhabit. And so I think that our experience is almost fundamentally unified, but to understand it, you have to make these distinctions. Anyway, and so it's interesting, because even in the system itself, there are these interesting things about understanding, because the emotional tones themselves, the cognitive inflections and the cognitive axes, there are almost two independent sets. The one is positive and the one is negative. And I do think that maybe the negative one can correspond with judgment, and the positive one, but they both need to be balanced. So the problem is that some positive ones are actually regulated by negative ones of other ones, because they're inverse symmetries. And so, like in terms of the connections and the conversions that I was talking about, and so how the one thing converts to another thing is an inverse. And so the negative emotional tone, or the negatory emotional tone of one thing, creates the positive flow in another thing. And so you have to have both. You can't just have positive with no negative, because if you just have positive with no negative, only two of your field circuits are going to actually be fluid, and two of them are going to be gummed up completely, because those positives correlate to those negatives, or something like that. And so there is a holistic system there, but in some sense that's just the conduit, and it's not the substance, but it's the form that the substance is communicate. It's the medium that it happens through. And I don't believe that Marshall McLuhan said the medium is the message, but in some sense here, the medium is fundamentally peculiar and complex, and it does. And the meta-ethical implication is actually sort of more transcendent, as it were.
That Native American about the two wolves inside of you?
Yeah.
Is it something like having both of those wolves very well trained?
Yeah, which actually breaks the Native American saying, because they always said, you have to choose the one against the other, whereas I'm saying you kind of have to develop both, or you have to kind of.
Yeah, I think you have to have them both well trained, because there's going to be situations where it requires one of the two wolves. It's not always going to be the nice one.
Yeah, I mean, Christianity is famously kind of, I think, fumbled on some of the doctrine where they end up fudging over it. But as far as I'm concerned, it does not actually say that you must not judge.
Right.
It says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged."
Right.
It's conditional. So it doesn't say don't have judgment.
Reciprocal. Yeah.
So essentially, the judgment is double-edged. It goes both ways. And so the judgments that you project, it's going to be applied right back at yourself simultaneously.
Yeah.
And that
you just leave yourself open to judgment when you judge. Like, you make a deal that I'm judging you, and feel free to judge me, and let's see where this goes.
Well, I mean, the judge, or if you say that judgment itself is going to have some kind of ideal of a judge, or some kind of structure of the thing that is doing the judgment, and so, like, in some sense, judgment is going to be either a foil of some kind of divine claim. It's going to be some kind of you're almost making a metaphysical point there, because in some sense you're saying, I have to judge you, or I'm judging you on the basis of some authority, therefore I'm making some kind of implicit and so if you weld yourself to some kind of fundamental claim, it's going to have a universal reach. It's going to reach everything, So I don't think that necessarily that if you judge somebody else, they get to judge you. I mean, like, maybe in the rules of social convention, but I'm just saying that, like, as you judge, you are also judging yourself simultaneously by the same. So I mean, I often try to listen to myself as I'm speaking, because I'm trying to address myself at the same time to feel how I am being impacted by the accountability of my words, as it were. So like I consider myself speaking to myself as well as when I'm talking to other people. Just as a kind of morality check, as a judgment check, because if I wouldn't be happy to hear this in the context that or whatever, in the particulars that it's being delivered at, like I will object to my own statement that I just made. If I wouldn't be happy,
if you hurt your own feelings.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, I that's what I do. I empathize with, well, if this was me, how would I, so I try to listen to myself.
Yes.
But anyway, what was I saying?
That's what makes men way more polite than these feminists deserve.
Well, I think that's also because, as I've said before, that I mean, I hate to say these things that are generalizations and narratives, but that essentially women aren't held accountable for like their own words. That they essentially they are allowed to kind of play fast and loose and play games, and that's not good for anyone. I mean, because it just anyway, but it creates expectations, which then, well, anyway, it creates immaturity in some sense. It insulates people from having to actually develop. And just having more undeveloped, childish people in the world is obviously a dangerous thing.
It's awful. I do not enjoy it at all. But here we are. Because people care more about people's feelings than the facts.
I mean, this is also why I think it's at some point it's useful to have an independent cultural edifice that already has its structures, that already has its, like you go to your church, you go to your clubs, you go to your and you don't allow everyone into those things. You are intolerant of certain character traits that you just don't want to be around, and you have a kind of collective accountability for that. Like that's what culture, on some level, that's how culture, I think, is properly developed and enjoyed and becomes independent. Because otherwise you are just following the lowest common denominator.
But then these crazy psycho bitches that are mentally ill and somehow get degrees in jobs in all the areas get away with doing what they fucking do because they hang out with their own kind too. So they have an echo chamber. Only their echo chamber is way louder. It has a lot less fucking shame and humility. And they get to dictate policy because everybody fucking ignores them. Except the people that they're attacking at that moment when they want to change something. Those are the only people that pay attention to them.
Well, I mean, if we have enough secular justice that has enough coherence, then at least you can stop them from, removing people's bank accounts or removing people, or having them, sort of removed from their freedom of expression in the public, square, essentially.
Yeah.
And those sorts of things. But I don't know if those protections properly exist in America, sadly.
Nope.
Or at least,
because a lot of these people work at these fucking tech companies now.
Yeah.
And now they get to work behind the scenes and deplatform people and cancel them and flag their stuff with total anonymity. Nobody knows who these people are now. I mean, I know who they are. They're cowardly, fear-mongering, crazy bitches. They would never come and say anything to anybody's face. They just hang out behind in the shadows and pull their little puppet strings because there's no fear of any repercussions. So I know who these people are.
It's going to be very interesting to see how because I mean, they're talking about removing Section 230 or something like that. Even Trump has sort of floated that idea, and I think that it's not. That's kind of what the tech companies want, because if you make them publishers, then that gives them full license to editorialize and to censor. That gives them full scope to do that. anyway, it's so I think you have to amend that legislation essentially to include substantive criteria that the platforms have to live up to.
Yeah.
Anyway, that they can't police and censor. They can only censor like sexually explicit material for underage people. Like that's the only thing that they're allowed to censor, or something like that. Mature content.
They censor anything that might be harmful content. That includes words against women. Speaking the truth about women is harmful content because they're a protected group. Everybody but you is a protected group, actually.
Well, that's why. I mean, I'm glad that I have this forum to get some of my content out here, because I just want it as a historical record. So, if something does happen to me, it will at least be a nice thing for the future. Anyway, because I do think that South Africa is the general solution to this problem, or at least on paper, the legal framework. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let me stop repeating myself. Wow, 10-hour live stream.
Yeah. Let's end this. I do have a quick question I want to ask you privately, actually.
Okay.
So I'm gonna end this. Later, T-Bones. Emmanuel. It was good having you on, man. Thanks for helping us try to solve these problems. Bye, everybody.